I actually do look so tired right now. How are you, Chad? I hope you're not looking tired. I know I've been streaming a lot. You've been following the drama. It is a lot. I said we'd wrap it up last night? Yes. Last night was my plan, to wrap everything up and be done with it. Be done with it forever. Why does it seem like my sound is way turned up? Is my sound okay, Chad? I'm not like peaking or clipping or whatever. I'm not clopping like Vaush's horse. Yeah. It's funny because it's true, right? This is the kind of joke that makes you go ha ha before you realize how fucked up everything is. Oh yeah, and I said the F word so early in the stream. Great. Oh, thank you, Geek Prime. Good to see you as always. Good to see you all. But yeah, wait. Oh shit, I didn't even type in. I was trying to say chat. I was trying to say be there in a second, chat. At least I'm late to stream like Sunday, because he's later to stream than I am, and I feel better about myself because of that. I might be late to stream, but he's later. So I'm better. I'm nicer. I'm smarter. I'm better. I have better armpit hair than Sunday. His armpit hair is not like this, right? He doesn't know how to rock armpit hair. All right, that's what I'm saying. He should shave. He should shave everything. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about Sunday today, at least not much. We are going to talk about some of his content a little bit later today, but the main source, the main story, the main source of drama, the main source of lulz today is actually Vaush Vidya. The guy that Sunday used to orbit. Yeah, the horse guy. The horse guy that Sunday was an orbiter of up until the point of the folders, right? So everything besides the folders, ostensibly well and good and okay and worth defending for a bit of clout, which is all that Sunday's ever been searching for, whether it's from Chud Logic or Vosh or any of the other absolute scumbags he fucking hangs out with and yet has the gall to give me that side glance. Sunday, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? I've heard a few things about you too, bud. People have warned me the fuck about you. Jesus Christ, do you not understand what... and they're more sus than you are, right? So I can't take that with a bit of grain of salt. Sorry that you can't do the same. Anyway, chat, we're giving you a grain of salt right at the beginning just to spice up your meal, just to make it nice and savory, so that you can savor the flavor while we go through the political landscape of the world, which we always do, because I actually understand politics, unlike some streamers. We're knowledgeable about theory, but unable to apply it in any reasonable... No prisoners, chick. That's right. That's right. That's what we're doing, okay? No, I don't know. I'm bored with this drama. Are you? Like, I need to find out this last little thing about Whiteley. I sound like somebody that's addicted, don't I? This is the thing. It kind of makes me sound like, no, I'm done with it. I just got to get this little... just a little bit, and then I promise after that, I'll be clean. No more drama for me. I feel like the Dave Chappelle skit, right? You know the one I'm talking about? Are we talking about horses again? Actually, no. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about white leaf. A single grain of salt to spice up my lunch break. Hell yeah, Yolkio. Good to see you. You can quit whatever you want. You know what I'm saying, Omega Star. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, and the funny thing is, though, that, like, I get accused of covering other people's drama for money. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, like, maybe the Vosh story. But Sunday and freaking Tyler? You think I'm getting paid from that? You think I make more than on that than I do on my political streams? Really? Is that's a bit of a inflated self-image that person has, right? Really? Really? You think that you're more important than Donald John Trump, our big boy, the Trumpster himself, the ultimate lolcow, the source of all real content, right? It's Trump. It's about Trump. It's not about any of these glup shittos. I bet Chud is gonna love me stealing that. Oh my gosh, chat. I don't even know. So I have been covered by a lot of people, right? I've seen my VOD on many people's streams. Malcolm's covered me. Huimon's covered me. Sunday. I haven't even been through the Sunday shit, right? That would be VODception. In fact, people covering me is just not really what I want to do. Look, like I said, if there's any really good clips, send them my way. We'll take a look at them. But other than that, I'm not going to be bothered because you know what I mean? You don't want to see like a big picture of me and a little picture of me and a little, you know what I mean saying? It's the VODception. It's like, it feels narcissistic. It's like, ooh, they're talking about me. Yeah, they're fucking talking about me. Not something that I'm not used to, okay? Not exactly my first rodeo. Speaking of rodeos, yeah, we got to talk about Vaush today. And one of his orbiters. You know, some of his orbiters, like Sunday, they're different. They do their own thing. Like Sunday knows a lot more theory than Vaush. You know, has more theory in his like pinky nail than Vaush has in his whole body, right? And other orbiters, well, they're a little. That apple falls a little closer to the tree when it comes to the gunt. And that's who we're going to be talking about today, the gunt. Because the gunt went after card posting and ended up failing, right? This is the first time that one of the Vaush Network members has pulled a DJ Mule. You know how DJ Mule made the video about Xander Hall and then the content was kind of about DJ Mule for the next 3 months, right? This is the opposite. This is a Vaush orbiter making content, you know, trying to punch down like they always do. Trying to use that formula. That's the common thread through all of these Vaush orbiters, even former Vaush orbiters like President Scumday, right? They are, they've got that common thread that they really like to punch down. And with Vaush, he also likes to punch something else. Well, let's not talk about that right now. We're not talking about the folders. We're not talking about the horses. We're not talking about the short stack goblins or any of that. We are talking about divesting card posting, the based Breadtuber card posting, right? Who everybody underrated. Everybody looked at card posting and was like, oh yeah, you know, you're just like gonna, you know, the card posting looks like the kind of person that generally gets farmed by these people. And in Soviet Russia, card posting farms you. That's right. Card posting actually gets up and farms you, and that's what happened. That's what happened to the gunt. That's what happened to the Vosh clone, Alec Gunter. But lest you think that card posting is just going to leave this alone, he's not. He's sitting on a goldmine of content in terms of the weird accusations that the gunt has made about him. And in terms of the fact that this is somebody literally on Vaush's network, this is somebody with one of those websites, you know? I know that everybody's like, that's some Pepe Silvia shit right there. You know, you're connecting all these things. I mean, no, they're friends. They're cool with each other. I know they changed their website to say that like, you know, membership in Whiteleaf does not imply any endorsement by White Nervosa or anybody else in the network, right? But come on, who believes that? You don't get one of those websites without kissing the right ass, all right? Or the right asses in this case. And that's definitely where the gunt slips have been. But yeah, card posting has not only dug up like all of the and collected and truncated and shortened all of the weird accusations that Gunter made about him, but he's also got everything that happened since then, right? There's been a lot that's happened since then. Card posting knows about the weird shit that Gunter said about lyrics. Card posting knows that Gunter said that it's totally normal to be attracted to an underage person, right? And there we go. That's what we got. That's the common refrain. That's the common thread in all this shit. So I am so tired though. I am really tired. I may not be making much sense. It's a good thing the Capugin's here, though. The Capugin gives me a chance to take a sip of this delicious void coffee. It's extra good today. It's extra good. I accidentally watched an Alec Gunter video. You know, he's good at getting them out there, right? He's definitely got a lot of. What do you call it? Spamming the zone, flooding the zone. He's flooding the zone. right? That's how you get big, apparently. It's the opposite of what I do, right? Do not do what I do. Do not do what I do. Do what Alec Gunter does. And if you make content, make sure you're getting your videos clipped into segments, and even if you don't edit them super well, put them out there, and you know, maybe one of them will pop off, right? It's a lot more likely than a VOD randomly popping off. Speaking of a VOD randomly popping off, so chat, we crossed 1 million views. I didn't even know this. Moe Nope let me know. I'm not keeping track of my analytics because I ain't got time for that, but Moe Nope let me know that, yeah, we've actually crossed that threshold of 1 million views. And in fact, if I'm looking at my statistics here, it looks like I've got 1 million views in the last month. So maybe it has some catching up to do. What you know about popping off? What I know is that Vance just made me an awesome thumbnail. Whoa. Chat, you're going to love this thumbnail. Let's get it in there. Boom. Boom. Isn't this exciting? I'm putting up a new thumbnail. Ooh. You're so impressed. The big YouTuber is changing her thumbnail. Awesome. There we go. It's looking good. It's looking good. Look, this is the guy to take down Vosh. I know that there's been a lot of video essays made on Vosh. None of them have succeeded in taking them down. Some of them have succeeded in taking their creators down. Sometimes, you know, it just ends up with you getting farmed by the white leafers, right? But I have a feeling this card posting one is going to be different. This guy is special. There's something different about this guy. I swear to God. We should have him on. Chat, should we have card on? Should we have card on? Just say no to Carrot Top. Wait, who's Carrot Top? Change my thumbnail? I mean, you might have to reload. What about Silent Slapstick? Wait, what is that? But yeah, we got the thumbnail changed today, and we're ready to go. What else do we have? We have bonus content like we always do. Let me make sure that I've got something this updated, because we actually cleared off 2 different things yesterday. Yesterday I fucked up, and I showed you some of the bonus content early. For the people that were saying that I'm hiding the content behind a paywall, no. I give. My udders are sore, chat. My udders are chafing, okay? I give delicious milk on a regular basis. We got the Andrew Tate transvestigation done. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. And so that means that but one thing that I want to warn you, okay? So, you know, I said that we weren't going to become the subject of drama, and I really thought that was true. None of this is about me, but somehow Sunday managed to make it about me anyway. And I think the thing is that he's scared of me. And Sunday, if you're out there, don't be scared, homie. You know where to find me. If you want to talk about this, let's talk about this. If you want to say shit to my face, say shit to my face. You had a chance to talk to me. You had a chance, and you, like, I just don't understand. If somebody is so sus, why would you go on their freaking platform? Unless you're a goddamn snake. This guy is a snake. This guy's a freaking predator. And this guy gets obsessed with different women. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. That's the common thread. That's the pattern that we're seeing with Sunday. Is he finds like a Keffels, or he finds a not so erudite, or he finds, I hope not a no comment chick. I hope like this is a one and done. I don't know, Chad. I might see my face on one of his thumbnails. What do you think he's gonna do to me, right? He always puts the gruesome stuff on people's face. Sunday, you gotta put like, I don't know, he's probably gonna put some kind of fluid or something on my chat. What is gonna happen? What's he gonna do? Like, that's what he does in his thumbnails. Have you seen the one with, should we look at this one? The Tyler one. Let me show you what you can expect, right? I don't know. I don't think I'm that interesting of content. If I was Sunday, I would not put me in a video. I feel like that would just reveal how scared he actually is. But yeah, he needs to poison the well for some reason. He's afraid of his audience thinking that I'm an okay person. The Tyler nuke. God damn it. Okay. Oh, I come up. Wow. Wow. I didn't expect myself to come up so early in the search here. I'm seeing my video. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about, all right? Let me just show you really quick what we're likely to be dealing with, right? This is why I wanted to talk about to my mods, right? Because I knew that there was a chance that this was going to be drama. I just didn't think it really would, because I'm not that interesting. I don't think I'm that interesting. Oh shit, wait, I'm in this video. Okay, no, this is just the video. Yeah, this is the video of the debate itself, right? This is the content that he stole from me. It's okay, Sunday, I'll get you back sometime. We all steal from each other on YouTube, that's all fair game. But look, this is the shit that he does, right? What the fuck is that? What's up with Tyler's face here? Can you tell me what that is? I'm not even sure, chat. I'm not even sure what that is. Here, look at this. What am I looking at? What is that a reference to? Is this some Marvel shit? We love you, Irene. Thank you. Thank you. Well, like, seriously, what is it? What's going on here? Can somebody tell me what this is? The Tyler one was actually, oh my god, it was made by Aiko. Aiko's really good with the thumbnails, okay? Okay. I don't really fucks with her for a long time, right? But Aiko is good with the thumbnails, I will say that, right? Look, I can acknowledge the good points of people that don't like me very much, right? I'm not petty like some people. I feel like I'm being a little bit petty right now, a little salty, a little petty, but that's okay, chat. It's flavoring your food. Sunday requests for all twits. Really? To unsubscribe from Tyler? Oh shit, I saw Tyler do that, but I didn't think that Sunday was going to do the same thing. Generally, that's a mistake, right? And for the record, chat, you can subscribe to whoever you want. Subscribe to Sunday, subscribe to Tyler, whatever floats your boat. You know, whoever you want to watch. You want to watch, you know, I'm trying to think who hates my guts. Well, White Nervosa doesn't put out any videos anymore, so I can't say nobody watches White Nervosa. Nobody watched White Nervosa even when she was streaming, right? So that's not really... I can't think of anybody that really hates my guts. Other than Sunday, I didn't expect that. And honestly, I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched much of it. I saw a little bit of it. People have told me some things. People have told me that he says that I'm on Valium, which I'm sorry, Sunday. Every accusation is an admission. Every accusation is a confession. Sunday, I would have never brought up your on-stream drinking, all right? That is your deal. That is not something that I would use against you, and yet you feel the need to do this Trumpian thing where you accuse me of the thing that you are most afraid of being accused of yourself. So Sunday, I guess you have an issue. I guess you have some guilt around your habits. I would not have brought that up. I feel like that's for you to deal with. And if you are, you know, living your best life, then great. You know, some people live their best life with a pint. I don't see Sunday seeming to be overly inebriated on stream. I'm on Valium. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, Valium. Let me show you what my vices are. I can get them together really quick. I got 2 vices. Okay, chat. All right. 2 vices, all right? 2 intoxicating substances that I like to use. This is Void Coffee, right? This is my Void Coffee. And this is my blinker. I got my blinkety blink blink, and I got my Void Coffee, and like, I don't know. I don't have any pills, Sunday. I don't have any pills. I don't have any booze. I don't live like you. All right? I don't know what you're living life, Sunday, but it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder when you feel the need to like up front and that's out of reflex, right? I was wondering about the thing with Tyler because I didn't perceive Tyler as being super inebriated. I felt I perceived Tyler as being angry, over his head, anxious. He was anxious, right? He was worried because Sunday had, you know, some shit on him. And you could see it at the very end, right? You could see it with the screenshots that Sunday wanted me to flash up on screen, right? And then Tyler just starts talking over him, and it's like, and he's like pleading with me. He's pleading with me, mute Sunday, mute Sunday, mute Sunday. And I'm like, listen, I don't like to like shed blood on my stream. I don't like the streamer version of a human sacrifice being done on my stream. But I do feel like that there were accusations made at Sunday that were in no way true. And, you know, as iffy of a guy as he is, he deserves the right to defend himself, right? And the more Tyler was like, don't show it, the more I was like, all right, I guess we got to do this. All that stuff Sam was shilling on MR today, yeah, he's got a lot of, look, we got to be less drama, okay? If we're less drama, I think that we'll get more, oh my God, what am I doing? We'll get more sponsorships, right? Maybe? Is that how that works? But yeah, I got nothing to hide Sunday. Can you say the same thing? I'm too nice. Well, yeah, I mean, it's generally how I operate. Unless I'm around people that were that style of operate, unless I'm around people that take advantage of that. And yes, chat, I was very much taken advantage of. I was very much finessed, and more so by Sunday than by Tyler, right? Tyler did want to bullshit me. Tyler did want to gaslight me. You know, Tyler was trying to protect himself, but Sunday just straight up, snake. Motherfucking snake. President Snake Day. President Sunday went full opportunist to get the spotlight back. I'm taking the reckless part off and just going to speculation. But yeah, we got a lot to talk about that is not Sunday today. As you might have guessed, the news goes on. Even while this glup shitto drama is taking place, even while the nobodies are fighting the nobodies, right? There's real stuff going on in our world, and we should take a look at that. We should take a look at that today. So we're gonna get into that. Seems to me that Tyler was taking some low shots, and he was like that from the start. Yeah, I mean, they're both scary. Read their. I can't believe Sunday read those screenshots, right? The screenshots. What am I saying? The DM logs. I can't believe that he outed himself like that, right? Because that shit does not show him in a good light. That is Sunday fucking conniving. That is Sunday being a comic book villain. That is Sunday jokerfying. And that is apparently what I would say that's what he's really like, but I don't know. Maybe he was playing Tyler too. It's hard to tell. Like he would say that no, he really liked Tyler and he had great hopes for Tyler, and Tyler was going to be the the fucking Jedi Master, bring balance to the Force and everything, right? And it turns out that he Anakined. He Anakined too fast. What do we got here though? Look, I'm putting the drama stuff early in the VOD for the drama frog. So there you go. I hope you're happy.
That stuff. Why? Does he listen?
Does he listen?
He always listens. He always watches and listens to all the guys in the band. I've been in the band for years, and I know he always listens.
He always listens. So just keep that in mind, all right? He always listens. He always watches. He always obsesses. Especially when he can find a femoid antagonist, because that's who Sunday is at the bottom line. Tyler was the aggressor from the start. The mayor of Blinker City in Yodi Land. Yeah, it's too bad about what happened to Yodi Guy, right? Yodi Guy seemed really cool until he wasn't. So yeah, chat, again, I've got I got 2 empty spaces in terms of bonus content. Right? I got a blank space and I'll write your name. No, I won't write your name, but I will write maybe something from stream suggestions. But yeah, I need to get some sleep. So this stream, I might try to go short. So if you want to hit that bonus goal, we got to hit it kind of fast, right? But first, I got to let you know what is on the menu for today. What could you expect as bonus content? We already went over Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Wait, what is this? Destiny Grills XQC about the Trump appearance? Is that interesting? I don't think that's interesting, right? Oh my god, there's people going over the Demon Mama and Doe stuff. Wait, isn't there something that happened with Mr. Beast? Oh my god, chat, I'm sorry, I'm zoning out. I might look like I'm on Valium if I keep on going. People might speculate that I'm secretly on Valium. I probably shouldn't say that. I think that YouTube doesn't like you talking about this stuff. I wish that other streamers wouldn't say it either. Especially other streamers that wear their substance use on their fucking sleeve. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Dark Canuck says, I drink a pot of coffee. It's called Get Over It. The stuff Sam was shilling today on MR. Oh yeah, RIP to a real one. Shouts out to the late great Michael Brooks. Better than the late great Hannibal Lecter. Way better. Did I freeze? No, I'm looking for content. So if you don't know what this is the dono goal. Maybe some of you, it's your first time here. Maybe you found me through the Sunday shit, maybe not. But I offer, I offer generally some news, some politics, right? I offer a little bit of drama, and then we do bonus content if we hit the dono goal, right? It's at 0% now. If it gets to 100%, then we'll be in for some kind of bonus content. We'll get to watch something that is neat and that I wouldn't have watched otherwise, right? I had no context on the drama, but I did enjoy Tyler and Sunday, the Lover Squirrel podcast. Yeah, I got mixed up in that. That was a weird thing for them to put me in between. And honestly, like, I felt gaslight by both, but only really lied to by Sunday. I think that Tyler was generally trying to get me on his side, right? I mean, you know, he's trying to survive. But wait, did somebody explain? Okay, so this is just an Ico thumbnail, but what's the deal with it? Why is he like that, right? Here's what we can expect if and when Sunday puts up a thumbnail of me, and maybe he won't, chat. I don't think I'm that interesting. Oh yeah, like this, like he could do something like this, put cat ears. I mean, I've already got cat ears though. He doesn't need to Photoshop cat ears onto me. You can already find that. Oh, like this, right? You got like, he'll do like this. He'll find me like closing my eyes and then he'll put a teardrop or something. Oh, he'll put stuff in my mouth. This is what I'm talking about. Maybe there's stuff coming out of my mouth, chat. Who knows? Maybe it's green. Maybe it's a different color. I don't know. Maybe I'll have a divot in my head because I'm not very smart like Wick. I don't know. I left the YouTube chat while Tyler was there. Yeah, he's pretty toxic. Oh, Tyler? Yeah, I mean, they're both kind of toxic, actually. You didn't even get in there. Sunday was there later. So there was both of them. I got hit from both sides. See, the problem that I'm having is that a lot of the stuff that I would do for bonus content is also stuff that I do for political content. We got J.K. Rowling, Mold in the Brain. Oh, wait. Chat, this is making me want to do something completely different. Do you want to try the other type of sub goal where we skip to the drama by feeding the news possum? Like, that's the other option. We did the slur thing yesterday. We did. I'm really reaching here. There's a cat in my room. Just a second, I gotta help this cat. How did you sneak in my room? You're sneaky. You're very, very sneaky. It's like Sunday. There's a cat. I don't know how it is, chat, but she always sneaks into my room right before I stream. She always sneaks in, she goes and sleeps under the bed, and then she wakes up while I'm streaming and she's like, meow, meow, let me out. Good morning to you too, Ziggy. The butterfly landed on my head. Yeah, that's true. XQC, no. Chat does not want. Yeah, we did the Twitter space. We did this Twitter space yesterday. This is a problem I'm having, right? So I always offer you extra content. I usually offer you 4 options, right? But I am very tempted to only offer you 2 options right now because at least she was a moderator between their battle yesterday. Yeah, I mean, they needed a moderator. They needed more than a moderator. I needed to jump in there and just start, like, I don't know, chat, throwing elbows. Not really elbows, right? Because we're not in the same room and they haven't signed a waiver, right? If you want me to throw elbows at you, you know, you got to pay me and you got to sign a waiver, right? That's how that works. And I will teach you the art of 8 limbs. I don't know. I almost like want to go forward anyway and just... Did we miss the train on Cody Co? Is Cody Co something that you are interested in? Yeah, there's Cody Co shit going on. Oh, that's a little bit old. How about Mr. Beast? Hires a PDF. There we go. Done and done. All right, so yeah, if it wasn't clear, I'm kind of asking for your ideas. This is your channel. This is your channel too. This is your chance to Nody no. So we're saying Nody no to Cody Co. I don't know who the... I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about Cody Co. I don't know anything about Cody Co at all. But I do know that we need to get going here. We could try this one. What is that Black MAGA story? I mean, that's what we're gonna do, I guess. They spend a week with Black Republicans, Black Trump fans. Wait, wouldn't this be just like blacks for Trump? I don't want to... I feel racist putting that on... I feel racist typing that out. Okay, there we go. That's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna do it, okay? Oh my god, chat. Here we go. Have some faith. Have some faith. All right, content for you. Bonus content, right? This is extra content that goes on after the content, but only if we hit the dono goal. Content bonus. God damn it, I can't... I'm so tired, chat. Bonus content. Black Republicans works? Isn't Black MAGA more specific? No, I mean, like, I felt racist typing out blacks for Trump, right? You know the reference? Blacks for Trump? There were people that showed up with t-shirts that said blacks for Trump and they were white, right? That's the original reference, right? Is they had these t-shirts made up that said blacks for, like, and you know it's sus already, right? When it's like blacks for Trump, like, I don't know, just something about that, right? And there were these white people wearing the t-shirts around and they're like, are you black? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay. MAGA is not the same as Republican, true. That Squid Tips versus Vosh thing is not getting, it's not getting voted for. And I think it's either because people don't know Squid Tips or they don't know how good that story is. It's Vosh going off and talking about, like, committing crimes. He's talking about road raging on cyclists, right? If you want to see Vosh talk about road... Okay, let's retitle this. Vosh road rages on cyclists. On bikers.
The underscore furry underscore super chatted $5. Found you through your coverage of the Khans and El Presidente's beef, liking the content, keeping it up.
Oh, thank you, furry one. Look, that means a lot to me. That means a lot to me because I don't know if you knew what happened there, right? But Sunday did not just have one target, being Tyler, right? Sunday had two targets. Sunday was trying to fuck me over with that in so many different ways, right? He comes in and he's like, hey, no comment chick, you just hit the content gold mine. Right? As if, like, he can dangle money in front of my face and be like, okay. But, like, I mean, honestly, if I'm covering somebody and they want to talk, I'll generally talk to them because it's better if they get to say their piece than if I am just interpreting them maybe wrong, right? And maybe they can, you know, they can shed some light on stuff. We can have a conversation, right? So Sunday's right off the bat treating me like, you know, okay, well, you know, let me manipulate you with a promise of ad revenue, right? And the idea being like, I am giving you this content, you can make this video and you will have the Sunday Tyler video. That is not what happened. And that is not what was going to happen. Apparently Sunday hates my guts and was just kind of being conniving. And that there's the word for him. That's the word of the day. The guy is conniving as fuck. He is a conniver. He, like MacGyver, the connive, that's what he is. He puts a bubble gum, a pencil, and like a toothpick together and makes a bomb, right? He's MacGyver the conniver. That's not probably how MacGyver works, is it? Squid Tips. We got some Squid Tips fans, but I love the fact that we got people in here that have found me through that, right? Because that was the opposite of what he wanted to do. Sunday was trying to bury me, okay? And he may still be, right? He does from time to time focus on a female content creator and obsess about her and be really weird to her. He did it with Erudite. He did it with Keffels. He's done it with a lot of, you know, he has this thing and I don't know what it is. I think he's afraid of me, honestly, right? Because I've covered him in the past. And look, when he's right, I say he's right. I cover him with nuance, right? He sometimes has a good opinion on stuff. He sometimes has a good insight on stuff, right? You know, I gave him accolades when I gave him credit when he was the first white leaf, the first Vosh orbiter to kind of like leave the fold, right? To say we don't need to worry about this guy. We don't need to be there, right? This is his problem. And yeah, he probably should have stepped away earlier, but he stepped away. That's the important part, right? So I give people credit where credit is due. But also when somebody's wrong about something, like the way that he supported Vosh during the whole Vosh's ahistorical take on Nazi Germany, Vosh's literal anti-Semitic, take, right? He was just wrong on that. And it doesn't mean that I think that he's like the worst person in the world or I hate his guts or I'm going to make fun of his drinking, right? Again, I wouldn't think to do that. I'm not constantly like looking to make criticisms of people for things that I'm afraid of getting criticized for myself. So, but anyway, we had to deal with that. And now we have to deal with the We have the poll. We have the poll. Yo, look at that. Vosh raises. You see, I just changed the title, and all of a sudden it's really popular. But Furry One, thank you for your super chat. Thank you very much. I also wanted to say to you and to anybody that's thinking of donating, when you donate, you should let me know which of these topics you want to see covered. Because look at what I'm doing right now, Furry One. I am adding $5 to the dono goal. That's your $5. And if you tell me which of these topics you want to see, I'll add that money. I'll add $5 to that topic as well. You can also say Vox Populi if you are like a big believer in the sanctity of the vote, and you're like, you know what, whatever people vote for, I'm cool with that. If you're that kind of person, say Vox Populi. If you're the kind of person that wants to see me game more, you can say Fallout New Vegas if you like Fallout New Vegas. Or you can say one of these topics, and I will add your money. I will put your money where your mouth is, and it'll make it more likely to happen. Because here's what it has. See, it's like plus. See how it's plus, right? So that means that whatever is donated, it gets added to the score. MacGyver died? I don't know. What's a MacGyver? No, just kidding. The Vosh topic. Yes. See, so thank you so much for helping me illustrate how this works, because I feel like it's a little bit overcomplicated. So there we go. See how it works? Furry One donated $5. Dono goal goes up by $5. Furry One says, the Vosh content, please. And I add 5% to the Vosh content. So the Vosh content right now is getting 37%. But it's not really. It's getting 42%, and that is thanks to the Furry One's super chat. That's how it works. You can do it too. You can play along at home if you want. You can also play along. Oh my God, there we go. There we go. Just like that on Twitch. I was about to say. It also works on Twitch too. So if you're on Twitch, we have an ad break. It happens at the top of every hour on the hour. And that's 3 minutes of ads that are unstoppable with one caveat, right? And that caveat is, if you get yourself a sub, you can get yourself a sub for free. If you have Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you just use that Prime and hook it up to Twitch, and you get yourself a free sub. If you've got $6, you can use that to get yourself a sub, or maybe you could be gifted a sub, just like Yolkio was, just for hanging out. And let me point out the important part: being active in chat. Omega Star probably saw Yolkio say something in chat and said, that is somebody that's going to get sucked into the top of the ad break unless I do something. Unless I do something about it. Was this when Vosh said, yeah, that they controlled the banks? That's basic. He was like, well, the Nazis were right on the substance. And it's like, they actually weren't. They actually weren't. I know why he thinks that. I know where he got that perspective, right? But it's ahistorical. It doesn't apply to the time period that he's talking about. And when we're talking about history, you can ask my friend Shakespeare. You can't just copy pasta your assumption based on what you know about one period of time, one time and place, to another time and place, and be like, oh, that's Europe too. Yeah, I guess that's true for them, right? No, it's not. It's not. That's not how it works. Vosh was wrong. Sunday was wrong to back him up. But Sunday's not always wrong. And when he's right, I say he's right, because that's the kind of person I am. Yolkio has over 1K messages? That's a lot of messages. Oh, as a mod, you can tell that. As a mod, you can see that. So yeah, already we're up to 11% on the dono goal. We haven't even started the short stream yet, have we? That's probably the next thing that we need to do, because we're going to be talking about politics today. I hope you're ready for that. Are you all prepared for some politics? We do a little politics around here. So Sweaty Sunday Dork is talking shit about Irene. Yes. Yes, mad shit. He literally said I was on Valium. And again, you can kind of tell why, right? A guy that drinks that much on stream, which I'm not going to judge. Some people like a, tasty beverage at the end of a hard day or during a stream while you're trying to analyze political theory, right? It's not for me to judge. But no, he wants to get that out there right away because he's afraid that I'm going to call him on that. I guess that he thinks that's his Achilles heel. I wasn't looking at your Achilles heel, Sunday. I don't care. You can do what you want with your booze. It's not for me to judge. The beef was messy, but I was side-eyeing Sunday the whole way through. I was side-eyeing them both, honestly. Shakespeare, yes. I actually said Shakespeare, my friend Shakespeare. I always pronounce her name Shakespeare because she speaks French and I kind of speak French. She speaks French much better than I do. She speaks a lot of languages, but she can tell you all about history, and I can tell you all about politics. And Sunday can tell you all about theory, and we all have our, you know, places where we shine and places that we're not so good. So yeah. What do we got here? We got to open up this. We're gonna get going here, chat. And I got to figure out what I've got in the politics hopper. That's the question of the day. Anyway, sorry about being so slow to start stream. I just get, like, I haven't.
Conservatives are everywhere. That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man. For
okay. Wow. I think this is called the Trump campaign continues to... How about just Trump continues to fall apart? Trump continues to fall apart. I hope I've got the meta for... Shorts down. There we go. And here comes shorts. And here comes shorts. So this is what we're doing, chat. We're streaming on Twitch. We're streaming on YouTube. And we're also streaming on YouTube Shorts. And I'm just getting set to start that up right now, right? We do a little politics before we get into the drama. We got some drama for you. It's Vosh. We're talking about Vosh. We're talking about card posting, who may be Vosh's nemesis. Card posting is definitely Alec Gunter's nemesis. I can say that with my I can say that for sure. But the question we're going to ask is card posting actually going to successfully do what no other Breadtuber has done? Many have tried, chat. Many a video essay has been written about one Vaush Vidya, trying to take him down, trying to shine some light into his darkness and show his community the way out, the way to real community, the way to real leftism, the way to real solidarity. And yet it's been to no avail. It's been to no avail. And sometimes it's been kind of cringy. I'll be honest, right? I've seen some cringy takedowns of Vosh that I'm just like, what are you even doing, right? Full-throated endorsement from Crotchy. I'm going to simplify stuff. Have you liked the stream yet? Your answers are yes or capital Y-E-S. And then what else do we want to do? We want to put the link for Twitch and the link for YouTube into the Shorts chat. Full screen. It's here or... All right, we're good. We're good. Wait. I know how to do a freaking web address, and it's not with an... oh my god, chat, you don't know how tired I am. I think I fucked up on my edit of the video today. It wasn't supposed to be as long as it was. I meant to edit more out. Oh, no. Let's try that again. See, I can tell I'm tired. Twitch... /com/ That's what I'm trying to type. There it is. And the pinned message. We're good. We're good. Okay. So let's get ready to get going. We got a lot to cover. And like I said, if we hit that dono goal, which we are already 11% of the way to, right? This is just for extra content, right? I'm not trying to twist your arms. If you don't have money to donate, don't donate money. Keep it for yourself. Keep it for your family. Keep it for the people that you need to take care of, right? You can always support me by hitting that like button. There's so many different ways you can support me on YouTube and on Twitch and on Patreon, which reminds me, I've got Patreons to thank. Yes, I do. In fact, I think I've got some new Patreons to acknowledge today. If you sign up for my Patreon, you will get a fancy shout out if you are at the second tier or above. That's $5 or above. You get a fancy shout out along with your Patreon membership, and I'm about to do read those fancy shout outs right now. Shouts out to Omega Star. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Moe Nope. Shouts out to Shaxpia. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. And shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And shouts out to me taking my sweet time getting this shit together. Here we go.
I know I start so many segments lately with a similar idea, which is we are seeing something now that you rarely see in American politics or just politics generally, which is a shift.
I'm guessing that's because you found that to be algorithmically advantageous. This is Luke Beasley, by the way. Luke Beasley on YouTube. You can subscribe. It's this channel right here. Hit this button and hit... Oh my god, come on. This button. And then... So yeah, Luke's actually got some bad news for the Trump campaign. Let's see what this is about.
In momentum, so dramatic, it's hard to really process that it's happening.
I was saying this myself, right? It's what a difference a couple months make, right? A couple months ago, everybody was just doomer, doomer, doomer. Be normal, chat. Okay, yeah, definitely be normal. But it's changed, and now the doomer energy seems to be on the right. The parting on the left is now the parting on the right, and the beards appear no longer overnight. That's a song lyric or something, I think.
One person
I'm not sure what it means.
Who's struggling to process that this is all happening is Donald Trump himself. And I have some reporting about behind the scenes how much Trump is losing his mind.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, and we kind of experienced this ourselves, right? We listened to the Elon Musk, Donald Trump. It was supposed to be a live stream. It was supposed to be this big celebratory thing. Like Elon was pumping this. Elon was posting pictures of women like bent over with the Twitter icon on their butt, and Trump as like a priest or a monk, like praying for celibacy, praying to be led away from temptation, right? And like that idea, like Trump is gonna get horny and start posting on Twitter, and he did. He's back on Twitter. Elon got him back on Twitter, and it was going to be there were all these hashtags. We are so back, baby. These chuds were so excited. They felt like this might be a big change in momentum. They felt like, okay, we finally got Elon together with Trump. These are our two heroes. They're going to get together and they're going to form Voltron, but they didn't. Instead, they formed Desanctimonious, and this was the most desanctimonious stream you could imagine. It wouldn't come on at first. People couldn't get into the stream. It wasn't working. All this infrastructure for Twitter to become a live streaming platform, and yet the CEO of Twitter and the former president of the United States are unable to make a stream actually happen. And so Elon starts saying, "Oh yes, we're being DDoSed. The extreme left George Soros, they're DDoSing us, and they don't want Trump to speak his truth. But finally, he did speak his truth, and he spoke his truth with his fucking dentures falling out of his mouth or something. Now, somebody in chat said that they work in elderly care and that they recognized the sounds that Trump was making, the way that Trump was speaking, as being possibly indicative of a stroke. Obviously, you can't diagnose somebody just by listening to them speak, but there is something going on with Trump. And I think that what Beasley's got here might actually speak to that. So let's see what his theory is.
Over the fact that Harris is pulling ahead and his campaign seems to be collapsing. But for context, I do want to give you some of the data on this. The dramatic swing, it's not just a vibe, but as we've been following, it is showing up in the data. So before getting to how Trump's reacting to this, here is this.
CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton is here. So Harry, what's the simplest answer for why things have changed so much?
Sometimes I feel like we make these stories giantly complicated, and sometimes we can just simplify it by this. Who is better liked, right? What is the net favorable view of these different candidates? And
I've been saying this for a long time, right? Since 2016, U.S. politics, both parties have had a likability issue. When Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were the ones nominated, you've got two profoundly weak candidates. You got two historically unpopular candidates. Now, you could say that maybe Donald Trump's got more natural charisma, at least for the right wing. For some reason, right wingers, they see this guy and they love what they see. They want to just pull him in and give him a big smooch, right? And he wants to smooch their flag. He wants to hump their flag. And JD Vance wants to hump their couch. But yeah, for the rest of us, he's just kind of gross and weird and like, it's like my initial reaction was, you don't put a reality show host in the White House. That is silly. To think that somebody that was only ever good playing a boss on a reality show, not being a boss in real life, because everything that he touches as far as business actually turns to shit. Look at his real estate business. Look at his casino business. Chad, do you know how hard it is to lose money in the casino business? Well, it's not hard for Trump. He was able to do it. He had to be bailed out by his daddy. So, he's not just like, not only is he not a good businessman, which is what his brand is, which is what the show's about, which is how it presents him, which, like Trump, it's expensive, it's good, it's nice, it's successful, right? But he is actually none of those things. And yeah, as far as a businessman, he's not on the top of the curve. He's not on the middle of the curve. He's on the bottom, right? He actually, for what he was given, he hasn't really done that much with it. So, isn't there a parable in the Bible about that? I don't know, and neither does Trump because he doesn't read the Bible. He does read Mein Kampf, though, apparently. Anyway, we can talk about that on another day, though, because we're looking at likability between the tickets, and we've got one ticket that look. Let me explain to you how this works. Like in general, when you introduce a candidate to a ticket, when you start running a candidate, nobody really knows about them, and all you've got is their commercials, their brand, how they present themselves. They'll have a favorable rating. If they win the general election, they'll start with a favorable rating. But as they go along, they make decisions, and some people don't like that decision. And so, in general, the likability goes down, 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 down. And this is both true of a president and a vice president. So for Harris to actually have gone from being fairly unpopular, I mean, she was popular when she first went into office, but the honeymoon didn't last very long. She was underwater. She was in the red, just like Donald Trump and JD Vance. For her to kind of climb back up is pretty phenomenal. And I think it's indicative of excitement. And part of that excitement stems from how sick people are of Trump, how much of a coalition that there is forming of just like, get this guy out. I don't want to see this guy again. I'm done with this guy. I don't want another 4 years of Trump. I don't want another 2020. I don't want to put this guy in charge. I don't want to take a risk of him being dictator on day one. I don't want to take a risk of him never leaving the office. I don't want to see what's going to happen if he gets put in another emergency like he did with COVID. And, see how phenomenally he can fail there too, right? People are starting to say no. And that's where you're seeing Harris's numbers go up. Waltz is new to the ticket. That's a fresh face, right? And it looks good so far. He's a coach. He's a dad. He was in the military. These are all things that Americans tend to like. He's charismatic. He's dunking on Trump and Vance, right? He's doing well, right? Trump and Vance, though, are not doing well. And Trump, you can understand. Everybody knows Trump. Trump has been in the White House for 4 years. 1 year was particularly bad. 2020 was a particularly bad year for Donald Trump and a bad year for the country. So it's understandable why Trump is way underwater. JD Vance, though, that's a little bit of a mystery. This is not how it usually works. They introduced the guy. There's like, he's the hillbilly elegy guy. He understands the hill folk. He understands and I mean, in real life, he doesn't, he was making fun of, those people in that book. And, he's a nasty guy in a lot of different ways, but Americans should not know this yet. And yet somehow instinctively they do. And I think it's just because this guy's got like negative riz. And so that's what we're looking at, right? We're looking at a very unpopular GOP ticket that people are tired of already, even though they've just met Tim Vance. And we're looking at a Democratic ticket that people are starting to warm up to. People are starting to get excited to, even though Kamala's run for president before, and she didn't do that well. She's got some weaknesses, but she's been able to turn some of those weaknesses into strengths. All of her awkwardness, all of her weird whine ant shit, right, has been transformed into a TikTok meme queen. And that is the wave that she's riding right now. Now, chat, this is not going to last forever. I'm going to be totally honest with you, all right? I mean, she may gain some more favorability, especially going into the DNC. People usually get a bounce out of the DNC, right? But I don't expect this to last forever. I think she will get hit by 1 or 2 attacks at some point that kind of, dim that excitement. But right now she's riding high, and it looks like she's going to be riding high. What do we have? I think it's next week is when the Democratic convention starts, right? She's going to be riding high all through that convention. And then maybe something will change. Maybe she'll have a bad interview. Maybe she'll have a bad debate, right? Maybe somebody, Trump will think of something to say about her that people really don't like, right? So, this will go up and down. Don't expect this to last. But right now, all of the excitement is on the Democratic side. And people are truly sick. Not everyone, because obviously there's the 30% of the country that's full on MAGA. I will not erase. There's no hog erasure here, chat. The hogs are real. They're like 30% of the population are straight up hogs, straight up red hat hogs, right? What, 65? Not 65. Let's make it 55. Let's be realistic. 55% of the country is tired of Trump and tired of his shit, and they don't like Vance right off the get-go.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance here. We know, I've been talking about J.D. Vance's net negative favorability rating. That is, more people view him unfavorably than favorably. Donald Trump has the same thing. I will point out this is among the higher numbers for Trump, but still, he's underwater here at -7 points. Jump over.
And this is from a New York Times Siena College poll specifically.
To the Democratic side with me, if you will. Take a look here. Kamala Harris is actually better liked by more voters than she is disliked at a +2 net favorable rating. And then Tim Walz here at a
It's funny to say this because you would think that people would like their politicians, but there's something about our political process that's just rotten to the core. There's something about the people that get selected. And really, we're talking about multiple elections, right? You know about the primary, you know about the general election, but what you may not realize is that there is a combination of party insiders and donors that kind of decide an election about who's going to get talked about, who's going to have the buzz, who's going to be talked about favorably in the media, right? And that goes on, and that sort of gatekeeps a candidate that you might actually like better from a candidate that's just kind of so-so. And that's why we keep on getting served shit sandwiches for candidates. That's why we get Hillary. That's why we get Biden. That's why we get Trump.
+11 rating. It's as simple as this. Politics is about being liked, and the Democratic ticket is better liked than the Republican ticket.
And this is, I know, doesn't look like much, but it's a different type of number than you've been seeing of late.
Yeah, very different.
This guy's way too funny. And this might not look like much, folks, but trust me, a +2 for a presidential candidate, that's like unheard of.
Normally, Joe Biden was, minus like 15 points oftentimes on occasion. So you're getting +2 on the Democratic side.
And that's a huge part of this. How does Harris's popularity compare to that of the Democratic ticket before with Biden on it? And that swing and her net favorability rating, as we've reviewed, her individual swing, not to mention the Democratic ticket swing, has been so sharp and so dramatic and happening in such a short period of time. It's truly difficult to get your head around. Now, going on from that particular subject onto this.
Look at this. We see Donald Trump at 50%. Look at Joe Biden at just 40%. So Donald Trump had a 10-point lead on the issue that folks said was most important to them. They could list any issue. Jump forward now to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. What do we see? We see a completely different ballgame. We see Harris at 50%. We see Donald Trump at 48%. Within the margin of error, but a 10-point advantage for Trump. I mean, you're going, this is the type of stuff that campaigns dream about. And for the Donald Trump, nightmares about. Look at this. Harris now with the 2-point advantage. This is significant movement. This is the type of movement that turns losers, which Joe Biden was against Donald Trump, into winners, or at least leaders in the case of Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
And again, we don't know which issue is most important to each.
Yeah, and we talked about in a previous segment how on the issue of the economy, who is trusted more in their handling of the economy for a super long time, all of the time I can remember. Trump had a lead on Biden on that issue. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't align with the facts, but it's something we've seen all too often. The Republican Party successfully branding themselves as the effective handlers of the economy, again, despite that not matching up with the records over the last 100 years. But that's been another area where going from trailing by like 10 points or something, then swinging, and now Harris is leading in voters' trust of the two candidates on the economy. She's more trusted than Trump is based on the polling. And that's also a really good sign because we know how much the economy plays into people's voting decisions. We are getting so close to one of the most important elections in history.
Much more likely to be successful.
Anyway, chat, like I said, this is Luke Beasley. Subscribe if you want to, if you want more like this.
If it's about attributes.
Oh shit, now this I want to really see, right? This is Frank Luntz. He's a pollster, he's a Republican, and he specializes in focus groups. What a focus group is, and you've probably seen this before, they bring a bunch of voters together and they ask them questions, right? In this case, I think the latest round of questions that Luntz asked was, who were you voting for between Biden and Trump, and who are you voting for now? And I don't know how this got done, but he put together a panel that's got like 20 people that were like, yeah, I was voting for Trump before, and now I'm voting for Kamala. I don't know if he's like doing the, bringing these people on together on. It seems pretty coincidental that he'd have 4 people that, just completely flipped, 4 people, 20 people that completely flipped. So we'll have to look and see what the methodology was, but let's see what he has to say.
Harris is much more likely to be successful because, quite frankly, people like her more than they like him. It's something that if he's watching this right now, his head is exploding. And that's part of the problem. He has lost touch with the people that he needs, and she is in perfect touch. Look at the rallies. Look at how she relates to them. The challenge is what happens when she has a press conference. What happens when she faces people like you asking questions like yours? That's significant. She hasn't had to do it, and eventually she will be forced to do so.
Yeah, and we will see what comes of that. She has been answering questions. We'll look at this, if not in a segment today. We'll do it on the bonus show. But she has been answering some questions when she'll pass by reporters. But a full interview, that hasn't happened since she's been the nominee. A lot's been going on. It makes sense. She sort of needs to craft her whole policy proposal. A bunch of things normally you spend months doing before you announce a run. She's having to do rapidly, figuring out what the message is, where they're going to be campaigning, the strategy, all of it. And so putting this all together super quickly makes sense. She hasn't had a bunch of time for sit-down interviews, but that will happen soon, and it will be a major moment in the campaign. I have confidence in her ability to do so, though. So as you can see here, in so many ways, not to mention the metrics we've been discussing in other segments, Trump's campaign is slipping. They're losing control of the narrative. They're losing control of their own messaging. And apparently, Trump's behavior has been so unhinged lately because of this that the people around him are confused. Axios reports. Don't buy the public bravado. Former President Trump's advisors are deeply rattled by his meandering, mean, and often middling public performance since the failed assassination attempt. They're pleading with him to adopt a new hard-hitting stump speech to define.
Yeah, and look, this is the thing about Trump. This is the thing about his management style, right? He is used to being surrounded by yes men, people that will ratify, people that will rubber stamp, people that will validate his every inclination, including the inclinations that are maybe harmful for him. This is the worst way to be up your own butt as a political candidate, right? This is actually really dangerous for a political candidate. This is actually really damaging. You need to be able to hear bad news. You need to be able to hear criticism. You need to be able to hear people that are maybe more tuned in to how things are really going on the ground, rather than just surrounding yourself with people that are going to tell you, no, everything's fine, Donald. You're gonna win. You're gonna win. Look, let me show you the Rasmussen numbers. Look at this. You're up by 1 in Rasmussen. Don't worry, Donnie. You still got it. You still got it. Rasmussen's got you up by 1, right? That's not who he should be listening to. But I mean, like, apparently he does have some advisors that are actually trying to ring the alarm bell and help him out here.
Vice President,
wake him up.
As Vice President Harris, as liberal and weak, advisors tell us, and praying he'll stop the recidivistic pool to simply improvise haphazardly.
So what they want from him is for him to get his brain back in the game. What they want for him is to kind of go off talking points, make plans, like set up strategies, be like, I think that Kamala's weaknesses are this, this, and this, right? Let's talk about the issues that people like, right? People tend to favor Donald Trump, right or wrong. I would say wrong on immigration, right? There are things that he could bring up that might actually help him more than like questioning whether Kamala is black, or comparing his crowd size at January 6th to Martin Luther King's crowd size at the I Have a Dream speech. He's choosing like violence over and over again, and it's not working for him.
Why it matters. Trump, who looked and felt like a clear frontrunner heading into last month's Republican convention, has fumed, stewed, and stumbled in private and public ever since. And it goes through different examples. Trump is struggling to get past his anger. A source.
Yeah, no, this is a big thing, right? As a streamer, I deal with this too. Especially dealing with dramas, we're going to be later today. It can have an effect on you, right? If you take it personally, if you take things that people say personally about you, if you take, the way things are going super personally, it can put you in a mind state that's actually not great. It can make you defensive. And in general, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for a streamer, and that's not a good thing for a politician, certainly. And so Trump is not able to deal with his reaction to the news. What that tells me is that he's in a cycle. He's in a downward spiral. He's getting feedback saying, your campaign is struggling. Your campaign's not doing as well as it was before, right? You're going down. And he's not handling that emotionally. It's driving him into this cycle where, because he's angry, because he doesn't like the news that he's getting, he comes out and he does ridiculous stuff that actually makes things worse. We saw that press conference, and what I saw was electoral self-harm that this man was doing to himself. And I think he's in a feedback loop.
Says Trump aides know he won't change because he can't change. And other details, we did get New York Times reporting as well, saying, indeed, Mr. Trump has often been in a foul mood the past few weeks. He has ranted about...
Okay, now this is the one I wanted to see if I could get more about this. Where does this come from? New York Times. Let me see if I can find this article. New York Times. Trump. Bitch. That's what I'm searching. New York Times Trump bitch. Trump call. Okay, this Vanity Fair has it. Inside the worst 3 weeks of the Donald Trump 2024 campaign. Vanity Fair has this as well. Let's take a look, see if that one maybe is not paywalled. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump reportedly called his opponent, Vice President Kamala Harris, a B word, the one that rhymes with itch, repeatedly, per reporting from the New York Times, based on two people who heard the remark on different occasions. Trump spokesman Stephen Chong. I feel like I talk about this guy a lot, Stephen Chong. I never show him. Let me see if I can find a picture. Stephen Chong. This is Stephen Chong. I'm only kind of showing him to you to say that he's like a big guy. He's not who you would expect as like head of the campaign, right? Spokesperson, Stephen Chong. I think he's running the campaign. Is that right? They're calling him spokesperson, right? Stephen Chong, this guy right here, denied the remark, saying it's not a language President Trump has used to describe Kamala. Now, it's not how the campaign would well, no shit, and it's not how the campaign would characterize her. But like, his campaign is leaking like a goddamn sieve.
Miss Harris. He's called her nasty on Fox and Friends and a B word repeatedly in private, according to two people who heard the remark on different occasions. His quickness to anger has left him susceptible to manipulation, even among close allies, and they give...
Yeah, look, like, that's the thing, is when somebody reliably reacts in anger, they're able to be manipulated. They're able to be played. They're able to be toyed with. They're able to be puppeteered by their enemies, right? You don't want to be stuck on choosing violence, as Trump seems to be.
Particular example of him just angry and sending off angry texts to a donor, a big dollar donor who wasn't acting the ways that he wanted her to. So the point is, he's losing grip. He wasn't ever that in control, as we know, but he had a little bit more campaign discipline in that there was a more consistent and clear and unfortunately effective message against Biden. Something about Harris's campaign added, or just Harris being the nominee, I should say, added with the energy.
Ooh, like he's got a certain thing. Remember how he was with Hillary? I mean, some people thought that they needed to run a guy against Donald Trump for this reason. So some people thought that there was something about the matchup between Hillary and Trump, and that there was just an internal misogyny in America that makes it impossible for somebody like Hillary to win against somebody like Trump. I would remind them that as much as I think that Hillary Clinton is a historically bad, historically weak candidate, historically flawed candidate who only got picked because she had that seniority, she had that clout within the party, she did win the popular vote. So it's not like America, you know, just hates women. I mean, misogyny's real. Misogyny's real. Misogyny's out there. Misogyny's going to have an effect, but it's not the effect that people were saying. And you definitely don't need to react to that misogyny by, well, I guess we're going to run white dudes from now on. Right? That's not... And that's kind of... I mean, that's part of what led to Biden being the candidate. Biden is the macaroni and cheese candidate. He's like just the bland, like, you know, average grandpa looking Democrat, candidate, right? And but no, you're not stuck with that. And people were afraid of switching Biden out. People were afraid of Biden leaving the race and Kamala being the replacement for that reason, right? They look, yeah, is there racism in America? Yeah. Is there sexism in America? Yeah. And do those forces combine to, in the evil perfect storm known as misogynoir? Yes, that does happen. But like, if your answer to that is like, well, I guess we won't nominate any candidates that aren't we won't nominate any women. I guess we won't nominate any black people. That is not the way to go. And you're getting played that way. You're letting your perception of the country, which is probably a little bit exaggerated. Is there bias? Yes. But is it exaggerated? Also, yes.
Momentum around that campaign is sending Trump into a complete and total spiral, calling her the B word in private. Alien.
It's so weird to say the B word. I'm used to just saying the word.
And attacking.
I'm used to being called the word too.
People who are donating money to him, causing a situation where his campaign officials are worried he's going to push them out and they're not going to.
Well, yeah. So here's what can happen, right? And this was starting to happen to Biden. If donors lose confidence in a candidate's ability to win, in other words, if they feel like they're sending bad money after good, they'll pull their money out and they'll start spending it on, say, Senate races or congressional races or down ballot somewhere, governor's races, right? They'll start finding a better, use for their money. If they feel like a presidential candidate is doomed, they will 100% pull their money and try to use it to at least, get the Congress that they want.
Don't donate to him anymore, which would put him in an even worse situation politically and financially. And all of this, really, as people have mentioned over and over, analysts, because he doesn't have the discipline or the self-control to craft and then deliver what would still be, let's be honest, a dishonest campaign message against Harris, but a more level-headed and effective one. He could. I've said it before. I don't really want to do this because it would be helping MAGA.
Yeah, as a political, content creator, right? You're often tempted to, take off your ideological hat and put on an analyst hat and say, like, well, if I was going to advise the other party, and sometimes I do this, and the only reason that I feel safe doing that is because I know the other party, the Republicans, they're not going to listen to me. You're not going to have that. Like, Stephen Chung is not going to come into my stream and be like, huh, she's got some really good ideas. Yeah, maybe, hey, Trump, we should do, right? That's not how it's going to work.
But I can come up with much better attack lines they could be using against Harris than the ones they are. Questioning her identity, that's only helping Harris, causing people to sympathize with her. Questioning the military record of her vice president, that's only helping their ticket, making you look unhinged. But there are other things you could be attacking her on. You're choosing not to because Trump doesn't have the self-control. He's too easily triggered right now. And as Chris Christie said, when he's desperate politically, he loses all ability to stay on a message and he goes back to the worst, most vile instincts that he has. And that's why we've been seeing the race baiting again. That's why we've been seeing these sorts of childish attacks, saying she has low IQ. Things that, again, only serve to help her campaign, pushing people towards her.
So just like Hillary Clinton talking about the baskets of deplorables, which in her mind, made sense, right? She's trying to say, like, look, we know there's some Republicans that we're never going to win their vote, right? And we don't want to win their vote. Like, winning their vote would mean becoming more like them, right? And she's like, this fucking basket of deplorables over here, right? And she thinks she's smart because she thinks what she's doing is she's separating out like the reasonable Republicans from the deplorable Republicans. And what she's really doing is just adding fuel to the fire of the grievance. And Trump is a candidate who very much farms grievance. She's adding fuel to that fire. And she's actually hurting herself with that baskets of deplorables comment, right? Calling, Kamala stupid talking about cat ladies like JD Vance did, right? You're actually antagonizing people and making them more likely to show up and vote against you. And that's not actually helpful.
Not to mention what she's doing to pull people towards her. And regardless, he continues on. And we've been seeing publicly signs of how panicked he is. But again, this reporting and much more is indicating behind the scenes is even worse. And Axios is saying, as I told you, that his aides are around him thinking, what's going on? But this is the guy you've chosen to work for. So deal with it. Let me know what you thought of that in the comments. If you want to get extra content daily, you can do so by clicking the join button below.
Did Joe...
Okay, I think we already watched this, actually. I've got an article for you really quick. I'm going to read this. You put a picture of the Trumpster up there. He's not looking so good. He's not looking so great. So this is that New York Times article that I was talking about. The August 2nd dinner at Bridgehampton, New York, home of Howard Lutnick and the Cantor Fitzgerald chief executive, was a high-powered affair. God, I hate how they write. Among the roughly 130 people who, this is why nobody reads the New York Times, by the way, who dined under the air-conditioned tent were some of Donald Trump's wealthiest supporters, including billionaire hedge fund financier Bill Ackerman, who sat next to the former president, and Omid Malik, president of another fund, 1789 Capital. Some guests hoped Mr. Trump would signal that he was recalibrating after a series of damaging mistakes. He did not. Before the dinner, answering a question that voiced concerns about the upcoming election during a small roundtable discussion inside Mr. Lutnick's house, Mr. Trump said, "We've got to stop the steal." That's not what they want to hear. Do you understand what's wrong with that? Beyond the fact that it's untrue, beyond the fact that he did not, in fact, win the 2020 election, he is showing himself in front of his donors to be focused on the past, and he is expressing a viewpoint which will actually stop people from voting for him. If people start to think, on his side, right? If his side starts to think that their vote doesn't matter, that their vote doesn't count, that it's just going to get stolen, there's just going to be less people voting for him, right? So this is a bad sign. Again, this is self-harm that he's doing to his campaign, and he doesn't realize it. Reviving yet again the false claims that the 2020 election about the 2020 election, claims that his advisors have urged him to drop because they don't help him with swing voters. Exactly, right? That's who he needs to win. Not the MAGA faithful. They're going to vote for him no matter what. He's got to win swing voters. He's got to win people that are there. They look at Kamala Harris. They don't like what they see. They look at Donald Trump. They don't like what they see. He needs them to look at him and be like, I don't like what I see with Donald Trump, but I like it a little bit better than I like Harris, right? That's the meta. That's the game. According to two people present, Mr. Trump himself was also brought up his remark made 2 days earlier at a gathering of the National Association of Black Journalists, in which he questioned the Vice President Kamala Harris's racial identity. It had been a display of flagrant race baiting that was egregious even by Mr. Trump's standards, and instantly reprogrammed Americans' TV news chyrons. In other words, the news changed its lead story, right? He falsely claimed that Miss Harris had only recently identified as black for political purposes. But Mr. Trump showed no regret. I think I was right, he told the rattled donors that Friday night. Later at dinner, under the tent, Harrison LaFrac, the scion of New York real estate family, whose father is an old friend of Mr. Trump's, asked how Mr. Trump planned to take the narrative back from Democrats and what his positive vision for the country would be. It appeared to be a request for reassurance. Mr. Trump provided none. Instead, he criticized Ms. Harris on a range of fronts before adding, "I am who I am." So he's not going to change. The fundraiser. Yo, wait a minute. That sounds like some kind of weird messianic dog whistle. That's a biblical phrase. And he's not a biblical guy. But there are people in his party, there are people in that diehard MAGA, contingent that want to see him as some kind of messianic figure, sometimes even literally. So there's a strange group of people that literally look at Trump and they're like, I don't know, maybe second coming? Could it be? I don't know. The fundraiser came amid a stretch of flailing and self-harm that began after President Biden's July 21 withdrawal from the race and the endorsement of Miss Harris to succeed him. Close Trump allies have described this as the rockiest period of Mr. Trump's campaign. And yeah, it's the worst that he's been doing he's been ahead for like almost a year. He's not ahead now. Easily the worst. We'll look at those numbers a little bit later. Easily the worst since late 2022 spree in which he mused about terminating parts of the Constitution and dined at Mar-a-Lago with white supremacist and an outspoken anti-Semite. They're talking about Slippery Nick right there, right? So since then, Mr. Trump has picked fights with allies publicly like Joe Rogan and privately, including a broadside against Governor Brian Kemp. I forgot about this, of Georgia at an Atlanta rally. A kind of mean-spirited public attack on a popular Republican that his own allies believed helped sink 2 Senate races in Georgia in January 2021. So it's bad enough that Trump is sinking his own campaign. The fact that he might, and Biden was doing this too, possibly sinking the Senate campaigns, is even worse for donors to deal with, right? 2 Senate races in Georgia on January 2021 could harm Mr. Trump in that state, a vital battleground in November. This story is based on interviews with more than a dozen people close to Mr. Trump, nearly all of whom insisted on anonymity to describe private discussions and events, right? So this is what we're talking about. The Trump campaign, his confidants, his inner circle leaking on him. That's not a good sign. As Miss Harris, long ridiculed and underestimated, has transformed the contest, campaigning energetically and drawing roughly even with Mr. Trump in many polls, Mr. Trump has responded with one unforced error after another, while struggling to land on one effective and consistent argument against her. What's weird is that this sounds like the Hillary Clinton campaign from 2016, right? This was what Hillary Clinton did, especially in terms of not being able to settle on one line of attack. That's what ultimately probably, doomed her campaign. He has found the change disorienting. Those who interact with him say Mr. Trump has grown comfortable campaigning against the 81-year-old incumbent who struggled to navigate stares, thoughts, and sentences. Suddenly, he finds himself in a race against a black woman nearly 20 years his younger, one who has already made history and who is drawing large and excited crowds. People around Mr. Trump see a candidate knocked off his bearings, nothing like the man who reclined serenely on July 15th as he watched as thousands of delegates cheered him on in the first night of the Republican National Convention. July 15th. It is now August. Jeez, I said 2 months, chat. This is literally 1 month. It's just been it feels like it's been a year, but it's only been 1 month, right? The shooting was like a month ago. The convention was like a month ago, right? Then Mr. Trump, his ear bandage was a living martyr after an attempt on his life 2 days before. Inside the Milwaukee arena, the Democrats had already been defeated. The only thing left to wonder was the margin of Mr. Trump's victory. In a statement in response to reporting for the story, a spokesman, Brian Hughes, said that Mr. Trump continues to run a winning campaign and has built a movement focused on making our nation great again. Another spokesman, Stephen Chung, insisted Mr. Trump had to put forward a positive vision for the country by contrasting with the dangerously liberal policies of Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris, and I guess J.D. Vance. But to Mr. Trump's close allies, the first night in Milwaukee now seems like a foggy memory, like it never happened. At the August 2nd dinner, Mr. Trump told donors that the news media had been incorrectly suggesting that he had mellowed since the assassination attempt. I'm not nicer, he said. Yeah, no shit. According to one person in attendance. Another said Mr. Trump described himself as angry because they, air quotes, unspecified adversaries that the attendee took to mean Democrats had first tried to bankrupt him and then to unalive him. Now that might be the deep state. Knowing Trump, he might be they might be a lot of things, right? Very conspiratorial-minded person, Mr. Trump. Indeed, Mr. Trump has often been in a foul mood in the past few weeks. He has ranted about Miss Harris, calling her nasty on Fox and Fringe, and a B word, a bitch, repeatedly in private, according to two people who heard the remark on different occasions. So they've got not one source, but two sources on that. Doesn't mean it's 100% true for sure, but it's more likely. That is not the language President Trump has used to describe Kamala, and that's not how the campaign would characterize her, Mr. Chung said. His quickness to anger has left him susceptible to manipulation. Oh, so we read this part, right? Yeah, he can get played, right? Kamala, if she's smart, the campaign, if they're smart, they can start to anticipate like what they can say that will cause Trump to have certain reactions, things like the crowd size, things that set him off, right? And set him into this loop where he's actually doing harm to his own campaign. And that makes it so much easier for them. Okay, anyway, this is a long-ass article. I'm not going to bore you with any more of it. We got some polls to check in with. Yeah, a lot of polls coming in, looking really good for Kamala. I want to show you this though. Now, I made a stream title that got me the best numbers I've ever had. That doesn't mean that I made people happy. All right, it's very rare. It's a very rare day when I make everybody happy on Shorts live stream, right? There's a lot of different opinions out there. There's a lot of different perspectives. And, if I'm going to make some people happy, I'm going to make other people mad. Some people don't want to know the news. Some people don't want to know the truth. Some people want to hear their viewpoint at the exclusion of anything else. They don't want to hear what's really going on the ground. Right. And I think the title was something about should Trump drop out? Now, this was the day that he delivered that awful speech, that terrible speech. What am I saying? It was a press conference, right? And it just went horribly. This is the one where he tried to flex on Martin Luther King by comparing the January 6th crowd size to the I Have a Dream speech and saying, I had more people. Why won't they say that I had more people than Martin Luther King, right? So, yeah, I mean, he's hurting his own campaign in a way that's almost unimaginable. I mean, this is something that no political advisor would ever tell you to do. And yet he's popping off. He's reacting. He's not in control of the words that are coming out of his mouth, and it shows. And so I posited, since Biden had dropped out, whether Trump might drop out. This made a lot of people very angry. It's made a lot of people very upset. And I was kind of alone. I mean, at least as far as I knew, I wasn't reading you the headline from some other news source. I was just talking about the fact that Kamala's campaign, or the Democratic campaign, completely turned around when they made the choice to get Biden out of there and replace him with Kamala, right? When Biden was showing that he could not win the campaign, replacing Biden, or that was the only thing that was going to get the energy back, right? And so I'm kind of like, well, I mean, if I was advising the Republicans, if I was a Republican and I wanted a Republican to win, I wanted Kamala to lose, what's the best way to go about that? Maybe replacing the candidate at the top of the ticket. That made people really mad. And I got accused of all kinds of things. I basically called the Tokyo Rose of YouTube here, right? That I'm just like, sending Democratic propaganda to dispirit the MAGA troops out there, all the digital soldiers out there. Where we go one, we go all, whatever. But no, I mean, I'm just trying to tell you what I'm thinking. And at the time, I thought that I was the only one who was thinking that. Turns out, not so much. Let's take a look. This is Scaramucci. What's his name? What's his first name? Is it Joe Scaramucci? I remember this guy. He was a Trump official. This guy was on Trump's side back in the day. But yeah, he got kicked out of his job and turned against him. I don't know if he's a disgruntled employee or what's the deal exactly, but here he is, and he's got kind of the same idea as what I was thinking. This is somebody that's been on the inside of Trump world. So let's at least give him a chance, see what he has to say. Should I change the... former Trump official predicts Trump may drop out. All right, we're going to change the stream title, see if this does the numbers for us. We like to do the numbers here, chat. We like to play the numbers. I just want to spread this to the most people possible, right? And, whether you agree or you disagree, if you're willing to have a reasonable conversation with us, we welcome that. We welcome that. But the one rule that I have is don't make the chat nasty. Don't make it toxic. Don't make it bad for people, because I want people to be able to chat. So if you come in hot and you're like Trump, that's not really, I can't deal with that. I don't know what to say to that, right? You're not trying to have a conversation. You're trying to spam Trump. Okay. So take that into consideration before you make your chat, because my mods are doing a lot of work. Thank you so much, mods. I appreciate you. And I just be reasonable. All right. You can disagree. Just do so reasonably. That's all I ask. Let's see what Scaramucci.
I'm joined by Anthony Scaramucci. Anthony, this meltdown by Donald Trump. I mean, he's posting that Vice President Kamala Harris's crowds are AI. Right. He's out there giving these speeches where he...
Oh, God, I don't think we've covered this yet. This is really interesting, right? Let's read this, okay? Has anyone noticed? This is Truth Social, I think. Is it? Actually, he's back on Twitter. No, I think this is Truth. Donald J. Trump says, has anyone noticed that Kamala cheated at the airport? She cheated at the airport? What does that mean? Did she skip in line? What does that mean? There was nobody at the plane, and she AI'd it. So he's saying that there was no, that this picture that you're seeing here is AI. To show, somebody must have told him this. He's oh my God, he needs to stop listening to these people, right? AI'd it and showed a massive crowd of so-called followers, but they didn't exist. She was turned in by a maintenance worker at the airport when he noticed the fake crowd picture, but there was nobody there. Later confirmed by the reflection in the mirror, like the finish on the mirror-like finish on the vice presidential plane. She's a cheater. She had nobody waiting, and the crowd looked like 10,000 people. Same thing is happening. It doesn't show us the rest.
Continues to talk about Hannibal Lecter. He's saying that vice president.
This is my favorite Trump. This is my favorite Trump, chat. The Trump that talks about Hannibal Lecter, the late great Hannibal Lecter. Do you know this guy, folks? The late great Hannibal Lecter. He liked to have a friend for dinner. I love that Trump. That's my. People say, "Why do you hate Trump?" I don't hate Trump. Trump is immensely entertaining, especially when he talks about the late great Hannibal Lecter.
And Kamala Harris turned black, and he's like really leaning in to that message. This is a meltdown. Did you predict it would be this bad?
Well, I mean, if Joe Biden didn't leave the race, then I would have said, he had the leg up. But now that Kamala Harris is in the race, no, I didn't believe it would be this bad. I thought he would get rocked by her. But I do think something else is happening. I just want to address this quickly. The maggots, who are the MAGA people like the Laura Loomers and the real full-on lunatics, are the look at the burst.
I really don't know Scaramucci's deal. Like I said, maybe he's a disgruntled former employee. I'm not super trusting of this guy. He does feel like a little bit of a political chameleon to go from being inside the Trump administration to talking about Trump's fans as maggots.
Certificate. It says Caucasian on the birthday, some crazy stuff like that. So therefore she, quote unquote, turned black. And by the way, I'm embarrassed.
Right, Morales says, Trump is losing his shit in more than one way. You're telling me.
That I'm actually bringing up that on your show.
Loch Nessa Monster says, the Fat Elvis stage Trump is the best. Wait, the Fat Elvis stage Trump? Have I seen that? He's a grifter, says FG.
No, but a presidential candidate said that about the vice president. So that's the MAGA racist movement. And so Trump is now tapping into that because he's going to blow every racist dog whistle possible. The AI stuff is also from that movement. Some kid, flipped up his laptop and it showed her coming off a plane without a crowd and then showed how they could make a crowd for her. And so Trump wanted his followers to know that his crowds are bigger than hers. One of the reasons why he's not out there right now is that he's worried about the crowd sizes. Her crowds are bigger than his. He's worried about that. The other thing he's worried about is his messaging sucks right now. And so he can't find the right word salad to address her. So his stuff is mean and nasty when he's talking about women not working. He wants to literally racially slur her, but he can't actually do that. So he calls her dumb. So that to me is a huge sign of racism because she's a very accomplished person. And so when he calls her stupid and incompetent, he's really blowing the racist dog whistle. So yeah, no, the guy's out of his mind, and I predict it's going to get worse.
Do you predict that he's going to drop out? It's 40%. Going to get so worse? Or what do you think about that? Because before we started this interview...
Okay, so here's the Fat Elvis stage.
What do you think the chances of him dropping out? I said, I don't think. I think he's going to burn it down with him, the entire GOP. What's your theory on that?
All right, so I'm wearing this T-shirt in your honor, okay? This is, just so everybody knows, now, Ben was born in 1985, so he tried to rub that in. But if you were born in the 1960s like me, this is Chico's bail bonds. Okay, this was Walter Matthau and the legendary movie Bad News Bears, the Chico's bail bonds.
The late, great Walter Matthau.
Sponsor of the Bad News Bears. And I'm wearing the bail bond thing because I think Trump is in trouble. He's getting sentenced.
Okay, so I'm trying to translate Boomer for you here. The Bad News Bears is like a movie about a little league baseball team that sucked. And I guess their sponsor was like a bail bond company, which is, like they need a company to sponsor them to pay for their uniforms. Is that how it goes? And they were only able to get a bail bond company, so it's weird to see little kids with like a bail bond shirt because they're little kids and you hope that they're not gonna need a bail bondsman at any point in their life. I don't know.
In September, he'll probably be under house arrest, or
okay, maybe. Wait. What's it? When? We're just jumping into this. Might he drop out?
Okay. This is just so.
Look, I didn't tell you that Trump was gonna drop out. I didn't tell you that I thought Trump would drop out. All right. My contention was that he should drop out for the good of his party. That if people really in the Republican Party really care about winning, they would try to get another candidate, right? Because nobody wants Biden and nobody wants Trump. And if you take Biden off the ticket and replace him with almost anybody, people are going to choose that person over Trump. And then if you take Trump off the ticket and replace him with almost anybody, now you've got a race again. You got a real, you got a real horse race.
Everybody knows now Ben was born in 1985, so he tried to rub that in. But if you were born in the 1960s like me, this is Chico's bail bonds. Okay, this was Walter Matthau and the legendary movie Bad News Bears. The Chico's bail bonds was the sponsor of the Bad News Bears. And I'm wearing the bail bond thing because I think Trump is...
Okay, because he thinks Trump is going to jail. Look, Trump, part of the reason that Trump is definitely, was definitely wanting to run for another term is because he knows that he's got all these charges chasing him, and they'll be a lot easier to dodge from the White House, right? You can smack down a lot of investigations. There's really not a lot that can be done to you as president in terms of prosecution unless you get the House of Representatives voting for voting for impeachment that gets sent to the Senate, and the Senate holds a trial, and I think it's like 60. They got to have like a supermajority, right? So it's very unlikely if your party supports you, if there's not like a big contingent of your party defecting, and there wouldn't be. It's very unlikely for you to actually be impeached, for you to actually be removed from office, which would be the only way to prosecute somebody while they're president, is remove them from office.
In trouble. He's getting sentenced in September. He'll probably be under house arrest, or, who the hell knows? He may have to spend some time in jail, not during the campaign, of course, but after the campaign, which will only torque things up. And so I do think there's a 40% chance he drops out. People say, oh, you're crazy.
I mean, he's definitely right that there's very little chance of Trump serving any time or, being sentenced prior to the November election.
Blah, blah, blah. Remember we said that Biden was going to come out of the race and Vice President Harris was going to replace her. I was crazy to say that. But the reason why I'm not crazy to say this is Trump likes three things. Don't ever forget this. He likes money, he likes attention, and he likes his personal freedom, meaning he doesn't want to go to jail. He's a big baby, which is why he has all that hyper masculinity and all that bullying, tough guy intimidation, enemies lists, all the stupid stuff that small penis people have.
He's too much, chat. Scaramucci is too much. He's a clown. I can't take you seriously, sir. I can't take you seriously, Mr. Scaramucci. I cannot take you seriously. Anyway, I don't think I ever read this out. This is Trump's another truth that he made. He's kind of wish casting here, right? What are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history, I can't do his voice, in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen from him by Kamala? Barack Hussein Obama. Crazy Nancy Pelosi. I call her Crazy Nancy, folks. Shifty Anna Schiff. Crying Chuck Schumer. And the other lunatic lefties crashes the Democratic National Convention and tries to take back the nomination. This is what he's hoping for. This is his fucking dream. This is his wish, right? Beginning with it challenging me to another debate. He feels that he has made a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency. A coup. If it's a coup, then he would have no choice. You understand how a coup works? Also, he's not being taken out of the presidency. He's being pressured by his party to drop the nomination. And at the end of the day, it's his choice, and he made it. He's the one that he did not have to come forward. Nobody's holding a fucking, anything to his head, making him do that. To the people and the world most hates, and he wants it back. Now, this is what you are hoping. You would like for Joe Biden to come in there being like, listen here, Jack, I'm the nominee that the party chose. It's me. It's not going to happen.
And so he doesn't want to go to jail. Trust me.
Kamabla.
So if he
Obama
sees himself really dropping in the polls, and there's a way to cut himself a deal that avoids jail, he'll fake an illness and he'll see if he can slide a Nikki Haley.
Oh, so, I don't know if this is true, right? Plea bargain is what we're talking about. This sometimes happens. There's a reason that this happens, right? It's very expensive to prosecute a criminal case, right? And generally, prosecutors will try to pressure defendants into making a plea deal. They'll say, okay, listen, we can charge you with this, that, and the other, but if you will plead guilty, we will only charge you with this, this, and this. It has a maximum penalty of this many years. You'll probably get out early with good behavior. This could be good for you. What do you say? What do you say? And a lot of times people will take this, and it's not a good thing, right? In general, like plea bargaining, a lot of time ends up. I mean, if you've seen Stone Ocean, you know what I'm talking about. A lot of innocent people like Jolene Cujo end up pleading guilty because they're told that the possibility of a very severe prison sentence exists should they not plead guilty, right? But shouts out to Jolene. But anyway, this is what Scaramucci's talking about. I don't know how realistic this is. Like the idea of a prosecutor saying, if you drop out of the election, you can plead to this stuff instead of us charging, right? I'm not sure how realistic that is.
Or Ron DeSantis.
And again, like I said, this guy's kind of a joke. I don't take him seriously.
Into the top of the ticket. Hopefully you'll ask me about Vance, because that's been
Ron DeSanctimonious. He thinks DeSanctus is going to get in there.
Literally the biggest disaster in vice.
Yeah, you can't have Vance.
Presidential selection history. I mean, you can't be any worse than this guy.
New photos of J.D. Vance cross-dressing at Yale Law School emerged. There's that photo. I think there are a few others.
And again, chat, this shouldn't be a big deal. If a man wants to go to a college party dressed like this, okay? If a man wants to wear eyeliner at his campaign events, fine. You do you. You do you. All right? But if you want to regulate the way that people are able to live, the way that people are able to express themselves, if you want to make life harder for LGBT people across the country, then yeah, this is kind of like, what are you doing here?
There's also a photo of him with a hammer and sickle wearing a Soviet Union shirt.
Yeah, he's definitely a tanky.
Who is this guy? The thing is that
I feel like we all know this guy. You know what I'm saying?
A few others. There's also a photo of him with a hammer and
this guy, right? Goofy guy in college with a hammer and sickle shirt. Not actually a Marxist or a communist or anything like that. But he's there to party.
And sickle wearing a Soviet Union shirt.
Who
is this guy? The thing is that if he wanted to be who he really is, we would have fought for his freedoms to be the J.D. Vance that he was.
To let your tanky flag fly free, yes.
Created 3 names for himself, 4 identities, and now tries to take away our freedom. The worst VP.
Wait, wait. 3 names for him, 4 identities? Went from thinking he was gay. Oh, wait, I didn't know about this. Wait, is this real? How J.D. Vance went from thinking he was gay and changing his name. I have not heard of this. How J.D. Vance went from thinking he was gay. Okay, we got to read this, chat. This is news to me. Ohio Republican U.S. Senator J.D. Vance's journey from a troubled childhood in Appalachia to the halls of the U.S. Senate to being former President Donald Trump's running mate has been the subject of much ink. Yet his contradictory stance on LGBTQ rights is coming under scrutiny. Vance's memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, contains a revealing anecdote about, this is in Hillbilly Elegy, right? This is his book, right? about his childhood belief that he was gay. Influenced by a preacher's condemnation of homosexuality, young Vance feared that he was destined for hell simply because he disliked girls and cherished his friendship with another boy. Vance's grandmother, whom he refers to as Mama, sorry, I think that's how it's said. There's Meemaws, there's Maymaws, and there's Peepaws. If you come from that part of the country, you know what I'm saying. You know, one in chat if you got a Maymaw. 2 in chat if you got a Meemaw. During his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention last Wednesday, was a central figure in his upbringing. She swiftly dispelled his fears, or spanked him, I don't know, with a blunt question and an assurance of the divine love, regardless of his sexual orientation. Oh, wait, that's actually sweet. That's actually sweet. Blunt. What's the blunt question? This experience, which might have instilled a sense of empathy and understanding, starkly contrasts with Vance's political actions. As a senator, Vance has positioned himself as a staunch opponent of LGBTQ rights, focusing particularly on restricting transgender rights. Again, chat, again. Accusations and confessions tend to go hand in hand with these people. Vance's opposition to affirming one's identity is complicated by his decision to change his name. Not once, but twice. He was born James Donald Bowman and took the surname Hamill from his stepfather before choosing the name Vance to honor his grandmother. That's Mayma, I guess. New York Times reports, critics argue that Vance's childhood experiences should have fostered empathy and understanding towards... Look, I mean, I don't know. You can't... This isn't really true, right? Should, in the mind of somebody looking at it from the outside, but it's not always how it works, right? There are gay people that are homophobic. There are trans people that are transphobic. There are, for any marginalized identity out there, there are people of that identity that are self-hating. And that's the unfortunate fact. That's the reality. That's what I mean. There's Blair White, right? There's Dave Rubin. There's Milo Yiannopoulos. There's so many examples, right? Towards the LGBT community. Instead, he has used his platform to undermine their rights, leading to accusations of hypocrisy. Vance's legislative actions have also drawn significant criticism. He introduced a bill criminalizing gender-affirming care for minors, arguing that such medical interventions are harmful and should be banned. He has also decried the inclusion of third gender options on passports, branding it as a waste of taxpayer money. Really, does that cost more money? I don't understand how that would cost more money, right? I'm trying to imagine. It costs a certain amount of money to print an M on a passport, right? You'd imagine that it costs the same amount of money to print an F on a passport. Why would it cost more money? We're not talking about like different colors. It's not like a tattoo. When you go from like black and white to color tattoo, it costs more money. You got to use more, right? It's not like printing where, you're going to print it in color. It's going to cost more money, right? You're talking about a letter, a letter that is already printed possibly elsewhere on the passport would then be printed in the gender. How is this a waste of taxpayer money? It says COPE is what it is. There are only 2 genders, and passports issued by the United States government should recognize that simple fact. Vance wrote on his congressional website while pushing his bill, the Passport Sanity Act. Ironic. Anyway, Vance has made other significant changes to his identity throughout his life, including his religious beliefs. Oh, I heard about this. Raised by Blue Dog Democrats, he embraced conservative values, though he was a never Trump Republican until he joined the U.S. Senate in 2022. He recently became a vocal supporter of Trump. The Times notes that his journey from a skeptical observer to key player in Trump's political circle highlights his adaptability and willingness to shift his identity for political gain. Yeah. Vance's narrative, as detailed in Hillbilly Elegy, is one of struggle and transformation. He has spoken openly about his troubled childhood, experiences from father figures, and his journey through the military and Yale Law School. These experiences have shaped his political views, revealing a man who has constantly reinvented himself. This makes his rigid stance on transgender rights all the more perplexing. So yeah, that's from The Advocate.
Pick in history, Anthony Scaramucci?
I mean, listen, I don't want to pick on the guy's sexual orientation. Listen, I don't know, but sometimes people that have sexual orientations are trying to hide them, and so they create an overbite of the opposite thing, And I'm not a psychiatrist.
Is Hillbilly Elegy good? I haven't read it, Jacob Henton, but I've heard there's kind of a hot scene on page 179 to 181, right? Supposedly involving JD Vance and a couch. That's all I know about Hillbilly Elegy is what's in page 179 to 181. Weirdly specific that I have that knowledge, but I do.
Or anything like that. But this guy's a nut job. You don't have to be a genius to see that this guy's a nut job. And so a little more exposure, a little more press exposure. He's a smart guy. He's a well-read guy. But you'll be able to blow holes in this guy's personality. He's dull. JD, I think, is like just dull Vance. But this was a true disaster for Donald.
I'm sorry. That's weak. That's weak. That's not a good. No, come on. You got to do. If you're going to insult somebody, look. Here's where I'll give Trump some credit. Right. The art of the deal, maybe not. But the art of the insult, yes. Donald Trump does know the art of the insult. Donald Trump does know the art of the nickname. Donald Trump is actually pretty good at that. Scaramucci, not so much. That's pretty weak. That's just dull Vance. Okay.
Because remember, Trump was trying to pick somebody that was going to cause him no harm so he could race off and win the presidency and take all the credit. If he picked Nikki Haley, the race would be super, super close.
Yeah, Will Florida says, understanding sexuality can be confusing for some folks, especially young folks, steeped in homophobia. True.
Maybe who knows? Maybe he'd even win the race, but he didn't pick Nikki Haley because Nikki Haley, he's such a narcissist. He didn't want to give her any credit for potentially winning. You see what I'm saying? So
he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to share the stage.
I don't know. You don't know. But I think JD Vance.
Yeah, they cut that scene from the movie. Yeah, the scene on page 179 to 181.
This is a nut job. If he's going to get rid of him, which
Alex J. Brady says Trump hasn't had many bangers lately. True.
I got that also at 40%. 40% he drops out. 40% he gets rid of JD, and he will get rid of JD Vance after the Democratic National Convention. Why? Well, he wants.
Okay, yeah. Now listen, this would be the move. This would be the move. This is what Biden did. And this was a good move, right? Because here's the deal. There's a bump from conventions. I don't know how big it is. Maybe it was bigger in the past. Maybe it's like, we're in a new media environment and it's not as considerable as it used to be, right? But there's a bump, there's a wave, there's momentum that comes from the convention. So assuming that nobody fucks up on a speech and says, we finally defeated Medicare. Then you might not get a bump. Then you might get the opposite of a bump. But generally, you get a bump, right? So Kamala's riding high after the bump, right? And the Republicans announce Donald Trump has made the brave decision to end his campaign. And the Republican Party has chosen Nikki Haley, has chosen Glenn Youngkin, has chosen Lindsey Graham. I'm kidding. Not Lindsey Graham. That I don't think they would choose Lindsey. That'd be hilarious though. No, has chosen Chris. No, not Chris Christie. I'm still trolling you. Chat. Has chosen Ron DeSanctimonious to be the new. Yeah, well, I guess Ron DeSantis came in second, right? As far as the it might be DeSantis.
To Bigfoot them from an attention point of view. And so he'll wait until their convention's over. Then he'll announce that he swapped out JD Vance. It's The Apprentice. It's a reality show.
No, it's not just The Apprentice. It's what Biden did, and it's probably a good idea. But Biden also had gotten COVID, right? Like the weekend. What was it? The weekend after the convention, Biden got COVID, and it was just kind of like the last straw. And people came to him while he was sick, right? And they were like, Joe, you got to go. This isn't good. You can't campaign like this. And he relented. Yeah, apparently he and Nancy Pelosi hate each other now.
a big deal. The news cycle changes quickly. JD Vance will be history. He'll slot somebody else in. The question is who. But again,
Alex J. Brady says, Lindsey Graham thought he was straight once in college. True. Scaramucci is wrong. Even though his logic is sound, Trump's too much of a narcissist to quit. I think you're right, Circuitry. I agree with Circuitry there. I don't think it'll happen. I don't see it happening.
He may not do that.
I mean, Biden's a narcissist too, so anything's possible. But look, it also, he's not just a narcissist, right? Trump needs to be elected in order to stay not necessarily out of jail, but to prevent any of these charges from actually biting him, right? He's got so many criminal charges now. Something is likely to actually get him. And I don't think it would be jail time or anything like that. I think he'd probably wear an ankle bracelet or something. But he doesn't want that. That would be, you know, that would be the bad ending for Donald Trump. So yeah, he doesn't want that. So he's gonna stay in the race, I think.
Because he's, you know, it looks to his poor decision making, but I think it's at least 40%.
Look, JD Vance did.
Metal says Trump shouldn't be allowed to drop out after the convention. That's what Republicans have been saying about Biden.
A press tour over the weekend where one of his main messages were Democrats are engaging in name calling and schoolyard bullying during the campaign, and he's calling on them to stop the bullying.
This is too much. This is too much. You can't say this shit. All right, here's the thing. Vance has said a couple things that I think might hold some water in a different situation if he was paired with anybody but Donald Trump. That's one of them, right? Name calling, immature. This is not what the political race should be talking about. Right? Okay. But who's your running mate again? Oh, yeah, the guy that makes up nicknames for people. Crooked Hillary, Little Rhonda, Marco. Wait, what was this name? Little Marco. He makes you can't say no bullying when you're, you know, when your running mate is Donald Trump. You cannot do that. Another thing he did was he tried to say that not JD Vance. He tried to say that Tim Walz, maybe there's some stolen valor there. Are you really an E9? I mean, I know you got the promotion to E9, but you didn't finish all your paperwork. So technically you're kind of an E8. You know, people in the National Guard, I guess you know what that means. I'm not sure, but like it's talking about like seniority. And so he's trying to accuse him of stolen valor. Well, I'm sorry, but your running mate is a draft dodger. Your running mate faked bone spurs to get out of the draft because he didn't want to go to Vietnam and risk being killed. And potentially somebody else got drafted in his place and died in his place. So yeah, Donald Trump, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, all kinds of connections, is able to get out of anything, including the Vietnam War draft. And so, no, you can't make that. You can't call stolen valor when your running mate is Donnie Bone Spurs.
He says bullying should be nowhere in a campaign. For real, that's what they're going with.
All right, look, I'm really trying to. I'm trying not to laugh, but I mean, yeah, look, come on, it's crazy. So everybody's a little Marco. We have Lion Ted Cruz. We've got
Lion Ted was one of my favorite ones.
Sleepy Joe Biden, but
Sleepy Joe. Oh my God, I almost forgot about Sleepy Joe.
You know, I got called weird. I got my feelings hurt. I'm running for the vice presidency. You know, it's sort of crazy. You know, they upended. Trump did a good job of upending political norms. And so there's no going back as long as there is a Donald Trump. So I do predict that we'll defeat Donald Trump in the fall. It will end Trump.
So he's a Democrat now. This is not just a never Trumper.
Trumpism. There will be a weird reformation or a
You know, honestly, chat, he seems like just a clout chaser. It just seems like this is a career for him now. Like in the same way that if you're, I don't know. If you're Anna Kasparian, you can make a lot of money off of saying, well, I used to be a Democrat. I used to be a progressive. But then I read this book and I thought about it and I realized that the left is really horrible and I changed my mind, right? And the same way that you can do that, Scaramucci seems to be the bookend to Anna Kasparian.
It'll only be like The Fly. I never saw that movie. I know you're so young and you'd like to rub it in on me, but there was a movie with Jeff.
There was this movie called The Fly and he vomited on things and ate them. It was really disgusting.
Goldblum called The Fly in 1985, the year of your birth, where he merged with The Fly. And so there's a right-wing anarcho-Christian movement that after Trump loses, it'll merge with some form of...
Chat, this makes me want to find the Nick Mullen clip about Jeff Goldblum. Does anybody... One in chat. One in chat if you know who I'm talking about. One in chat if you got any idea what the fuck I'm talking about here. Any fans of the podcast in chat right here?
MAGA-ism, it'll create an even more perverse, weird thing.
Nick Mullen has got the best, like, fucking impersonation of Jeff Goldblum I have ever heard. It's hilarious.
And hopefully we'll beat that. Hopefully there'll be a center-right...
Wait, Nick Mullen's a scab?
...coalition that...
Or Scaramucci.
It's rebirth.
You should have read your comments? Wait, what's the comment that I missed? Did I miss a comment? Or is that directed at somebody else, BCatK? I'm sorry, I'm a little out of it, as you can tell. Sunday said I'm on Valium, but in reality, this is sleep deprivation.
That knocks those people to the wayside because they've meleeed Lincoln's great party. I mean, it's unrecognizable what they did to the Republican Party. But one good thing about what they've done is that, you know, since Lara Trump took over the Republican Party, they closed all the field offices. So this is a get out the vote election. And so the Democrats are going to be heavily personneled in the swing states where the Republicans are going to be underrepresented. I think that's also a good sign for Vice President Harris.
Tell us about the business community right now. You speak to business leaders a lot. Are you seeing, a change from where they were a few months ago? Tell us about that.
Yes. So I'm going to predict that on your show that there will be retractions of endorsements. I predict that there are several Silicon Valley people. I don't think Vice President Harris is going to say anything pro-crypto until after the convention. But
no. The crypto bros, they're finding their way in. They're going to buy they're going to buy the winning political party one way or the other. Chat, also, I see some super chats are coming in. I will read those out after this segment. I'll read out your super chats. Remember, when you super chat, let me know which of these topics that you want to see next, right? I'm doing a poll in the full stream chat. Shorts chat, if you want to vote in that poll, you're going to have to switch over. You're going to have to hit that link in the pinned comment, right? Hit that link and go over to the other stream, and you'll be able to vote there. You can vote there, and also when you donate, let me know which of these topics that you want to see, and that's any kind of donation. That goes for any donation. It goes for getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to other people, signing up for the Patreon, supporting me on Throne, which is like right down there, or it's right up there, depending on what stream you're watching me on. That's where I am crowdsourcing better stuff for my setup. Right now, I'm trying to get a bigger bigger RAM stick, right? 16 gigabytes is what I need apparently to make my setup work a little bit better. So yeah, if you want to help me out with that or anything else there on the Throne link, you will be able to put your money where your mouth is. That means that I will, when you say which of these topics you want to see, I'll put your donation as a percentage, and I'll add that to the total final of the poll. So it'll make it more likely that the content that you want to see will actually be shown at the end of the political segment. Then we're going to do a drama segment. Then we're going to do bonus content, right? If we hit the sub goal, which I feel like we're doing good on it, right? I don't know where we're at, but we're far along on the sub goal. But yeah, if we hit that sub goal, we'll get that. It goes for you on Twitch too, right? At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, this does not go for YouTube. There's no way to get out of it, right? There's no way to skip it like there is on YouTube where you can skip ads. You can press that button. On Twitch, you have to sit there and watch it unless you get yourself a sub. You can do so for free with a Twitch Prime. You can do so for $6 with $6. Or maybe you could be gifted a sub. It can happen. It does happen. It's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Predict that she will signal to the crypto community that she's going to be more moderate and more balanced than Gary Gensler.
We got that ad break coming at you in, I don't know, 4 minutes.
From Elizabeth Warren. And if that happens, there will be several venture capitalists in Silicon Valley that will flip and say, okay, we got the Trump thing wrong. And also remember, there's a tremendous amount
those venture capitalists
of brilliant women in business that are disgusted by the endorsements that some of these executives have made of Donald Trump. So watch how a lot of these people will pull back. I would just ask you to do something if you don't mind. There's a guy by the name of Yarvin. He's a political philosopher.
I know this guy, Curtis Yarvin. Chat, we need to get to the premium streamium. There's been so much fucking news and it keeps on getting pushed off. And there's always a reason that I don't get to do it. But I want to talk to you about not just Curtis Yarvin, but JD Vance and his paymaster Peter Thiel. If you're confused by the JD Vance selection, since JD Vance does not really help Trump out in any discernible way, there's two things that you got to factor in. One, when Trump picked Vance, he thought he was going to win. He thought he had it locked up. He made a Hillary move, right? When you think that you're going to win and it doesn't matter, you can do whatever you want, right? That's a Hillary move. That's what Hillary did. That's why Hillary lost, right? Trump's doing the same thing in picking Vance. But there's a reason that he picked Vance. Trump is hurting financially. He's, owing a bunch of money to lawyers. He's got a bunch of court fees. He's got a lot of cases against him. And he needs money, right? And bringing in JD Vance means that he's got Peter Thiel on his side. Peter Thiel is just kind of like a, kingmaker in the world of Silicon Valley. And he's, JD Vance is his guy. It's his bagman, right? So you bring in JD Vance and you're signaling that, if something just should happen to you in office, you're willing to let Silicon Valley take over through JD Vance. And you're signaling that you are in the pocket of Silicon Valley and you would very much like some of that Silicon Valley money. So that's what Trump is hoping for. That's why Trump picked Vance. And that is, so when we're talking about Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, right, these people are collectively referred to as the PayPal Mafia. They're called that because they were all at PayPal in the beginning. PayPal got bought by eBay and they all made a ton of money. Not only did they make a ton of money, but they made a name for themselves. And with that name, they've just kind of run rampant on the tech industry. They're all over Silicon Valley. And so, this is, we talk about the White Leaf Network with Vosch. We talk about the, sort of DGG forum, the alliances of streamers around Destiny. This happens in the streaming world. This also happens in business, and it especially happens in Silicon Valley. And there's a lot to uncover when it comes to the world of Peter Thiel. He is one weird guy. JD Vance too, and Curtis Yarvin is this fucking gargoyle blogger that they read that writes about how he wants to turn the poor into biodiesel. Or maybe that's too cruel. Maybe that's cruel and unusual. No, we'll matrix the poor. We'll matrix the poor, and keep them in a warehouse or something like. He's got all these weird theories, right? He wants to see the government run more like a monarchy. It's just all this weird shit.
And his acolytes are people like Peter Thiel and JD Vance. He's calling for a monarchical system, an aristocratic system in America.
Wow, who knew? Scaramucci, NCC viewer. This is my viewer. This is my dude. Scaramucci, are you in chat right now? Speak up. Speak up, Scaramucci.
He wants to end the democracy. Thiel has said that the democracy is messy and perhaps obsolete. JD Vance believes this, of course. And so I'm just hoping that the media will key off of that, start asking him questions related to his closeness to Yarvin, the political philosopher who wants to end the democracy and also wants to move America. These are not my words, but it's their words. We are looking forward to a post-constitutional America. So I'm not looking forward to that. I love America. I love the checks and balances of our system. I love the pluralism.
So basically, there's a practice that's very common in Silicon Valley, right? There's an idea that's very common. And this is the idea of something like a unitary executive theory applied to business. CEOs are powerful people. They hold a lot of the levers of power in a company, but they're not all powerful. They've got the board. They got to keep the board happy. And so for that reason, they're not able to just do whatever they want normally. Now, in Silicon Valley, sometimes the CEO will have sway, or I think maybe even own enough shares to mean that the board does not serve as a check on them. And that CEO is operating much like a monarch. And, they like this idea, total power, and they want to apply it to the government. They would like to see that applied to the United States government. They would like to see a president be able to operate like that. And so when you look at something like Project 2025, there's your explanation for why they want to be able to fire civil servants and replace them with their own people. They don't want any checks and balances. And the one good thing about the US government is it's full of checks and balances. Sometimes, those balances verge on being anti-majoritarian. You could make that argument about the US Senate. You could make that argument a little bit about the Electoral College. But in general, it's good to have not to concentrate the power in one branch of government.
Of our democracy, I want average people.
Peter Thiel's actually a homosexual? Oh my gosh! Wait, is he one of those people that has like a blood boy? Does Peter Thiel have a blood boy? Is that what we're saying?
And I want people who I grew up with, Ben, that had no money to live in an aspirational America that can achieve their dreams. What J.D. Vance wants and what those guys want that are supporting Donald Trump is they want an oligarchic control over America. Okay, so they want to liquidate the two other branches of the government, and they want a oligarchic sort of system where they do very well. The laws benefit them and benefit their big businesses, and they have little regard for smaller individuals in the state. And so I want to...
D Fatass says there are zero checks and balances in the government now. D Fatass, what branch of the government do you think is too powerful? Alec says, God, I wish I had a blood boy. What branch do you think is overpowered? I feel like you could make an argument. I'm not sure what you're saying, Fatass, but I think you could make an argument that maybe the judiciary has overstepped its bounds at this point. It's Midas touch. Yes, this is Midas touch. This is Scaramucci. And like I said, I don't put a lot of credence in what this guy says. He's saying Trump may drop out. Now, I gave you a stream title a few days ago that was like, will Trump drop out? But really what I was saying is that he should. That if he cared about the party, if he cared about his voters, right? The best chance for the Republican Party to retain, to gain power in this election would be to have somebody besides Trump. That's all I was saying. Scaramucci's trying to be like, yeah, he might drop out. I don't think he will.
Fight against that with every fiber of my body. We don't need to be run.
Wait, didn't his blood boy fall from a high building? I thought Trump was a billionaire. He's never proven it. He might, if he's a billionaire, he's barely a billionaire. He's not as successful as people think he is. He's had a number of businesses that have not done so well. He did well as a, reality star, but that's about it.
By billionaire know-it-alls, wise ass, smart ass, people who got their asses kicked in high.
His voters want him, yeah, but if they want to win, you want him. So, but they're going to get Kamala Harris. If they run him, see, like I went over this before, right? The Democrats, some of them want Joe Biden. But if they run Joe Biden, they get Donald Trump. All right? So then they say, I don't want Joe Biden. And Joe Biden, gets pressured to acknowledge that he's unable to do the job as a presidential candidate. He's unable to communicate. And the running for this office is all about communication. So Joe Biden steps down, and now the Democrats have a better shot at the campaign. I would say the same thing would be true of the Republicans, but I think it's very unlikely that A, narcissist of narcissists, Donald Trump, would step down, and that B, the MAGA faithful would actually ask him to do that, right? They want Trump. That's true. That's true. They do want Trump. But again, Trump may not be viable. And we're going to take a look at some polls next to show you exactly why Trump might not be viable.
School. Okay, don't we need to be...
I think I've covered a lot of why Trump might not be viable. We were talking yesterday about his weird appearance with Elon Musk, where I don't know if he had a problem with his dentures, or, you know, somebody said that he sounded like he might be having a stroke, right? I don't know what's going on with Trump, but he sounds bad. He is pronouncing words like he is Sylvester the cat, and I'm not sure what's up with that guy. And there's a lot, you know, there's a lot of self-harm done by Donald Trump to his own campaign. There's a lot of self-inflicted injuries to his campaign, and a lot of stepping on the rake. And that sort of tells you that he may not be up to the task as a candidate. And, you know, and if he's not, because, like, here's my theory, all right? The U.S., the majority of voters, they don't want a rehash of 2020. They definitely don't want a rehash of 2016, but they don't want to rerun Biden versus Trump. They're sick of Biden. They're sick of Trump. They know that Biden cannot, like, do the job. And they don't want Trump to do the job. They've seen what Trump does with that job, and they don't want to go back to 2020. That was a miserable year for a lot of people. It's not a year that many people want to repeat. So yeah, I mean, look, will he drop out? No, there's no shot. There's no shot. But should he drop out if what he cares about is the good of the party? If what he cares about is, you know, the ideology that he represents, the MAGA ideology, what's behind MAGA, that he would be more likely to, the Republicans would be more likely to win the presidency with somebody else as their candidate. That's all I'm saying.
Run by those people. We need to be run by ourselves. We need to govern ourselves. We're very capable of doing that. We have a good nose. Lincoln said, some of these dummies in America think they're smarter than the other Americans. I think they know better. But what Lincoln said about America is we have a very good nose. We can smell a rotting...
Wait, the two teals have friends that have fallen from... Oh my gosh, Chad, I better not read this or I'm going to fall from a balcony. I can't say that. I can't say that. These are powerful people. I know enough to know that even talking about Peter Thiel may not be the best thing for my future, but I'll say it anyway. But I definitely don't want to talk about speculation about friends of theirs having unfortunate accidents.
Cadaver in our basement.
I wonder if Trump has been abusing substances. I don't know. Maybe we can ask President Sunday. He seems to be the expert at diagnosing people as abusing substances. So.
Was the quote from Abraham Lincoln. And by the way, we can do that. And now that we have a good choice, Vice President Harris versus the oldest person to be ever nominated for the U.S. presidency, a doddering fool who's probably on the border of dementia, we have a good comparison and contrast, and I think we can beat him in November.
Speaking about a rotting cadaver.
Will Florida, you speak the truth.
For one of the famous interviews you and I did together, you talked about Kevin McCarthy and that how you knew him originally as someone who had aspirations, who was actually full of life and joy originally, but how MAGA had sucked the joy out of him and he became a miserable person. You could literally see that on his physical appearance.
I said he started out with him and I are the same age. He looks 500 years old. You know, Ted Cruz looks like Grandpa Muntz. I mean, these guys get destroyed because they're selling their soul to Donald Trump. But Kevin McCarthy will go down as one of the great cowards in political history. And so people will look back on McCarthy. He's the anti-Lincoln. He was the Speaker of the House at the time of an insurrection. And so I just want you to imagine, because you and I grew up out on Long Island. I'm an Italian kid from Long Island. Just want you to imagine somebody coming into your house like Donald Trump. So he's the Speaker of the House, and Donald Trump foments an insurrection on literally the guy's house, and they come in and ransack the house. And this coward runs down to Mar-a-Lago to have a
I mean, it is pathetic the way that the way that McCarthy kissed the ring. It is pathetic.
photo op with him. Okay, all he had to do was punch him lights out through the ropes. He could have gone to Pelosi, McConnell, Schumer, and said, "Okay, listen, I'm the head of the Republican Party now. I've had enough of this asshole. We're going to impeach him in the House. We're going to convict him in the Senate. He's gone from the political system."
See, now, I don't know if this is true. Look, a lot of what Scaramucci is saying here, I'll be honest with you, is bullshit, right? Do I think that Trump dropping out would be good for the Republicans? Yes. Yes, I think that would be in fact, it may be the only path to victory for the Republicans, but will he drop out? I don't think so. And I feel like this title is just, it's the perfect clickbait, right? This whole video's existence is algorithmically driven. I think, I mean, as much as I wanted to, check the, it works, right? I wanted to click on it. It's a clickable title. Oh, what's up with this? What's up with this, right? But now seeing it, I don't know. I don't think it's a quality. I think they're just playing us, chat.
We're going to totally disgrace this moron.
Like, should Trump drop out? Probably. Will he drop out? Hell no.
Okay, and he would have scared the living daylights out of everybody and would have probably been the Republican nominee for president right now. But he couldn't do it. He's got the spine of a jellyfish.
You didn't have the guts, McCarthy. You got a spine of a jellyfish. You're like President Sunday.
Very, very weak guy. And he let
You're very, very weak.
At a time when we needed somebody to backstop the United States. And by the way, these guys hate this guy. Okay, let's just be on the record.
I'm sorry.
McCarthy hates him.
Sunday's got the spine of a squid?
Lindsey Graham hates him.
An octopus? Some kind of cephalopod?
Ted Cruz hates him. You pick a Republican senator, name his name, I'll tell you the guy hates him. Okay, but they sit there and they tolerate him because they fear him. And some political consultant got in their ear and said, "Oh, you got to be careful. Say something bad about Trump, you're going to get primary to your right. You're going to lose your seat of power." Who gives a shit? You should be saying the truth about this guy, even if it costs you your job. What difference does it make? Now, you're just like another slime ball, spineless politician. Jack Kennedy wrote a book called The Profiles in Courage. You and I should be giving out the Kevin McCarthy Annual Cowardice Award to some of these losers that have supported Donald Trump.
Is he saying the Cowardice Award or the Coward Ass Award?
Even though they know how bad he is.
Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Walz, talking about bringing joy back to politics, protecting people's freedoms. They smile when they talk. It's about hope, a winning message, Anthony.
John Tusher is saying the compression rate on X is what made the audio sound bad. Can you be a little bit more specific about that, John Tusher? Right, because I've got a compressor on my voice right now. I don't know if you can hear it. If I change the levels to something screwy, I might sound like I'm in a tin can or something, some kind of metal room. Like it can make the sound screwy, but I've never heard compression give somebody a lisp. So are you saying that Donald Trump's lisp, Donald Trump's the kind of spitting pattern of speech that he showed, are you saying that that is due to compression? Are you saying that is due to the audio settings? And also, come on, how much money did they spend to make Twitter into a streaming platform? And they couldn't even put him on video.
I think it is a winning message. I think the style is there. If I were offering them any advice, not that they would take it from me, but I would recommend to the vice president.
First is saying using the dark side of the force can have physical symptoms like a lisp.
It's now
it turns you into Sylvester the cat.
Time to give an interview. You've been the presumptive nominee for 21 days. I think it was a totally very smart thing not to give any interviews. Get your feet on the ground. Get used to this sort of intensity of this spotlight. But now I think it's time to sit for some interviews, and they can either do it jointly or she can do it solo. I don't know a lot about Governor Walz. I don't know a lot of people that I'm close to in the Democratic Party that really had a closeness to him. But it seems like his life story is terrific. I did say on my podcast, he's one of the few vice presidential candidates in history that could go on ESPN College Game Day and probably give you great color commentation on all the players. So this is a very likable guy. And I think he has a good record. And of course, Donald Trump is on record praising him. And it makes it hard to really shoot at him.
Yeah, literally praising Tim Walz for his governorship during the protest in 2020.
And these nut jobs, right? So they're trying to go after him. They're trying to see, because he was a high school football coach, if there's some type of deviancy in his background, these nut jobs. You see what
Oh no, like a Jim Jordan thing?
I mean? And that's projecting on their...
Like a Jerry Sandusky thing?
Because, there's a lot of deviancy in their backgrounds.
Anthony Scaramucci, the podcast is called...
Nope, I don't care what the podcast is called. I don't think that this is right. I think this is bullshit. I think that this is literally a video that exists for one thing and one thing only, and that's the algorithm. And they almost got 10 hours ago, 900,000 views. This is just algorithmic slop. That's what this is. Jerry Sandusky was at Penn State. Where was Jim Jordan? Ohio or something? Anyway, chat, I told you I was going to give you some... God, there's so much I want to cover. I'll have to save some of this for tomorrow. Wait, what is... Oh, God, is this more Midas Touch? Here, we can't watch too much Midas Touch in a row, or else we'll turn into libs. And I'm not trying to turn you into libs in here. I'm not trying to lib you up. But yeah, let's talk about the polls. How about it? So I'm just trying to give us a good title here. Trying to figure out which words to capitalize. There we go. All the caps. There we go. Caps locks. All right. Kamala Harris takes the lead over Trump.
Morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of interesting things that are happening this morning. We have new polls, and it's the New York Times Siena poll of several battlegrounds.
So, chat, if you want to know what a wonky compression rate sounds like, compression rate, that's the wrong phrase. If you want to know what a wonky compression filter sounds like, I feel like Breaking Points is a great example. I am not trying to hate on them. All right. But I do not like I don't like their audio settings, right? I think this is an example of what bad compression can sound like. I've never heard it make somebody's voice turn into Sylvester the Cat, which is what we heard from Trump yesterday with Elon. So not sure if I'm buying that from the chatter who mentioned that.
So this is a really important and very closely...
Fake news, cheating again? Lady to Love, what's cheating?
Watch one, because this is considered a highly rated pollster. We also have some...
Is Kamala cheating in the polls? Is that what you're saying?
Interesting polls from other sources as well. Break all of that down for you about the current state of the race. Meanwhile, Trump is really flailing.
Oh, you think that dude was talking about data compression? So then why didn't Elon's voice sound like that too? Okay, well, I'll play with you on that, Manocash. So data compression, then. It was data compression. So, but how does that give you a lisp? How does that make you sound like Sylvester the Cat?
he bought into this whole AI crowd-sized conspiracy theory. He's still holding on to his former opponent.
I feel like we really need to talk about that AI thing. That's funny.
Joe Biden just can't let it go. So we'll bring you some of the highlights and lowlights from that. Kamala has launched a very hawkish immigration ad. So we'll take a look at that and what that says about her campaign.
Secretary says, no, he really had a list. I mean, that's what it sounded like to me. That's what, I'm not a Lisp expert. Someone earlier was complaining. Oh my gosh, Chad, I gotta read what Natalie was trying to say.
Campaign, her posture, the way she has changed over the years, etc.
Firebird 710 says Jim Jordan was the trainer and doctor at the wrestling team at Ohio State. Okay, so totally different college then.
Rogan sort of endorsed RFK Jr. and chaos from the Trump.
Chaos ensued. You're not allowed to leave the Trump cult. It's a high control group, so to speak.
MAGA
Trump
world
freaked out.
ensued. Again, Trump flailing.
Yeah.
Trump actually responded to it. Anyway, we'll show you all of that. Meanwhile, in some very, very frightening and...
Why do we like Kamala? Well, we're not talking about liking Kamala right now. We're talking about the polls, right? And I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass about the state of the race and who's winning and who's not winning, right? For a long time, especially when Biden was the nominee, the Democrat, for like a year, the Democrats have been losing and losing pretty badly. Like if the, election had been held anytime between like October and I don't know, July, maybe even the beginning of August, right? You would have had Trump elected. Unfortunately, though, for the Republicans, that is not the date of the election. The election is in November, and at present, we have Kamala taking the lead.
Quite dire.
But good question.
Ukraine has actually invaded Russia. It's gotten very little attention in terms of the news media, very little attention in terms of, asking these various candidates what they think about that and where we're going from here. So we'll take a look at that. Israel is...
I'm sorry, I've never heard this before. Heels up Harris? Is that supposed to be like a slut shaming? Is that the idea?
Still awaiting what Iran's response to Israel's latest provocation may be. There are some developments in terms of potential ceasefire. Meanwhile, Israel continues to slaughter...
There's no way she passed Trump. Matt Gillespie, watch and learn.
Innocent civilians, the latest strike coming with U.S. bombs on a school where displaced Palestinians were sheltering.
Also, I want to be really clear about what we're watching here. So the last video was from Midas Touch. I called them libbed up. I said that I don't really trust Anthony Scaramucci. I said that I thought that their title was absolute clickbait garbage. This is Breaking Points. Now, I'm not saying I love this channel, but this is not a liberal channel. They've got two hosts. One of them is left-wing. The other one is right-wing. And they have a whole bunch of people from all kinds of political leanings working for them. So like if Breaking Points has a... If Breaking Points has a leaning, I don't know what I would say it was. I wouldn't describe it as ideologically left or right. I feel like there are certain issues that they tend to feel a certain way about. But they, those vary as far as whether they're sort of leaning to the right or leaning to the left. So as far as characterizing Crystal and Sagar as being left-wing, I would not do that. I would not do that.
And but his emails, Trump's campaign emails, were hacked, potentially by Iran. Ken Klippenstein is going to join us to talk about what we could learn there, how the press may handle it, and whether, in fact, what are the indications of whether this was actually Iran or not. So a lot going on there.
Yes, that's right. It is, however, 85 days until Election Day.
Wow.
I think I'm going to continue this streak about the countdown clock. And next week is going to be the DNC, so we're going to be on the ground.
Natalie Marie points out that Breaking Points had a hella transphobic viewpoint when they covered the Olympic boxing story.
In Chicago, the whole team, we've got...
Yeah. If anything, there's a right-wing bias here. I mean, not like a huge one, but anybody saying that there's a left-wing bias. Someone was complaining in the chat earlier, asking you why you were platforming them. What, Midas Touch? Looks like I got some donos to read. Chat, if you super chat or if you get yourself a membership or gift memberships, anything like that, make sure to let me know which of the topics in the poll that you want to see. Right, that goes for you too in short stream. If you want to come over, I've got the link for you in the pinned comment. Right, the pinned comment, if you click on it, you can either go over to our Twitch stream or you can go over to the full screen YouTube screen and feel free to vote. Feel free to cast your vote for the topic of your choice. And if you donate, let me know which of these topics you're feeling, which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and I will add percentage points to the topic of your choice. This is the bonus content, so this means that if we hit the goal, which I need to count up the super chat to see exactly where we're at right now, but I think we're like 80% away from the goal, something like that. But yeah, who was saying Sloppy Chris Christie? Yeah. Who was complaining about me platforming something? Scaramucci is wrong, says Circuitry. Even though his logic is sound, Trump's too much of a narcissist. Oh, I think I already read your chat, didn't I? Okay, well, apologies if I missed somebody's chat. I'm trying to keep up with 3 chats here. Breaking points kind of sucks. I would not disagree with you. I have some problems. Midas Touch, yeah, I can see that. Like I said, they're a pretty lived up platform. I just wanted to. I'm sorry, I fell for the clickbait. I was like, what do you got, Midas Touch? What do you got? And I was disappointed. That was a completely click. That was a title made for the algorithm.
Special coverage planned. Premium subscribers, you guys are going to get a lot of benefits from that. So breakingpoints.com, you want to...
New York Times, Sienna, this is considered, a top tier poll. Everyone watches it really closely, and they polled 3 battleground states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, that old blue wall states. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. They show a pretty similar picture in all 3, which is Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump by a margin of 50 to 46. If you dig into this...
So now this is important, right? These 3 states... As far as the swing states go, so when we're talking about the swing states, and maybe they'll show a map here, we're talking about Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Some people say that North Carolina is a swing state. Some people say that the Democrats have a chance in North Carolina. I think less of a chance than most of the other states. But these are 3 states that were Kamala to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and then go on to lose North Carolina, lose Georgia, lose Arizona, and lose Nevada. She would still win. She would have 270 electoral votes, and she would win that election. So these states are huge.
Poll and the other questions they asked, it's actually quite interesting. So put the next piece up on the screen. They asked people about whether or not these candidates have certain traits. So on has a clear vision for the country, you have Kamala at 53, and you have Trump outperforming her there at 60. However, on the other traits, Kamala outperforms Trump. So has the temperament to be an effective president. Kamala's at 54, Trump's 45. Is honest. Kamala 52, Trump 41, is intelligent 65 to Trump's 56, will bring about the right kind of change. Kamala 50, Trump 47. Sagar, that last one, I think, is in some ways the most important metric of where this race is, and it really demonstrates how dramatically it has shifted with the change of candidate. Joe Biden, obviously, as the current president, was very much the status quo choice. And when questions were asked like that of him and Trump, Trump was vastly outpacing him. Now, with a new change at the top of the ticket, Kamala narrowly outpacing him on the idea of being the change candidate and bringing about the right type of change. Just one last piece, and I'll get your reaction to overall what this poll had to say. They also tested the presidential and vice presidential picks' favorability across these battleground states. Let's go ahead and put Pennsylvania there up on the screen so you can see, because I think this is another really important indicator, and this is pretty representative of what the net favorables were across each of these blue wall net battleground states. Tim Walz, very popular, plus 11% on net favorables. You still have a good chunk, though, who don't know who he is and are sort of waiting to decide what they think about him. Kamala Harris has dramatically spiked in terms of her favorability. She is now above water in these battleground states. She's plus 2% in Pennsylvania. Trump, he actually has also seen a spike in favorability. He's at -3, so he's not as high as Kamala, but
that's what a spike looks for Donald Trump at this moment, right? That's a pretty high, so what this is a split between unfavorable and favorable. Underwater means negative. Trump and Vance are both underwater. Harris and Waltz are both over water, whatever, however you say that. And yeah, Trump has been maybe more underwater previously.
Actually represents
maybe his rally where he got that ear piercing, that high-powered ear piercing that he got at the rally. Maybe that has made Pennsylvania voters look at him more favorably. I don't know.
The peak of where he has been in recent times as well, which in some ways is a bad sign for him, Sagar, if he's at the peak of his favorability and he's still losing. And then J.D. Vance down at -11 has taken on a good bit of water since his launch. So like I said, this was fairly consistent picture across each of these states. And I do think that this is kind of a very important indicator, is regardless of, where they're positioning themselves on the issues, et cetera, you have one ticket that's broadly popular and one ticket that's broadly unpopular. The Trump campaign obviously looking to try to shift that ground.
They're trying to shape it around. I should remind. I mean, +2 is one of those where I'd rather be in Tim Walz's territory if I were Kamala Harris. And we should remember the Democrats, even with roughly a +2% popular vote advantage, can still lose in the Electoral College. What stuck out to me about New York Times Siena was actually coming to the previous polls, where if we saw Biden was down in Pennsylvania by 3 points there. So the swing of Biden to Harris is pretty unbelievable. It's almost 8 points. Keep in mind margin of error and all of that. But I think the movement, whenever we look at where the Joe Biden numbers were in Pennsylvania and previous New York Times Siena polls that I was just looking at across the battleground states and generally compared to now, we're looking at almost 8 to 10 points roughly for from Joe Biden's numbers to Kamala Harris. Nonetheless, that's a very, very big problem for Donald Trump, because it does show, and this is a previous hypothesis, that he has roughly a 46 or 47% ceiling. And that's always been the issue for him, is that where RFK Jr. potentially could be bringing some votes.
So what you're talking about when you say a ceiling, you're getting into the idea of a candidate that's well-known, like Donald Trump, a candidate that's been in politics for a long time, that people have strong feelings about, right? There's going to be less undecided people. There's going to be people that really like Donald Trump, and there are people, like I said, 30% of the country, at least hardcore Trump supporters. And there's going to be people that really hate him. And then there's going to be people that are, there's going to be less people in the middle, the more well-known that the candidate is. And especially a polarizing figure like Trump is going to have very few people swinging from supporting him to not supporting him. So when we're talking about the ceiling, we're talking about the highest he could go in any situation is around 45, which, I mean, I guess you could win an election like that. If RFK took a bunch of votes from Kamala, maybe there was a bunch of third-party candidates in there taking votes, then you could see somebody win with 45%. It's just not very likely. And again, that's the ceiling. That is if Trump gets all of the swing voters that he can. All of the people that are open for voting for Trump are voting for Trump. You're seeing Trump at 45%. That's a pretty low ceiling. And that really limits the ability of that candidate to win, the general election popular vote. Now, important to point out, and Sagar mentioned this, is that we don't choose a president based on the popular vote. We choose a president based on the Electoral College. And when an election is close, it's happened twice in this century that let me see. Oh my God, chat. I don't want to talk about 2000. And there's a reason that I don't want to do that, right? So 2000 was a year in which Al Gore did secure the popular vote and was not elected president. Now, it's not because George W. Bush won the Electoral College outright, although he did. It's because the Supreme Court stepped in and stopped the counting in Florida, and basically handed George W. Bush the election, and Al Gore let it happen. He did not protest. He did not fight. So 2000's kind of an outlier. 2000's kind of a black swan event. But definitely 2016 is an example of Hillary Clinton winning the popular vote by, I think, 2 million and still losing the Electoral College. So it can definitely happen, and potentially in either direction.
Away from Joe Biden, or Joe Biden having very, very low enthusiasm and a variety of other factors that he could win with a 47, 48%, and perhaps even some disaffected bringing over to 51. But if you're getting an outright majority, that is a big problem. Remember, we're in an election where a net swing of only 100,000 votes is going to move the entire thing.
Yeah.
That's why looking at this movement, it's dangerous territory for Donald Trump right now.
I think that piece about her obtaining an outright majority is an important one.
Yeah.
Because back in 2016, even though Hillary was consistently polling ahead of Donald Trump, oftentimes she was still under 50%. And so it was a warning sign of, okay, but once people fully decide and, they move off of whatever third-party candidates they claim they're going to support, et cetera, how is this going to work out? And, that's how Trump was able to narrowly eke out the Electoral College victory over Hillary Clinton. So here, when you see Kamala at 50%, in all of these battleground states, and not all that many people saying that they're undecided, obviously that's got to be a concern for the Trump campaign. Now, of course, all the caveats in the world. These similar polls showed Joe Biden with quite a substantial lead in 2020 at this time. He won, right? So, he did enough to get over the finish line.
I mean,
but
look,
they definitely undercounted.
The biggest caveat is that we still have, I don't know, what is it? It's like at least 85 days until the election. And a lot can happen. Remember all that's happened when I was surprised and I looked back and to see, like, when was the Republican convention? And it's like, oh, a month ago. When was Trump, when was the campaign event where he got his ear pierced, right? About a month ago. So much has changed. We have a completely different election now compared to then. And, now, granted, that's a major shakeup in the campaign, replacing Trump or replacing Biden with Kamala is a major shakeup. And like I said, it's not likely that you're going to see that same shakeup happen in the Republican Party. I think it would be smart for the Republican Party, but they're not going to do what's smart. Donald Trump is not going to do what's smart. He's going to do what feeds his ego. He's going to do what gives him the best chance of staying out of jail, and he's probably going to stay in. So that kind of shakeup's not going to go on, but anything could happen. Anything could happen, and you shouldn't make the assumption that the polls 80 days out, 85 days out are going to reflect the eventual results of the election.
Trump support. They undercounted Trump support in 2016. In 2022, it went the other direction, but then again, Trump wasn't on the ballot.
Work Appropriate says all the presidential elections from 2000 to present, Dems have won the popular vote. What about 2004?
So that's always important to keep in mind. But part of why this New York Times Siena poll is so significant, as Sagar was alluding to, some of their polling that came out while Joe Biden was still in the race was part of the more compelling argument of why he needed to go.
Yeah.
Because when even a poll, because he was doing the whole poll denial thing that now the Trump team is adopted of, our poll shows something different. We don't buy these fake polls. We don't think that they're correct. That's not what our data is showing, et cetera, et cetera. But
the sad thing about the recognition that polls aren't as reliable as they used to is it does allow a struggling, flailing presidential candidate and campaign to cope, to tell themselves that actually they're undercounting our votes. And you don't know that. They could be undercounting the other side's votes just as easily.
It's pretty hard to deny, this particular pollster because of their track record and how much they're respected.
It's a pretty, reliable.
So a lot that's interesting there. One other thing before we move on to some interesting numbers about who people trust on the economy. I think it was Nate Silver that made this point. Generic Democrat does well against Trump, does well against the Republican Party in general, and always has. And Kamala is not exactly a generic Democrat. She's obviously been in the public eye. People have a lot of feelings about her, et cetera. But she is really trying to occupy that space of generic Democrat. And, that's the way the ticket is trying to shape and position themselves. And listen, that's actually pretty formidable against the Republican Party, and especially a candidate like Trump, who remains broadly, his favorability has gone up as well, post-assassination attempt, et cetera, but in general, he is underwater in terms of popularity.
It's a problem, and this is where, both media and Kamala's inability or unwillingness to sit for long-form interviews to even put
now, I'm going to say something, I'm going to add something to what they said, right? Trump's favorability has gone up since the ear piercing happened. Yes. But favorability, I think, is a lagging indicator. And I think that even the polls are like, right, what we haven't seen is the effect of Donald Trump's campaign fuck-ups. I don't know what else to call them. The effects of comparing your crowd size at January 6th to the crowd size at Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. The effects of the weird racial attack on Kamala Harris's blackness, right? We haven't seen what effects those will have on Trump's favorability. And I have a feeling they'll be negative. I don't know how powerful they'll be. I don't know how strong they'll be. But I can tell you they'll be negative.
A public and adversarial eye.
Choki says Sagar used to work for the Trump administration. He's far right. He hates China particularly, but I've not watched them for years. Crystal is kind of a typical progressive. Yeah, with a little bit of like anti-id poll thrown in there too.
Only doing rallies, basically adopting.
She's a certain kind of progressive.
The same strategy of.
But yeah, but that being said, what the point is that this is not a left-wing news outlet.
Joe Biden and not being in any sense like challenged. That's and then you get a incredible media.
In fact, a lot of people in chat are making an argument that they're kind of lean more to the right.
Environment, you put those two things together and you're in the perfect position. You want to be as generic as possible. She's disavowed every public policy position that she's ever had, and it's like everybody is like, oh, I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's talk about something else from several years ago, but we will get to that. This is perhaps the biggest problem I've seen yet for Trump. Let's put this up there on the screen. Keep in mind, this is just one, but movement is important. This is from the FT Financial Times Michigan Ross poll. They say voters who trust Harris significantly more with the economy than Biden. And it actually has.
Oh, that's wild, Chad. If you know the history of this kind of a polling question, you almost always see Republicans outpacing Democrats on this metric. And particularly with the struggles that people are having in the economy due to the inflation that happened post lockdown and kind of the greedflation that dug in, right? So that is to say that prices were raised because costs were raised, and then prices never came down when inflation came down. People are used to paying higher prices, and so a lot of places are just charging higher prices, right? Especially groceries. Groceries are a particular pain point, and so to see Kamala Harris trusted more on the U.S. economy than Donald Trump, to see any Democrat trusted more on the U.S. economy than a Republican is pretty wild. Now, granted, what we're seeing here is definitely it's got to be within the margin of error. Those are two very close numbers. But it shouldn't be close. That is this is a poll that Republicans almost always win.
Harris edging out Donald Trump.
And what you're seeing is that there are people that are saying neither, right? Under Biden, that when Harris enters the race, they say Harris. You're seeing movement from neither to Harris.
His trust on the economy. You could see, for those who are watching, where you had Joe Biden significantly underwater on Donald Trump, where Harris has actually
significantly, consistently, and this is the same. This is usually the same for any Democrat. There's just like Republicans brand themselves on being good for the economy. They've conned the American people into thinking that somehow Reaganomics works. When I say Reaganomics, I'm talking about, you might have heard of trickle-down economics. This is sometimes associated with neoliberalism. The idea behind that is, or supply side is another name for it, right? The idea behind that is to cut taxes, especially taxes for corporations and for the wealthy, has a trickle down effect, supposedly. Now, this has never been shown because it's not true. Because it's just not true. You just got an ad as I mentioned it? Oh no. Or as somebody else mentioned it. Yeah, so I mean, this should be discredited. Even Ronald Reagan's opponent in the primary in 1980, who's George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush's father, made fun of this as voodoo economics, saying that Reagan's approach to economics amounted to a useless gesture, right? Like you might as well try to cast a magic spell on the economy, right? Kind of a racist way to say this, but it's Republicans. What do you expect, right? But even people on the Republican side just did not, and it was never true. But people they eat this narrative up. Oh yeah, you want to have a good economy? Yeah, I want to have a good economy. Well, you know what it's like? You got to put the money in the hands of the rich, because check this out. The rich, they're job creators. They're job creators, and they're going to take that extra money and they're going to be like, I got extra money now. Let's create some jobs. No, that's not. No, let's get another yacht. Okay. Let's put the money in savings. Let's invest the money. There's so many things that they would rather do than fucking create. Imagining the rich are just waiting there. God, I'm really rich, but I'm not rich enough. If I was only a little bit richer, I could create jobs. That'd be great. No, that's not real. That's not true. That's not how shit works. That's not how anything works, right? And so that's the reason that people tend to trust Republicans more with the economy than Democrats. And honestly, we shouldn't trust either, because they've both bought into a greater or lesser degree to the neoliberal consensus. They've both bought into a greater or lesser degree into supply side mentality. Hopefully that fever will break with the Democrats. That is something that they've sort of taken on ever since the late 70s, early 80s. It's not a position that they espoused. In fact, it's not even a position that the Republicans espoused. In the between like the late 40s and the early 70s.
And more importantly is that the neither figure has.
Yeah, Choki says, remember how much money the wealthy made over the pandemic? Yeah, they did quite well.
Dropped dramatically from July to August. So I always bring this up because back in 2020, one of the best indicators of Trump support was not the top line polls. It was not polling averages. It was trust on the economy. It's something the Trump campaign would very often point out to me. I'd be like, hey, it says you're down by 15 points or whatever in Wisconsin. They're like, listen, the economy figure is traditionally much more trusted, and it's one that we are really relying on. And I think they ended up being correct, because they only lost by 60,000 votes or whatever. That was far more predictable, because it was genuinely more 50-50 back in 2020 in the midst of COVID, mania. Well, now today, where they had a spread of almost 11, 12, 15 in some cases, if we look on average, if this is perhaps an indicator, maybe they're not tied. Maybe he's only up by 2, maybe 3. That's still way worse than being up by 10, 15, 20, 25 in some
on
cases.
The economy, it's basically a jump ball.
Right.
He cannot afford that.
And he cannot afford that.
He needs to have an edge there, because there are a lot of other traits about him that people do not prefer.
Right.
So you have to have a big lean on the economy to make up for that. And it's actually quite fascinating to see the way that this is played out. Joe Biden did her the biggest favor in the world, number one, by naming his economic program Bidenomics. So it's like very closely associated with him and not with her. Yeah. Also by totally sidelining her. I mean, she's been basically invisible as a vice president. So it appears, got all the benefits of having the trappings and the station of the office and enabling people to envision her in that commander-in-chief role. However, because she was sidelined, people aren't blaming her for whatever things that they didn't like about the Biden administration. The other thing that I would say is, Biden's favorability rating has come up too since he decided to drop out.
Really?
So much.
People love him.
This ticket. And now
people love him not running for president. That's amazing.
Really clear was just about this guy being really, really old. And that was that's an entirely legitimate concern and perspective. Apparently even the president himself came to agree with that assessment. So,
I look very educated. Thank you, Gary.
The fact that people believe she will do better on the economy. They are not tying her to whatever, the most unpopular positions of this administration or performance of this administration was.
Lol.
They feel like she represents more of a positive change than Donald Trump, even though she is, part of the administration right now. These are all extraordinary things that I would not necessarily have predicted. But also, Sagar, the Trump campaign.
Angel Martinez says, Rando, scrolling through the shorts. I am very glad Karras and Waltz are very much pushing through what would have been the worst election cycle in modern American history. I agree. Actually having some hope. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And chat, I'm gonna read donos in just a second. Remember, if you donate, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships, if you're signing up for Patreon or you're contributing to the crowdsourcing that I'm doing on Throne to get better stuff for the stream, if you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch or even using a Prime sub to get yourself a sub for free or gifting subs, any of those things count as a dono. Let me know in the chat which of these topics that you can see in the full-scale stream. So shorts, if you're donating, make sure to head over to the full-scale stream and take a look at the options and vote for one. And let me know which of these options that you're feeling, and I'll put your money where your mouth is, and I will add your dono in the form of a percentage to the subject of your choice.
Campaign, they're going to try to change that. Their whole mission is going to be, at least through their paid communications, Donald Trump doesn't seem to be capable of doing a very effective job of pushing this message, but the paid communications will be very much about tying her to the less popular parts of this administration. I think immigration is probably their strongest hit on her, the whole borders are thing. There was some testing we'll show you in a little bit from a Democratic group about which attacks were the most salient. That was the most difficult one for her to be able to parry, which is why she's already putting out some immigration stuff. Like I said, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Again, absolutely caved to the Republicans in terms of immigration.
But right now they've got some work to do. And the other thing is, time is really short.
Yes, 85 days. It's not a long time.
While Trump is out here flailing around and still wishing it was Joe Biden, indulging in insane conspiracy theories, the Harris-Walz team is, been much more focused and on message. They're defining themselves. They're defining J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. And they're headed into a convention where most of the time the party comes out of the convention with a bump, then you're into Labor Day and you're in the final sprint.
That's exactly right.
So there isn't that much time for Trump and Vance to change the ground of this fight and be able to redefine what right now is a race that's slipping away for them.
Trump has really lost his edge. And I think, look, we can empathize at a certain point at a human level. It's probably dizzying. It's crazy for us. And we're not even running. We're not the ones who are actually in the race. You can't imagine probably what it's like to go from front runner back to 2016 insurgent status. I have been watching a lot of some of the MAGA influencers, boosters.
Wait. Did you see what Sagar just did, though? Go back to your insurgent status, right? So he's going back to... He's almost trying to write, and the media does this a lot, writing narratives, right? So if you're somebody that wants to see the right win or the left lose or whatever, one way to do that if your candidate's down is like, well, he's just going back to, he was always an underdog. Back when he was in his prime, people thought that Trump would never win. He had no chance. The juggernaut that is the Hillary Clinton political machine was just going to roll over this guy, and he won anyway, despite all the odds, right? He's trying to write that narrative already.
And others, and the ones who are...
Be really careful about narratives, right? You should be really skeptical about narratives. This is one of the biggest things about media literacy, is that a lot of the press are trying to sell you a narrative, and it's not necessarily something that you want to buy.
Honest are like, okay, we're in a knife fight now. Now we're back to 2016.
Yeah.
We're the underdog at this point. You have the entire media apparatus against us. You have a unified Democratic Party, very much like they had under Hillary Clinton in 2016. You had the same level of the unification of really the party establishment of the Democrats from that time period. And this time we're going to have to fight just like we did last time. The problem is Trump is a different man from that time around.
Yeah, that's
he doesn't have the same almost freewheeling nature. His campaign campaign today is a balloon that includes the RNC, that includes donors and all these other things. He needs to be unburdened by what has been. I actually think he needs to return to the scrappy staff of like 10 people sitting in Trump Tower. And it turns out that was one of the most potent political forces in modern American history. I almost think he's being weighed down by being, in some ways, the Republican establishment today, where previously his fighting instincts of coming and beating the establishment for the GOP nomination set him up for victory in 2016. There are a variety of things we could talk about, both policy and just campaign as well. He doesn't have the vigor.
I wanna. If I had the ability to interview Sagar, I would ask him if he thought that meme magic helped Trump win in 2016.
That he did. I remember watching that man.
Like, he's really buying into this fucking plucky Trump campaign narrative.
Crisscross that country every single day. It was shocking to even younger people how he could get like 2-3 hours of sleep, and he would be doing all these rallies. And as president, he mostly kept up that schedule, but a lot of that is diminished. And the problem is that this dizzying, like finding yourself, like defining who we are, you don't have time for that right now.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, waste too much right now, because we are going to get to that, but put this up there on the screen. All the data in the world tells you and backs up what I'm saying. Here we have the Nevada poll. A new poll of likely Nevada voters found Kamala with a nearly 6% lead over Donald Trump. That is the largest lead for a Democrat in any presidential poll of Nevadans this cycle.
And I think I've pointed this out before, right? But Nevada is the state where policies like the one that Trump has announced in terms of, now Kamala's on board with this policy too, right? But the no taxes on tips thing is something that Donald Trump got to first. And it's the kind of thing that you would expect to really help him out in Nevada.
Why is this crazy? Because Trump was up in Nevada by a couple of points.
Yeah, and he was up to, right? This is kind of wild.
Yeah.
For
what's going on in Nevada?
Months. To the point where they were like, hey, we've got Nevada in the bag. Sure, it's going to be a battleground. We're going to have to spend some money. But the amount of money that I think that they previously had thought about having to allocate to Nevada, now all of a sudden we're in a totally different world. So your entire plan, your media plan, everything had to be torn up in the last couple of weeks. And in the interim period, you have all of this incredible earned media enthusiasm for Kamala, lack of scrutiny on the record, the fact that she hasn't done these interviews is the best possible moment. The only question is this the honeymoon period, or is it not? And it's just too soon to say, because I think the convention, the strategic advantage of their convention happening when Joe Biden was president, of them having that bump post-assassination and everything, and not having the same.
Choki says he loved campaigning then, not anymore. Yeah, good. That's true. They are kind of coping and seething, Iraq.
It's the same opportunity.
Yeah, we never got to see Trump versus Bernie. That would have been a good election.
To find Kamala Harris, to have the unified media paying attention to them, I don't think I can overstate how really terrible it is for the GOP.
Yeah, that's a good point, Alex J. Brady. I saw Trump as a middle finger to the establishment, but not extreme or confidently enough. In 2016, he could sell himself as that, right? In 2016, that was like a possible narrative. And I think that it's clear that he's part of the establishment.
They blew their convention already. And I mean, it's not their fault. Of course, they didn't know, but it's a major disadvantage.
No, yeah, absolutely. And, they clearly didn't, even though they had long been saying they thought it was possible, even before the disastrous debate, et cetera, that they thought it was possible that they would pull Joe Biden. They clearly didn't really prepare. And Trump certainly was not really able to wrap his head around it. And he still isn't. In Nevada, John Ralston, who is like the political guru in Nevada, I remember previous polls coming out under Biden where he's looking at this, he's going, not only are they going to lose for president, like Jackie Rosen, who's running for re-election in the Senate, is in trouble. There's a number of swing districts in Nevada. He's like, you just can't have this kind of presidential margin and think that you're going to be able to hang on to these seats or pick up these seats. So now, with the shoe completely on the other foot, it really is remarkable to see. And then also previously, when it was Biden, you had Republicans saying, hey, maybe we're going to put Virginia into play. Maybe we're going to put New Mexico into play. Maybe we're going to put Colorado into play. Now it's Democrats who are positioning themselves to be able to go on the offense in states that were beyond what Joe Biden was able to win in 2020. The place where they're most clearly making the play and have the best chance of success is North Carolina. We can put this up on the screen. So this latest poll, this is from YouGov. This is an A-rated pollster also, has it tied in North Carolina. Harris 46, Trump 40.
So again, North Carolina is, I don't know, marginally a swing state. Sometimes people consider it a swing state. Sometimes people don't. You could say the same thing for New Hampshire. New Hampshire very likely will not be a swing state. It's pretty solidly leaning Democratic at this point. But North Carolina, for that to be tied, that's a good indicator, right? And now I sometimes get asked questions, especially on Twitter, about states like Florida and Ohio, which had traditionally been considered swing states. And if, you know, Harris might not win those states as well. Iowa sometimes gets brought up in this way. Things have changed, right, since those states were considered swing states. And they do seem to have really doubled down on a right-wing slide. Now, that's not in total, right? You do have Democratic politicians winning in those states, and you do have, in some of those states, and you do have, what am I trying to say? Things like the Ohio referendum overturning the abortion ban. But let me just put it this way. If Harris wins Florida, Iowa, or Ohio, even if she wins North Carolina, right? That's an indicator that it's going to be a very good night for Democrats, right? If any of those states, if any of those supposedly safe states for Republicans are overturned, you're going to see her put up some numbers.
46. This is a state Biden lost, I want to say, by about 1.8 percentage points. So it was not a lot, but it's also a state that, you know, Democrats, ever since Obama won it in 2008, it's a state that Democrats can come close in, but they can't really seem to get over the top. They're hoping with Harris's sort of newly reconstituted coalition that she may be able to pull off the state of North Carolina. And another thing that they've got really weighing them down there is the Republicans have a very unpopular gubernatorial nominee who in this very same poll was losing to the Democrat by 10 points because Mark Robinson, isn't that his name? He's said some wild things and it looks to be headed to defeat there. That can help drag down the Republican ticket overall. So, you know, I think it's...
Wait, sorry, what was that?
Mark really weighing them down there is the Republicans have a very unpopular gubernatorial nominee who in this very same
in where
be able to pull off the state of North Carolina.
North Carolina, okay.
Another thing that they've got really weighing them down there is the Republicans have a very unpopular gubernatorial nominee who in this very same poll was losing to the Democrat by 10 points because Mark Robinson, isn't that his name? He's said some wild things and it looks to be headed to defeat there. That can help drag down the Republican ticket overall. So, you know, I think it's still, you'd still bet on Republicans there. They still definitely have the edge. But now Democrats are spending money there and Republicans are having to actually protect that state when previously they were playing with, hey, do we go on offense in, you know, states that we didn't think we could have on the map before?
For example, if we look at the Senate.
Yeah, there has been a lot of bravado, let's just say it that way, in the Republican campaign. There's been a lot of attempt to expand the map, attempts to, you know, play in states that they thought might somehow be in play, states like New Jersey, states like Minnesota. Definitely they are not going to be deploying any resources to Minnesota now that Tim Walz is the candidate. And I don't think they're going to be wasting any. I mean, Trump did, you know, campaign in New Jersey and in New York. And you do see a little bit of a shift in some of those coastal states, right? I would call the shift the Anna Kasparian effect. One in chat if you know who Anna Kasparian is. This is one of the co-hosts of the Young Turks. They've been known as a progressive news outlet, a liberal news outlet for years and years and years. More recently, Anna has found a new love for right-wing positions and a new content strategy trying to play to right-wing audience with this narrative of will she, won't she? Is she going to leave the left, right? And I don't know how much of this is actually a content strategy or how much of this is her real point of view. She may have changed her point of view. A lot of wealthy, you know, people on either coast, particularly like wealthy white people on either coast, are their viewpoints are sliding right on issues like homelessness, right? On issues where they should be looking, you know, if they were actually progressive, they'd be looking at doing something for unhoused people, but instead more and more they're looking at doing something to unhoused people and you know, seeing the homeless as the problem rather than homelessness as the problem. So you got you know, these people are like hardening their hearts. That's how I would put it. And issues like crime, issues like homelessness are issues that are pulling them over to the right. That being said, it's not going to change the overall trajectory of the vote in California. It's not going to change the overall trajectory of the vote in New York or even states like even like New Jersey, right? It's not actually going to let the Republicans win any states. It's just going to let them do better in those states.
Race. It's very similar. You know, in 2020, Tom Tillis, everybody thought it was possible that the Democrat could beat him. Cal Cunningham. Cal also had some of his own issues. But, you know, Tom Tillis only won by about 2%, something like that.
Yeah.
You know, 1.5.
Just like the Red Scare girls? I wasn't thinking about people like that. But yeah, I mean, them too.
Roughly, that's not a great margin of victory. That's not what you want to be in a traditional state. Now, remember, another thing I've been continuing to try to bring up, North Carolina has significantly changed in the last 4 years. It has one of the most booming economies in the entire United States, second only to Arizona. They have had massive population inflow to Raleigh and to Charlotte in those urban areas. They have a lot of fundamentals, East Coast time, banking, lots of jobs. It's a good place to live if you're under 25 or so. They have high starting salaries relative to the other big cities. But what that means is that they will have a similar Georgia phenomenon or Austin phenomenon, where you have all of these people, largely from blue states, probably highly educated, or people with bachelor's degrees who are moving in and becoming newly registered voters. And that is just enough, perhaps, to turn the tide when we look at only a couple of 100,000 votes, which are the margin of victory. And, you know, things don't have to go things can go a different way. If it rains, if it snows, whatever. Something could very much materialize a surprise there. Most importantly, what I just brought up about Nevada, where they didn't think they would have to spend that much money in Nevada or that much in North Carolina. Well, now you might have to spend millions just to win by 1 or 2%. That's a bad situation generally.
Yeah, so in other words, the Republicans need to win either Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. And right now, those are the states that Kamala's up by 4 in each of those states. Now, that's still close, but it's starting to slip out of reach. And so if they're spending so much money in Nevada, if they're spending so much money in North Carolina playing defense, it's going to make it really hard for them. They won't have those resources to deploy in the Rust Belt states, and they need to win one of those Rust Belt states.
Let's put the final one up there, please, on the screen. This was an Arizona poll. This was conducted after July 30, and this shows Kamala actually leading Trump by about 2.8%. And
that's wild, because like I told you, Kamala only needs to win those 3 states. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania to have 270 votes, right? Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina would be icing on the cake.
Is in the U.S. Senate race, they have Gallego up by 11% over Kari Lake.
Kari Lake is still running. Wow.
So this is the other question. Is Kari Lake going to be a drag on the Trump ticket? Very possible, considering how unpopular she appears to be.
Can you imagine inviting Kari Lake to a party and you're trying to shut things down and you're trying to kind of hint to people like, all right, let's go home and we're gonna, you know, and Kari Lake is just out there, just still drinking. She won't leave. She won't leave, chat. She will not leave.
In the race in Arizona. The flip side of that for Donald Trump is that I saw a rally, I believe, with Kamala of some 25,000 people in a stadium in Arizona. That is astounding. Then they had to turn people away at the door. That's a bad situation.
Yeah, you're seeing that more and more. There's a lot of excitement behind her campaign.
In that level of enthusiasm. Arizona, similar actually. They have double the economic growth of North Carolina, what I was just talking about.
Would I be interested in talking to Destiny? What's up, Andrew? I actually have talked to Destiny a few times.
Inflow is...
The question is, would Destiny be interested in talking to me? And what would Destiny want to talk about?
Massive from California and from elsewhere. Their economy is booming, and Maricopa County, as we all learned in 2020, is that prime suburban white vote that Kamala and Biden are going after with everything that they've got. Highly educated, very like they want to come out and vote specifically on abortion. And then what did we all forget? What happened in Arizona just several months ago? That whole 1864 abortion ban and all that nightmare. You think if you think they've forgotten that, they certainly haven't. Millions of dollars in ad spend is there on abortion right now.
I'm pretty sure they have an abortion ballot initiative this fall as well, which could very much help drive turnout.
So ballot initiatives in general will drive turnout in a certain direction if an issue is popular and is associated with one party, right? So when you have something like overturning an abortion ban or referendum to do that, that's going to help Democrats. I'm trying to think of an example of something that, if you have a referendum against a tax, maybe that might help Republicans.
And be, in a close race could be a determining factor. But yeah, I don't know if it's quite as stark as in 2022, where the Republicans nominated just a rash of candidates that were really.
LifeRock says, I wish there was a non-polarizing candidate we could pick, someone who can unite everyone together instead of more division. People got to live and live. Who would you nominate, LifeRocks? Who would be your perfect non-polarizing candidate?
Unpalatable to a mainstream audience, but you do have in some key states, Carrie Lake weighing down the
Trump 1 billion views on X. Wow. That's an interesting platform. I do not trust those numbers. We know what a view is on X, right? You're scrolling through and you pass something, that's you watched it. You count as a view. Also, like a billion views on Trump talking like Sylvester the cat. Is that really a good thing? That was largely seen as a failure for Trump, both a failure for Trump, a failure for Elon, right? He tries to turn his platform into a streaming platform, and he first of all, can't get Donald Trump on video, and second of all, has all kinds of technical difficulties that he then copes about and says, I'm being DDoSed by the deep state. The deep state is DDoSing me. They won't let me bring on Donald Trump. They're afraid of what Trump has to say. Oh, look, you got 1 billion views. Yeah, Sylvester the fucking Trump got 1 billion views, right? And now America has a new thing to make fun of Trump for. I swear to God, President Lolcow, Rebecca Ray says, I think Nikki Haley could have brought us all together. Yeah, it seems like the Republicans really do not like Nikki Haley, though. I mean, some of them do, but most of them don't. LifeRock says, it's not a question of who, or for me, it's more of a question of someone who is able to lessen the gravity of extremes between the left and right. We're all humans at the end of the day. A lot of hate today. I mean, that's true. That's true. There's a lot of polarization. There's a lot of hate. And X is driving that hate, and X is monetizing that hate, and so many people are making money off of that hate. Hopefully not me, though, Chad. I don't know. Am I making money off of hate here? Maybe hate for Sunday. Okay, I'll take that money. I'll take the hate dollars for President Sunday. If you hate President Sunday, donate, super chat. Let him know. Let him know, chat. Let him know. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I said I would read the super chats, and I do indeed intend to do just that. Let's take a look here, what we've got in the kitty. That's what I call it, because I'm British. All right, so the furry one, super chats, $5. I found you through your coverage of the Cons and El Presidente beef. That's the Tyler and President Sunday beat. Liking your content. Keep it up. Thank you, furry one. Thomas Jerome Newton super chats $2. It's the mooch. You're talking about Scaramucci there. We watched some Scaramucci just then. Thank you for the super chat as well. Thomas Jerome Newton also super chats $2 more by the business world. Do they mean Gambinos? Yes, I think they do indeed mean Gambinos. I think that's exactly what they're going for there. Let's take a look at shorts. Wow, that's weird. So other stuff is showing up here. Speedrunner, thank you for the 199 super chat. Best mods on YouTube. I think so too. Hats off for the mods. Maltese Falcon Punch. I don't know why you're showing up. Was that like a member chat that you did? You're not a member, so maybe not. Why can't I name anyone in chat? Arg. I'm not sure. Are you on mobile? Maybe it's a problem with mobile. Sometimes mobile's a little wonky. How are we doing, chat? What does guck you mean? I've never heard that. Is that a thing? You're on mobile. You're on mobile. And you can't like at anyone. That's your issue. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I don't know. We did implement some moderation from Stream Elements. I don't know if that would have had. Yeah, it doesn't look like at is. It just look like it's timing out or. No, yeah, I don't know. It's a mystery to me. Anybody in chat, or maybe it's a shorts chat thing, right? Because you can. I think the people in the full stream chat, you can at people. So yeah, let me add these up. And remember, when you donate, let me know which of these topics you would like to see. We've got. Let me read them out for you. Let me actually switch over here and take a look at what we've got. Look at that. Look at that. Communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals.
1 billion views. Yeah, the entire Western Hemisphere watched Trump. That's right. That's right. What's up, One Great Earth?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so I'm going to add... Let's see. I think we're up to 17.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We're up to 17 out of 100 in our dono goal. I still need to hear from some of you.
But now there are freaking...
Your mobile chat keeps on freezing? Have to write... Yeah, maybe you have to write out the name. Try that.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. Look at that. Like all the people that are subbing. Thank you for your subs. You are awesome.
Because it was so peaceful.
You are helping my channel grow. All right? You are making my enemies scared. They will fear me. They will fear me and my great numbers when I come over and mog them. And they think that they are a bigger streamer than I am, and I show them that my sub count is so much bigger. So much bigger. It's the biggest sub count ever. We got the big sub count in here. Anyway, chat, yeah, like I said, we are 17% of the way towards the dono goal. That is 17 out of 100.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Meaning that we are 83% from getting the dono goal. So that's still a decently long way. Again, how does this work? How does the dono goal work? Well, basically, it's that I've got bonus content available on every stream. And it's all contingent on hitting the dono goal, right? So if we push that 17 to 100, then we'll unlock some content. Now, what content do we unlock? Well, it's kind of your choice, right? And you can choose both by voting in the poll and also by letting me know when you donate which of these topics you want to see. I haven't gotten some people's choices yet. And if you've already told me, apologies, let me know again. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. That is, I will add points, right? Like right now, Squid Tips versus Vosh is getting, oh gosh, it should say Vosh Road Rage against Bikers. It's the same story, but so we could get some extra Vosh, you know, if you don't have enough Vosh with the content that I'm about to go into, Road Rage on Bikers. That is what we got there. Yeah, so so far that's getting extra points and that's winning. That's winning. So that looks to be possibly what we unlock if we end up unlocking it. Again, we're a ways away from it. So when you donate, whether that's a super chat, a super sticker, whether that is a donation or a sign up to Patreon, or you are contributing to the throne, which is right down there in the regular chat, right up there in shorts to help me crowdfund a better setup. Right now, I'm kind of going for RAM sticks to make my computer run better, so that we don't have these technical difficulties that sometimes take the stream down. So that's your way to invest in the stream and make the quality of the stream better for everyone. So I really appreciate my Throne gang. I really appreciate my Patreon gang over there. You know, you help me keep the lights on here, and that is much appreciated. Also, Twitch, lest you think that I am forgetting you, there's a ad break at the top of every hour. Yeah, you just experienced one 20 minutes ago. It lasts for 3 minutes. It's unskippable, unlike the YouTube ad breaks. Unless you use Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub, you use $6 to buy yourself a sub, or somebody's nice enough to gift you a sub. That sort of thing more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So again, ask yourself, is it a dono that I'm making? And if the answer is yes, that's a dono, then you have the ability to be like, I would like my money to go towards Mr. Beast hires a PDF. I would like my money. God, I couldn't have thought of a better way to say that. God, that's such a sick story. God, we're always covering this horrible shit. This horrible shit going on YouTube. Always, right? I want you to cover Black MAGA. I want you to cover J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote, right? And I will put your money where your mouth is. That is, I will add your donation as a percentage to the subject of your choice, and you will make that more likely to happen. You also push us further in the dono goal, further towards that 100% that we are striving for in order to unlock the extra content for all. So you be a big hero when you donate, because you're not just unlocking content for yourself, you're unlocking content for the whole stream. And I appreciate that, and other chatters appreciate that. Other ways to support me, for those of you who are not able to contribute financially, you should probably save your money. You should probably hold on to that. I don't want you donating if you need that money for, something in your life to take care of yourself or your loved ones. You can always just give me a thumbs up, right? That helps me out greatly. It helps me out in the algorithm, and it also helps you out, because what you're doing is you're letting YouTube know, hey, YouTube, chatters like me really like this stream. And so YouTube, in turn, will say, oh, chatters like you. Chatters like you, and they'll look at your watch history and be like, you like this, 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 and this, and they're going to send more people in, right? So you're going to be like cloning yourself as other chatters. It's kind of like that, right? But basically, you'll make it more likely for YouTube to bring in chatters that are just like you, for real, for real. So if that's interesting to you, hit that like button and understand that I appreciate that a lot. Thumb gang, you are too powerful. Moe Nope, thank you for the gifted membership to Christian Strand. Christian Strand, this is something that we do when somebody joins the club. You've just been weaseled, and that's you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled, and that is definitely a good thing. Okay, so welcome aboard, and thank you, Moe Nope. Vote for New Vegas. Is there anybody else's votes who I'm missing? If I haven't added your vote yet to the topic of your choice, make sure to let me know, because I aim to please.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
But now they're freaking communist invading radicals. Who knew? I knew. I've come to expect the communist invading radicals, right? Other people, not so much. Other people are surprised when there's communist invading radicals. Like Cheryl Haney, are you surprised? Are you surprised to find communist invading radicals in this chat? Thumb Gang is an amazing... That's the best gang. Thumb Gang, sorry I'm poor. Don't be sorry. Thumb Gang is awesome. Did I put your gifted sub for MAGA? That's what I need to know. Yeah, thank you, Omega. I did not. I will correct that right away. So that's how it goes, right? If you when you donate, you let me know which of these topics excite you, which of these topics you want to see as bonus content. When we get finished, we got to do the drama section of the stream. That's what we're coming up on next. We're going to be taking a look at Vaush and, well, mostly card posting. This is a Breadtuber. This is a video essayist, and he's made a video essay about Vaush. And this has been a thing, right? A lot of people have made video essays about Vaush. Not many of them have had like a noticeable effect. Not many of them are doing what they're attempting to do by kind of letting people know that, you know, Vaush has overall more of a negative effect on the left than he does a positive effect. Usually, you know, debate bros being who they are, they tend to like they tend to monetize this stuff. They tend to parody it. They tend to make fun of it, right? And we've seen that happen before. We're going to see if card posting, maybe card posting is different. Maybe card posting is is a meme regent, right? Card posting, I feel like, knows their memes, and we're going to see if they can dethrone Vaush with this latest video essay, right? It's not just about Vaush, but it's about Vaush's protege, one Alec the Gunter. And this is the guy that tried to take card posting down, accusing card posting of having, let me check my notes, a trans sex cult. And indeed, Chad, I've done the research, and it looks like card posting does not have a trans sex cult. That's a weird thing to accuse something of, but that's par for the course for the Gunt. This is the guy that accused a commentary streamer of being 14 years old, and then talked about how he thought the streamer probably takes it in the behind. It's just a weird thing to say, that you're gonna say that someone who looks 14-year-old and then speculate about their sex life. That's kind of a weird thing, but yeah, that's not the only weird thing the Gunt has done. He's also said that it's okay to be attracted to people that are underage. I don't agree, and most people don't agree, and that's why the Gunt has taken a little break from content creation in order to like let the controversy die down. But yeah, that's Vaush's, not so much Vaush's protege, but somebody that like wants to style themselves after Vaush, wants to be just like Vaush for real. And so we're going to look at that. We're going to take a look at that video essay. We're also going to take a look at the end of President Sunday's stream from yesterday, that fucking hate stream that he did on me. Chat, I haven't had a hate stream on me in a really long time, and I'd rather have it from Sunday than almost anybody else. I think that's fun. I think it's really fun to see how fragile Sunday is about his drinking, which was what he told me when he accused me of being on Valium, right? That is a Trumpian tactic that you do, accusing somebody of something that you feel is your greatest Achilles heel, that you feel is your greatest weakness. It's kind of a weird thing to say, though, because I would have never in a million years thought to accuse Sunday of, you know, abusing his beverages on screen. Many people have said this, but I don't know. I haven't seen him overindulge, and it's none of my business. It's none of my business what kind of and what amounts of you know, intoxicating adult beverages Mr. Sunday likes to partake in, but apparently he's really sensitive about it. That is what I get from the fact that he reflexively accuses other people of having substance abuse issues. So we're going to get into his shit as well, not as it regards me, because chat, I don't want to show you Streamception. I don't want to watch President Sunday watch me. Instead, we're going to take a look at what he has to say about the White Leaf Network, this weird impromptu meeting that he had with Westside Tyler's mods. What is that all about? What is that all about, right? And apparently it's about the White Leaf Network. Apparently it's more about Vaush. So, it's all about Vaush today. We're talking about Vaush. Anyway, I think we are ready to get going and transfer. So that means we're going to say goodbye to shorts. Remember Rick Santorum? Do not Google Urban Dictionary Santorum. I do remember what Santorum was. It's a frothy mixture, isn't it? It's kind of like a frothy thing. I see we've got some frothy mixture enjoyers in chat, though, right, Paul Weaver? Are you into that Santorum? Jameson, do not confuse mental health disorders with chronic onlineness and brain rot. Brain rot, that's what I'm exhibiting. It's called brain rot. Are you here for the brain rot? I hope you're here for the brain rot. We're about to rot your brains right now. So I'm going to say goodbye to the shorts chat, but I'm not saying goodbye forever, right? And you don't actually have to go, because what's automatically going to happen, or I don't know, maybe you'll have to click on it, right? You can click on the, you'll be able to click on the other stream if you want to follow us and take a look at what we're talking about in the full scale stream. So if you want to come over and join us, there is your link right there. I am going to pin it. There it is. It's pinned. And I'm going to end the stream, and you should have the link come up in, I don't know, find your way over to the full scale stream is what I'm saying if you want to hang out with us some more. So anyway, other than that, goodbye, and I'll see you on the other side when I'm raiding you into me. I'm raiding myself, chat. We're gonna raid myself. Communist invading radicals. There we go. We end that stream. Peaking at almost 700 viewers. I wonder if President Sunday gets 700 viewers very often. Something tells me maybe not. Maybe not. Anyway, let's get going. We have so much to do in so little time. Yo, Alex, thank you for becoming a weird champ. I will add that membership to our donut. We're at 20% of the donut goal. Wait a minute. Did somebody else? Did I add that? Shorts chat raid. That's right. That's right. Chat, let me know if I forgot somebody's if I forgot anybody's dono. I feel like I'm a little I'm a little bit sleep deprived today, so I might be forgetting things. Let me know if I am. All right, so we're gonna hit this button and we're gonna transition. That's not a scary word for people. We're gonna transition into our drama content. I hope you're ready for this, because I know I am. I know I definitely am. There we go. We made it. We made it. So we're going to take a look at my good friend Cardposting. So Cardposting is actually, I feel like I did a video on his experience with Alec Gunter, and he appreciated it. Cardposting showed up in my chat.
Hello there.
This is Cardposting. He is unique. He is recording YouTube videos from, I think, a shed in Australia. Looks like collecting some, maybe, are these CRTs or are these like, these look like computer monitors. I don't know what these are, but yeah, pretty unique background, pretty unique YouTuber, and pretty unique perspective on the debate bros, as it were. So this video is called "Don't Just Denounce Vosh, Divest." We're going to talk about divesting from Vosh. Anyway, I'm not sure exactly what to expect, but we're about to find out. Are you ready? A shed from 1994? I don't know.
My name's Card, and I like to make simple little videos here on YouTube about all sorts of things I'm interested in. Today, I just want to talk for a little bit about the nature of online call-out posts and videos, and why they typically don't amount to much at all. I'm going to start by using the streamer Vaush as an example. For one thing, we all know that if I put his handle in the video's title, more people are going to be clickbaited into seeing it. But two, we also all know why he's a good...
This is what I love about Cardposting. This is what I love about Cardposting. Yeah, she's going to trans us, that's right. First hate stream, then manifesto. I don't think he'll do a manifesto. We're talking about Sunday. I hope he's not that interested. I don't think I'm that interesting. I don't think there's really that much to talk about. He's just trying to poison the well because he's afraid of me, right? I've been critical of him in the past to a certain extent, but really the extent was to which I disagreed with his views. I've never really gone after him personally. I've never been like weird to him or mean to him or like tried to dehumanize him, misgendered him. I don't know why he's like this, but I do know that from time to time he gets kind of obsessed with a femoid. And this is not the first time that sort of thing has happened. So I guess I am the latest object of his inappropriate obsessions. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Sunday, not at least right now, not until a little bit later. We're here to talk about card posting, right? And remember, if you're donating, let me know which of the topics you would like to see next, and I will put your money where your mouth is. With all due respect to card posting, he looks like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker brother. Look, people have made these comments. Right? Like I said, card posting is unique. Christian Strand, I voted for Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, I think I added that, right? Is card posting the squid in the Squid versus Vosh? No, this is different. This is not bonus content, right? This is free content. You get this content no matter what happens with the sub goal. We haven't hit the sub goal yet, but we are only, I think, 80% from getting there. So it could happen. It all depends on you, chat. And if we hit that sub goal, then we're gonna open up extra content. Right now, it does indeed look like Vosh road rages on bikers, and that is a video by Squid Tips. So I think that's what you're talking about, and that's the information I can give to you. But yeah, that's and again, I'll read donos after this video. How about that?
Example to start with anyway. If you're watching this, realistically, you know who Vaush is. One of the biggest regular lefty content creators online, and also, crucially, one of the most scandal-prone. Not without reason either. Personally, I don't even keep up with day-to-day internet drama or the deep Vaush lore, but just off the top of my head, I know he's got a long and kind of dubious history of playing devil's advocate around age of consent laws. I believe he went over the line making unwanted sexual remarks towards some chick he was debating at least once. And
this is a sad story. This person wanted to debate Vosh about Jesus. They were a big fan of Jesus. Vosh, not such a fan of Jesus. It's a weird debate topic, but that was the topic that they chose. And instead, Vosh wanted to talk to them about horse anatomy. And not just any anatomy, a certain part of a horse's anatomy that is surprisingly large, if you know what I'm saying, right? This is what Voss wanted to talk about. This person had no interest in anything sexual, all right? And Vosh made it sexual, as he does. You thought it was about Cat Black. Yeah, what was it with Cat Black? He slipped into Cat Black's DMs and said some kind of inappropriate stuff, and then he tried to turn it around and blame Cat Black for sexually harassing him. Vosh is a fucking weirdo. Can I say that? This whole fucking network, this whole fucking ecosystem that has arisen around Vosh, and yes, I include President Sunday in that, even though he's distanced himself only after the folders thing came out, right? Only after it was efficacious to do so, Sunday distanced himself. But yeah, this whole fucking weird ass community, this whole like Vosh good community, they're weird. They're weird. They're weird little people. They're short stack I don't know, chat.
And most recently, the whole internet rightfully clowned on him for inadvertently showing off his pedophilic bestiality cartoon porno collection live on stream.
Yeah, so people are commenting on card postings, you know, eccentricities, but I would say that card posting is a hell of a lot more normal than Vosh. I don't know how to put that any better, right? But
point is, as completely justified as any other person online would be to criticize Vaush for everything like that he's done, just making online criticism of someone doesn't bring about change and doesn't fix anything.
Okay.
Don't get too stuck up on litigating whether or not any specific criticizable online figure is good or bad here. What you need to take away from an example like this is that if you want to properly affect some change in, for example, who has a large voice and platform online, it's not enough to make all those solid critiques of someone solely to the echo chamber of your own audience. You need to give, A, that person's own supporters and subscribers and viewers and what have you, a reason to care enough to walk away from a content creator they previously engaged with, and B, you need to directly give that figure's peers and collaborators a reason to firmly disassociate themselves from the person you're critiquing. If you don't have those two things,
OnlyFacts says, just got here. Was this video shot in Chernobyl? Yeah, in the exclusion zone. That's right, OnlyFacts.
Just howling into the void. With a figure like Vaush, again, to return to such a convenient example, because of his large base of loyal subscribers, you would admittedly be fighting uphill here. But if I, for one, wanted to pressure him to drastically reform his actions or even just apologize for what he's said and done in the past, the go-to way for that would be to look into all the smaller lefty streamer channels in his orbit.
Okay.
That basically do the same thing he does every day, but typically with a different aesthetic presentation or something.
Card posting, I like how your mind works.
There's a bunch of Vaush clones floating around out there online who aren't just copying his basic format and style because they hope it'll work for them. They do it because he's got a whole proper network and a website system that hosts their content they want to buddy up to.
Oh my god, are we Black Forest pilled? Card posting is aware.
And if you want Vaush to change, it wouldn't even really be enough to just get all those people to denounce him and move on with their day either. You would have to specifically boycott, for lack of a better term, all of those smaller Vaush orbiting creators and hope that they all saw enough of a drop in revenue and or viewership that they ask Vaush to meaningfully address the situation and make some real changes to how he acts in order to
Yeah, I feel like he needs to treat the horses better. He needs to leave the horses alone. He needs to leave the short. I don't know, chat. Like, there's no hope for reform with Vosh. But granted, like, this is funny that this is somebody that's like, I've never talked to card posting. I don't get the feeling that card posting has talked to, anybody else who's become aware of what we're talking about. But this is just kind of something that card posting has come up with on their own.
Criticism. You don't just denounce Vaush, you divest from him. And it's like any proper divestment movement in real life. If you can't meaningfully affect your target, materially or financially, you move on to seeing if you can impact the next level down in the food chain in the hopes that there will be some sort of knock-on effect. Let's say you care about palm forest logging because you're worried about orangutans going extinct or whatever. You, and everyone else online who cares about orangutans, have absolutely zero sway over the corporate decisions of palm oil harvesting logger companies. So you try your best to bring a campaign together that aims to get people to stop buying and using products made with irresponsibly sourced palm oil, like Nestle chocolate, for example. Then, if or when that doesn't work, you go another rung lower on the corporate ladder and try to get people to stop financially supporting, say, contracted regional dairy suppliers and local distributors that Nestle's corporate office relies on for domestic production. And theoretically, if you do that well enough, the company in question will see enough financial incentive and pressure coming from its business partners that they'll change their actions to appease the divestment campaign. Or, let's say a signed recording artist goes on a wild, bigoted tirade on social media, and afterwards they refuse to apologize or recant their words. So, let's say you don't want them to have a big public platform to keep doing that. Ideally, you want their label to drop them. But just a half-hearted boycott of their work alone probably won't accomplish that. If you can organize that enough people boycott, say, every other artist with the same label, those other artists will likely pressure their corporate bosses to axe whoever's causing all that undue grief for them within the company. That's two examples, you get the idea. Sometimes this sort of thing works, sometimes it doesn't. But at least hypothetically, all businesses and sole traders want and need to protect their financial interests. So significantly threatening that financial interest because someone they're linked to is bad will still always be a better plan than just merely complaining about someone online without backing those words up with anything. So that's all the basic theory out of the way.
Okay, yeah, so we got our theory out of the way. So never let it be said that we do not cover theory on this stream, okay? I try to cover theory. I try to meet people where they're at. Let's just put it that way. And yeah, you know, the good point. Now you got through the sort of boring part, right? That admittedly, right, that was the boring part of the video. But it's your vegetables, so eat your vegetables. We got to eat our vegetables. You got to understand the principles behind what card posting, where card posting's going with this. So
now I have to admit, I didn't just choose to invoke Vaush in the title of this video for completely hypothetical reasons. Because I do have a novel Vaush adjacent problem I want to bring people.
Oh my god, I thought that card posting was going to say I do have a novel about Vaush. Card posting is also an author, right? You're going to find out about that in a second, right? This is a whole ass soap opera that's gone on around card posting, and they never asked for this. They never want this. What does card posting do? Who is card posting, right? This is card posting. Card posting does videos. Some of the videos are about activism. Some of them are about political figures. Some of them, in fact, a series that card posting does is the Dog Whistles 101 series. And, oh, look, a Has-Been Hotel video, right? So, yeah, this is the channel. This is the channel. This is the card posting channel. We got a video on Kick It Pride, different dog whistles. Yeah, this is the kind of the continuing series is dog whistles. So this is what became, let's say, controversial. Card posting's dog whistle video. Right? So have you heard of this? The term friends? F-R-E-N-S.
Hello there, my name's Card. I'm a long-time progressive community organizer and activist. And today, I just wanted to briefly talk about a reactionary dog whistle that's been around for a few years now.
So 4-minute video on a dog whistle. This dog whistle is Friends, F-R-E-N-S. It's associated with little peepo pepes and baby speak, right? When people sort of use baby speak to communicate. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are a reactionary, far-right, Nazi of some kind using those words. That's not card posting's point. But there are reactionary, right-wing, Nazi weirdos who do use this terminology and this kind of baby speak in order to sort of identify each other on the internet without like openly saying, hey, Nazi here, what's up, right? Instead, they say, hello, friends. and they post a little peepo, right? A little peepo. And so this is a video for people that are naive about this stuff, for people that are not aware of these dog whistles, to kind of dip their toes in and find out, what they are, and when something may or may not be a dog whistle. Because as card posting is going to get into, the use of the term friends or baby speak or any of the associated stuff with this does not necessarily, indicate that somebody is a far-right extremist.
So what it really means.
But for example, the person that took a hammer to Paul Pelosi's head was one of these Groyper baby talkers.
And who's using it. For those who might not know, in politics, a dog whistle is a word, a phrase, or a symbol which seems perfectly innocent and innocuous to most people, but which really communicates a more sinister hidden message to those in the know. There'll also be a playlist of videos of mine at the top of the description, which goes into detail about all sorts of dog whistles and how to spot them. Today specifically, I wanted to talk about the term friends and how it's become a contemporary reactionary meme. When online alt-right sympathizers aren't hanging out in their own private web forums, they're on more mainstream sites like Twitter and Reddit, where they typically need to mask what they're talking about. To that end, there's a lot of terms they use that are simple misspellings of normal everyday words, but which carry a vastly more malicious contextual meaning. Fren spelt F-R-E-N, is the example. It's a misspelling of the word friend, obviously. But when one of these online alt-right people uses it in online conversation, they're actually trying to signal their political beliefs to other reactionaries who are in on what the term means. It came straight out of image board sites like 8chan and 4chan's poll board. It's designed to be a way for people who normally use those sorts of sites to spot one another elsewhere, but with a degree of plausible deniability if or when they ever get called out for it. Because friend and friends might just seem like innocuous, cutesy internet slang if you don't know better. It's also worth noting that within some online alt-right circles, FREN is understood to stand for far-right ethno-nationalist, another nod to what the people who come up with these things believe and promote to others. Using the word friend to signal one another, and referring to one another as friends, also ties into the way, oddly enough, a lot of online alt-right people seem to love to play into using almost baby-like phonetic spellings of words and type as if they're sheepish toddlers or something. To say it's because reactionaries are just inherently repressed or something would probably be speculative, but for whatever reason it is something they do, so it's worth keeping in mind, because if you see someone type like that online, it could be a red flag.
So the keyword is could. The keyword is could.
And you might want to keep a closer eye on them if all of a sudden they're showing up in online.
Because I definitely know people that do this kind of stuff, and they're not. I know people who are not like that, and they do baby talk and say, hello, friend.
Spaces they weren't before, or trying to get into debates in comment section somewhere or something like that. This baby talk stuff isn't necessarily the most offensive thing they could be typing, but make no mistake, they're still people you don't want around, so it's best not to engage with them, and better still, if it's in your power to do so, prevent them from hanging around at all. To that end, if you see someone using these sorts of terms online or elsewhere, prevent them from feeling welcome or like they're free to try pulling this sort of thing. For the sake of keeping you and yours safe, please just keep it in mind and keep your eyes open for this sort of thing. Once again, my name's Card. If you might want to hear more from me, especially more about...
Okay, so, you could make some criticisms about this video. You could say that there's stuff that you could add to this video to make it make more sense, that there's contextual clues to the use of friend, so you're not looking for, like, one thing. That person said friend, that's a far-right ethno-nationalist, right? That's not what you're supposed to, that's not how you recognize this. But anyway, it's a 4-minute video, talking to camera. There's not, editing or animation or anything fancy added to it. I would like to see some pictures of like some peepos, because generally when you see the peepos associated with that, especially if the peepos are wearing like red hats that might be MAGA hats, right? There's a number of contextual clues. You could even show some accounts on Twitter, particularly accounts with the word Groiper in their name, and show what an actual far-right ethno-nationalist using this dog whistle looks like. Now, again, chat, 7 months ago is when this made. Dog whistles tend to have an expiration date. They keep on changing these things. So, it's not necessarily what the, Nazis are using right now, but, it is a real thing. And, the guy that took the hammer to Nancy Pelosi's husband is one of these Groiper baby talkers.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Good to know. Not a perfect video, but good to know, right? Well, somebody saw this video and did not think that was good to know.
Hello there. My name's Card. I'm a long-time progressive community organizer and actor.
I want to see if we...
For a little while now, I've been making these videos I'm interested in here.
Experiment. The whole reason I'm watching this is because I think it's silly. It is that bad? No, it's not. I just don't see it being used in a bad way. Use it like funny,
I'll also link Gunter's video in the description for the sake of transparency, but here's the gist of what he says as he's watching it.
Is it that bad? I've only ever seen people use it like funny. You know what I mean? Like a meme. Here, let's do a quick experiment. The whole reason...
So yeah, Gunter is talking about the usage that I've seen of it too. I have seen people use it and they're not far-right weirdos, right? That does happen. But contextually, with a number of other context clues, it does signal some things. But watch what he pulls up.
Because I think it's silly. It is that bad? No, it's not. I just...
Even people in his chat are like, no, that's actually a thing.
Just don't see it being...
He's like, I've never heard it be a thing. If I don't know it's a thing, it must not be a thing.
In a bad way, from what I can tell. You would be hard pressed to convince me that that's how it originally started. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. I don't know. Like, okay, I could...
It's not about how it started. It's about how it's used, right? If it started completely innocuous And then some Nazis decided, hey, this could stand for far-right ethno-national. You know what I mean? Then they take it, and then you got to be aware that this is what they're using. This is how they're disguising their shit. This is how they're finding each other on Twitter and other places.
Could be wrong, but it seems very silly. Oh, I saw you say friends on Twitter the other day when talking about your stuffed animals. Hello, white nationalist, fellow white nationalist. How do you do? Like, what? It doesn't work.
Alec.
It doesn't make sense to Alec, so it must not be true. I'm trying to find. God, I'm gonna have to type it in. Alec Gunter friends. Oh my gosh, he might have taken the video down. Okay, I guess I can't show you this. Well, so what you're missing, the context that I would like to share with you, the context that you're missing is that Alec Gunter proceeds to, look this up. He finds a Twitter feed of like somebody that's like Cozy Groiper or something like that, like some name like that, right? And it's got a little peepo, it's got a little baby Pepe. And, he starts scrolling down and he's like, I don't see anything bad here. This doesn't look like a Nazi's profile. And he scrolls right past a Clown World meme. Right now, whereas Friends could be innocuous, whereas Friends could be like anyone, Clown World is like specifically a far right like dog whistle. So he's like scrolling right past like a really obvious and Clown World chat is the little honkler figure. It's a peepo that is got like clown hair and clown nose and it's called Honkler, right? Because it's so he scrolls right by like a more obvious like dog whistle, and you see the person's name is something Groiper, right? It's just like he's missing all these context clues. Now look, are you a bad leftist if you don't know what a Groiper is? No. But you know what you're not? You're not a thought leader. And you're certainly not a thought leader on the subject of dog whistles. If you miss dog whistles, such egregious, such obvious dog whistles, then this is not the job for you. And fucking, coming in and making a takedown video of card posting to be like, I don't want to be in community with people like this. This person, oh no, I don't want this person in my social movements. They're going to be weird about Friends. Don't be weird about Friends. Just let people, do their thing, right? It's like, no, I'm sorry. You're giving bad advice. And you're making the assumption because you don't know something that it's not real. Anyway, it is real. Let's go on. Little diversion here.
But it's not with the man himself. It's with someone in his orbit. Little bit of primer here. Vaush is the center of a network of online content creators who cover similar topics and support one another and who collaborate. I believe they might also get all their streaming websites made by the same group or be formally, financially linked behind the scenes, but I'm not
Wait, only Fact says I have the same microphone? Are you talking about like a Blue Yeti?
Online enough to know for sure. Point is, I've got a very big, important problem with someone in that group that needs to be brought to light. Alec Gunter is a self-described former conservative.
What is he eating? Oh, it's a Sonic. Okay, it's a Sonic the Hedgehog pop.
Conservative turned leftist variety streamer who became quasi-prominent here on YouTube after he got involved in...
Is quasi-prominent? Okay.
Then Val...
That's a relative term.
Promoted him a bit, highlighted a shouting match Gunter got into with Matt Walsh, and basically raised him up from a subscribership of practically nothing to...
Right. And this is kind of what Vaush does, right? This is, he'll take, a smaller streamer, he'll give them a shout out, and he'll sort of give them that like escape velocity to be able to grow their channel a lot faster. And then, like, you know, when you've gotten that sort of favor, right? Just like in the Mafia, when the Godfather does you a favor, they're going to expect a favor back someday. And that favor might be, I don't see anything wrong with Vaush's folders. Quit obsessing about that. It's just anime. It's just short-sat goblins. What are you freaking out about, right? That's the kind of, you know, that's the kind of favor that might be expected back.
Over 10,000 overnight. Ever since, Gunter's considered himself something of an up-and-comer in the lefty political streamer space. And every so often he'd do what a lot of political streamers do on a slow news day. He'd find someone else's YouTube video and just do a reaction stream to it. And earlier this year...
Wait, that feels like what I'm doing right now.
Gunter decided one day to do a stream...
You can't miss that classic deformed character popsicle.
Reacting to one of my videos.
I mean, it looks yummy. Sonic on the Dreamcast, those were the days.
Which, despite...
I tried to play some Sonic, chat. Once, I think I tried to do like a classic video game stream, and these were all video games that I've never played. And one of them was Sonic 3. And it was fun. It was fun, okay? It's different than other platformers that I've played. You gotta go fast, right? But I started failing when I came up to this part where, like, you're supposed to run up a wall, and there's, like, water coming in, or there's, like, a big wall that's gonna smush you. And if you don't get up the wall before the wall smushes you, then you get smushed and you died. And I could not figure out how to get Sonic up that wall. It's like Sonic starts climbing the wall, and then he comes back down, and then you start, like, I don't know. It was hard. It was hard, and I couldn't figure out how to do it.
The fact it's definitely pretty low-effort content. There's nothing inherently bad about doing that sort of thing. Believe me, I'm not just anti-streamer or anti-react content. But that did happen to lead to the problem we have today. See, in case you don't know anything about me or what I do here on YouTube, I'm a long-time progressive community organizer and activist. Although, of course, what political organizing you can do online is pretty limited, so that's not what I do here. But my background doing that for close to a decade now informs a lot of the stuff I like to upload to YouTube. For a while, just as something of a hobby, I've been basically making short, simple video essays where I talk to camera just like this. But I think for about a year now, every second video I've done has been about a short 3 to 5 minute piece, part of a series I call Dog Whistles 101, where I explain an obtuse reactionary meme, what it means, and how to spot the people who post it so they don't fly under your radar. Decent premise, I think.
And like I said, it wasn't a perfect video, but, you know, it was a start.
I think. And it seems to be something no other progressive online is doing exactly. And one of those I did was on the topic of the Friend World meme, and explaining how wannabe neo-Nazis use baby talk to signal to one another. And Alec Gunter decided to do a live react of that video, and he uploads it afterwards as a video called Please Don't Be Weird About Dog Whistles. And I think he did a pretty poor job here. He essentially comes into the video saying he's never heard of this thing before, so he doesn't think it's real. He tries to paint me as neurotic for believing it's a thing, and he needlessly calls me an asshole a lot throughout, and essentially tries to woke skull dunk on me and say I'm bad optics for the online left.
Is it that bad? I've only ever seen people use it like funny. You know what I mean? Like a meme. Here, let's do a quick experiment. The whole reason I'm watching this is because I think it's silly. It is that bad? No, it's not. I just don't see it being used in a bad way, from what I can tell. You would be hard pressed to convince me that that's how it originally started. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. I don't know. Like, okay, I could be wrong, but it seems very silly. Oh, I saw you say friends on Twitter the other day when talking about your stuffed animals. Hello, white nationalist, fellow white nationalist. How do you do? Like, what? It doesn't work. He comes off like a shrill, streaking liberal. It's too liberal for me. It's too libby. Gross.
It's too libby. It's too libby.
I don't want to coalition build with this asshole because he's probably...
It's just such a weird thing. You if you want to criticize the video, if you want to say, you know, how it could be better, like I said, that there should be some maybe, you know, examples added, you know, some pictures from Twitter, some pictures from Reddit illustrating what card posting is talking about, maybe even some false positives where it's just people, you know, using baby talk, but it's not with groypers. Like, I mean, yeah, you could improve it, but I mean, that's what YouTube is for. You make the best video you can, and then later maybe you make a better video.
Like, I don't know for sure, but based on this video, the impression I'm getting is that this guy cannot take a punch, metaphorically, okay? Like,
why would you say that? Why is it about...
He just can't.
Now, I'm actually not someone afraid of criticism or unwilling to stand by what I say. So the very next day, I make a video of my own responding to Gunter, wherein I explain essentially, in detail, why I'm right about the fact that Friend World definitely was an alt-right thing. And if Alec had a modicum of sense, he could have used the computer in front of him to Google the word and educate himself. Among the first results would be this Wiktionary page explaining the word's meaning and how it's used.
So there we go. That's the Wiktionary page. A pronunciation, spelling of friend, internet slang. So here's a great example, right? We got the internet slang usage, just a friend. And then we got definition number 3, alt-right internet slang. So there it is. 2 different usages, one innocuous, the other not so innocuous. Usage notes: after gaining popularity online as part of doggo lingo style slang. So that these are like, and you may have seen memes like this, memes with a picture of a dog, and it's like saying something, but it's like it's trying to be like the dog's thought. Let me see if I can find a doggo lingo. This shit used to be, I mean, it's a while ago, but right, doggo lingo meme. A great example right here. This is what we're talking about. Oh my gosh, puppers. Doing me such a hap. Boop. About to boop. Boop. See, it's cute. It's wholesome. It's wholesome. That's where it came from. It didn't come from, you know, it didn't start as like Nazi slang. It didn't start as a dog whistle. It's just because like this kind of shit might be posted on an image board. And who goes to image boards? Well, you know, a lot of people, but one type of person is the type of person that predominates maybe the poll board of a site like, well, you know which site I'm talking about.
Used as a dog whistle. Numerous Reddit posts explaining the same thing from around the time the admins over there.
So yeah, there's a Reddit, a subreddit called Friend World, right? It got banned. And why did Friend World get banned? Answer: our Friend World, along with several other similarly themed subreddits, was, on its face, largely dedicated to posting friendly.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Content about frogs in clown wigs. There we go. That's Honkler. And speaking in a pseudo baby talk. Underneath the face of the subtext of race, what was a subtext of racism and violence. They would refer to Jewish people as nose friends. For example, anyone who disagreed or disliked the sub was a non-friend. They would advocate for violins by saying that people need to get booped. God damn it! I did. Oh, bopped. I'm sorry, bopped. I was like, did they corrupt booped? They better not corrupt booped. But they corrupt everything. They corrupt everything that they touch. Which was really just another way of saying unalived. There's a lot of national German mustache man imagery, and the comments referenced other memes such as the 13%, or yeah, there we go. So subreddit was banned for advocating violins, as comments about bopping were largely unchecked. God damn. But so it was a way of using baby talk to talk about freaking genocide. That's what they did. That's how much this shit corrupts everything it touches. Wait, where am I?
Started cracking down on this sort of thing. I found this reporting from the ADL about a very popular alt-right Substack page called Pepe's Friend Zone, as well as entries on both Know Your Meme and Rational Wiki for what those are worth. And in that video, I even get to do a little bit of banter back, showing that I'm not some precious neurotic lib who can't roll with the punches. Alec, I appreciate that you think it—
But no, here's what I hate. And this is what Vaush is, this is something that Vaush has caused, right? The association of liberalism, in other words, progressive, but, you know, no kind of real systemic critique of capitalism, the association of that with, I don't know, solidarity? With giving a fuck? The excessive worry about being perceived as a woke scold, right? These are the things, and it's not just Vaush, you know, there's like a whole edgy mentality of anti-SJW leftism that I think has been overall pretty deleterious to any sort of projects on the online left.
It's good to be able to take those metaphorical punches. So, real talk here. You shouldn't be commenting on how anyone else's video background looks or calling them fragile lefty stereotypes. Your setup looks like this. Between the hipster beard and the flannel shirt and the slack jaw and the glass—
So yeah, if we're going by aesthetics, right, who looks libbed the fuck up?
And the pink lighting and the gamer chair and the fact you call yourself a leftist variety streamer, if you were more familiar with reactionary online terminology, you might know this all forms an archetype that a lot of people call the soy new male bugman.
Oh my god, chat, no, that's shots fired, that's shots fired, that's shots fired.
Thankfully though, you're pretty ignorant about this kind of stuff.
Motherfucker just got called a soy new male bugman.
So you won't know it's meant to be derogatory. And there's a bit of back and forth after that. Next day, Gunter does another video where he tries to reframe everything he said and act like he wasn't saying I was wrong about the topic we were discussing, and that he wasn't trying to take those little pot shots at me and my appearance.
Just a guy coming in from the outside, seeing that there was somebody upset about that word. And I clicked on it out of curiosity because I'm like, okay, what is this now nowadays? Yeah, see, that's my problem, is that you just get into this weird funk of always looking for dog whistles. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he did this. I'm not saying he encouraged people to do this, but that's the vibe that I got. I didn't see the videos that just that people take dog whistles too far. My point is that the word friends, F-R-E-N-S, did not seem like that much of a dog whistle to me. Another thing—
Not see, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. All right. So like, either you know or you don't know. And if you don't know, then why is your mouth doing this? And I'll tell you why. It's because you fucking got an excessive amount of privilege. I'm sorry, does this make me sound like a lib? Is this too libby for you, Alec? That I don't want your mouth to be moving if your brain isn't knowing? If it's just like, well, I've never heard that. But no, but you privilege your realm of knowledge as being complete when it's not. It's not. Card posting knows something that you don't know, and you see it, and you're like, that's not a thing. I've never heard of that thing. That's not a thing. I gotta do something. This person's saying this is a thing. I've never heard of any of this thing. My brain's a super smart brain. It contains all the things that are things. If I haven't heard of it's a thing, then it's all, you know what I mean? It's like, where, I mean, we know exactly where this comes from. And it's no coincidence that it's coming out of the mouth of a guy like this.
I'll also point out is that I think I did ignore part of what he was trying to say. And that's that, like, they will use these things interpersonally with one another, right? That's how they kind of talk to each other, I guess. Which, if that's true, I can't really speak to that. I don't know of anybody who—
That's how they exist on places like Twitter without alerting the normies that that's who they are. But they alert each other. They're like, hello, you know, there's—
does that. But apparently I got some comments saying that confirmed that, yes, they do that, like, baby speak thing interpersonally. And so I was wrong about that part.
Okay, so you're wrong. So you say you're sorry and you back the fuck away and you say next time I shouldn't assume that I have all the knowledge in the world when I don't. And I should make sure that my mouth doesn't do this before my brain does this, right?
Because it was so peaceful up here. But
I mean, he found out. He found out what was up. You know, he asked somebody who did know, and it turns out, yeah, actually, Alec, that is a thing. That is literally a thing. That is a thing.
I don't know. Like, the whole thing seems silly. And it still does. I still think that it seems silly. That little rant right there was my perspective as a former conservative. That's what I'm thinking going into this video as somebody who's never heard the word.
And do you see this fucking perspective? And you hear this shit from Xanderhall, you hear this from Vaush, right? This idea that like, well, no, listen, I'm a former conservative, all right? So everybody should just shut the fuck up and sit down and listen to me because y'all are fucking it up. Y'all are SJWs, you got blue hair, you got piercings, you're getting made fun of, getting in anti-SJW compilations. I happen to agree with your politics, and that's embarrassing for me when there's this negative stereotype there of progressive, or I don't know if he considers himself a leftist or whatever. I've never heard this guy talk about anything leftist. I've never, he does like the, progressive voice, canvassing, but that's all the organizing I've ever heard Alec Gunter doing.
Before thinking, okay, why should I personally care about this word friends? He didn't make a good case. I'm sorry, dude. You just literally did not make a good case, and now you're coping about it. By the way, I didn't say anything against.
Now you're coping about it? Look, the video could have been better. If you had provided feedback, like, I don't know, say in the comments of like, dude, I don't get what you're saying. Could you give an example? Then maybe card posting would remake the video and be like, here we go. Here it is on Twitter. Here it is on Reddit. You can see that card posting is doing this in this video. You can see that this is getting added to the content now. There's always room for improvement. And if we want to help each other improve, right? There's a great section for that. It's right down here. It's right down here. And you go in here and you say, hey, card. Great video. I was wondering if you had thought about adding XYZ. I think this change would help people grasp what you're trying to get across. It's that simple. It's that simple, right? And it's right down there. You just gotta fucking move your scroll wheel down and type, push your fingers into the keys, and there you go. You can help a fellow leftist be better if you've got a suggestion. But the problem is, Alec did not know more than card posting. Alec did not have a useful insight. Alec did not have a constructive criticism. Alec reacted to, I guess, the aesthetics of card posting and said, this is a negative stereotype threat, and I am going to, harass this person off the internet so that people don't think of leftists like that. That is some Vaush brain right there. That is some classic Vaush brain.
Against his looks, nothing.
And, long story short, maybe a couple of weeks later, he puts out another whole new video, having completely abandoned the premise of wanting to debate whether or not Friendworld is a thing, called Fake Breadtuber Exposed, Card Posting's Crimes. Now, clearly
Well, that escalated quickly. Oh my god, did I say progressive voice again? I always do this to Sahil. I'm sorry, Sahil. It's progressive victory. Did I say progressive voice? I am so fucking sorry. That is not my intention. No. Progressive victory is the canvassing. This is a super PAC that Vosh is associated with.
Gunter hit his ego pretty bad, because now he's just straight up making things up and trying to clutch wildly at anything which might make him look retrospectively like the aggrieved party. Now, I already made a long video, months back now, breaking down exactly why everything Gunter brings up here is wrong. And I also talk about a lot of the stuff he doesn't mention that he was doing behind the scenes at the time, like sending me a bunch of emails trying to plead with me to debate him and he threatening me, and I'll link that in the description of this video. In fact, I'll be linking all the videos I've mentioned or alluded to up to this point right at the top of the video's description, myself's and Gunter's, for the sake of complete transparency, in chronological release order, so you can see firsthand for yourself how we've unfortunately gotten to this point. But I'll run through the quick version of what Gunter did and claimed I've done and why that's bogus, all as briefly as I can here. Firstly, prior to making his video, he began sending a bunch of emails to me every day for a while, claiming he wanted to make up for the fact he came across like a meathead in his video.
Okay, now chat, I don't remember where it was. Oh my god, I don't think I can find the video. Right, but Alec Gunter left me a comment. And it was a challenge to debate. A debate I believe, about Vaush. He wanted to debate me about Vaush. He was mad at me for doing a video critical of Vaush, and he tried to drag me into a debate. And I looked at his channel, and I found this video, and I saw his exchange with Cardposting, right? Which is about, spoiler, it gets worse. Spoiler, it gets worse. It gets more aggressive. It gets more harassing. It gets more fucked up, right? And I ascertained that having anything to do with Alec Gunter would be a bad idea, right? That I did not want him to try to fucking harass me off the fucking internet because he's like, she said Vaush bad. She's like, Vaush bad. Vaush, how could you say Vaush bad? Vaush good. Vaush very good. Vaush the very best. You shut up. You shut up. You get the fuck off the internet. Vaush good. Vaush good. Vaush good, God damn it.
And saying he wanted to do a live discussion. Then when I was totally disinterested in that,
Vaush rad.
To debate me, bro, or I'll go live with what I found. Don't care, ignored, straight to spam folder. Then, as I've previously documented, Gunter presumably got his Discord or his Twitter fans to spam up my email for a while. Pretty low effort stuff so far, I know, but don't worry, we're just getting started. Come the day of his big exposed video, Gunter starts by showing his fans that I occasionally write for a newspaper here in Australia.
Now, John David Card is a...
Does this seem familiar? Oh my gosh, that's a name. Right? Now, this is Cardposting's video. I think that if I was watching Alec's content and this came up, I would delete this from my... I'd obscure this or something from my video. But yeah, no, this is Cardposting's video. So Card's, you know, willing to show this this scene. But this looks like a fucking... I don't know if we want to call this a dox. I don't know if it's a full dox, but those are personal details. That is a name. That is a place of employment. It's just like, what the fuck? How did this escalate so damn quickly? So yeah, no, Tyler and his fucking weird shit, that's not the first... He's not the only one doing this kind of shit. But yeah, what the fuck? How did it escalate to harassment so quickly?
Published author. Can you believe that? He is a journalist as well as a published author. So this is his profile in Independent Australia. John Card. John David Card is a writer, historian, and anarchist activist.
Which is pretty weird of him to do. I've never linked to it or mentioned the fact I've written for it here on YouTube, so I gotta figure he decided to go looking for anything with my name on it. Now, considering that it's a regional paper and I've done articles about location-specific issues, I think he was going for a veiled doxing threat here. It would make sense, since he doesn't even engage with anything I've written over there. He just makes a point to let people know where I work for the sake of letting them know. Next, Gunter pulls up a video of mine where I talk very proudly about gender fluidity and non-binary identities, and he accuses...
And I believe in at least one of Alec Gunter's stream, there was a, you know, supposedly accidental release of somebody else's personal information that wasn't even Cardposting, right? In one of the Cardposting streams that Alec did, he ends up, you know, he ends up giving personal information on somebody else.
Advocating that people claim to be trans to sneak into bathrooms.
Like that, he is willing and able to take on any identification he wants in the moment if it seems advantageous at that time. Is he allowed to do that? Sure, I guess. But why would you admit to that? Why would you go around saying to people, yeah, you know, I pretend to be trans or non-binary when it suits my needs. And what he just said right there is that if he wants to go peek in a woman's restroom, all he has to do is say, I am transgender, I'm a trans femme. Why would you say that? Optics man.
Do you see what's going on here? Showing a little bit of Card's video and twisting their words. Card is gender fluid. And Card is a gender abolitionist, right? And somehow Alec either couldn't grasp that or didn't want to grasp that and turned it into, this is a man trying to sneak into the women's restroom. Yeah. Right? What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
Now, of course, I didn't say that. In fact, I never mentioned bathrooms at all in that video, and when Gunter says that people, such as me, claim to be trans to get into bathrooms, he's literally just rehashing a Fox News talking point here. And I'll also point out, he's saying all this the same week that a trans non-binary teenager was literally murdered in a bathroom because of that sort of rhetoric. So hey, he's keeping it classy. Then, Gunter spends a frankly bizarre amount of time reading excerpts, to the best of his ability, from a draft of a novella I wrote he got from my website. He spends about half an hour trying to claim that the occasional spelling mistake in this rough draft story is what exactly? Supposed to be proof of something? Take a look.
Let's keep going.
Oh god, the spelling error.
Continue. Once he realized she wasn't going to talk, he tried to interest her in some food. No period, by the way, another grammar issue. She realized he wouldn't stop the oh, wait. No, wrong one. That's for later.
I'm sorry, Chad, but what's the colloquial term for somebody that's overly obsessed about grammar and like punitive when somebody messes it up? Is there a phrase for this?
She could have almost been there by now, admittedly, had it not been for the conniving driver who she had left the truck stop restroom just in time to see driving off. Conniving driver. No, actually, that's fine. I don't know why I pulled that one up. Because I'm a big John David Card fan, okay? Don't become the cringe. Fuck you. I'll be.
This is some A-log shit. This is some fucking A-log shit right here.
All I want. I've earned this shit. You know how much shit that I've had to pour through for this?
Just as a reminder, well, as we're talking about typos here, Gunter's video was called Cardposting's Crimes. Crimes. But then, this is where he pivots into another accusation related to the book. Because he tries to make out here that this story has pedophilic, sexually charged undertones because one of the characters in it is a teenage girl. Something which he continued to claim even as he tried to take his accusations of me to random debate lord streamers he got into a spiraling call-in conversations with.
The one part that I pulled was because it was supposed to be whom, not who. And then the next part that I pulled, that didn't seem to quite make sense, was because he was using present tense rather than past tense. He switched tenses, and I forgot to mention that part. I was too eager to get to, like, you know,
fair. The big bits, the weird bits in the book.
Right.
What were you trying to say with the snippets from the book? Because I don't think you were explicit.
It's just weird. I feel like
yeah, this is the expose video that he's made exposing Cardposting's crimes, like ostensibly trying to warn leftist communities about this danger while defending Vosh. What? You're on Whiteleaf. You want to know where the danger is? You want to know where their abusers are? Alec, you wouldn't have had to look far. The call is coming from the inside of the house, Alec.
Away.
It's weird optically. Like, he keeps harping on and on about how mature this 12-year-old is as she points a gun at adults who keep bringing up the CPS. And oh my God, the CPS is going to get me in trouble if this 12-year-old girl. And they're like, I don't know. It just seemed charged. It
like
seemed very charged.
Charged how?
I don't know how else to explain it. It seemed sexually charged.
Sexually charged.
The
and that's
language
battle
he was using, yes, it seemed charged.
That's completely bunk. There's absolutely nothing like that in the story. And in fact, there is unambiguously zero sexual content or anything even approaching it whatsoever in that story. I stand by that assertion 100%. And in fact, within a few hours of this video you're currently watching being uploaded and made public, I plan on also uploading a reading of that entire story to YouTube too, if you really want to investigate Gunter's claim for yourself. Then, Gunter next goes on to claim, without any evidence, and again falsely, that I browse Kiwi Farms, the reactionary drama/doxing forum.
And again, chat, I have experienced the same shit from Whiteleaf, from White Nervosa herself, right? She left a weird cryptic, reply to one of my going live announcements, accusing me of being an account on the farms, right? Now, she, in the way of, you'd think that like something like that, like an accusation like that would require some proof. Well, what did she give? She gave, I think it was like a Google Drive or something like that. She showed a Google Drive and it had like the account and a list of the times that account had posted, right? And that was her undoing. Because normally, if somebody says, you're this account, this is you, what are you going to say? No, it's not? Can you prove that it's not she? I mean, you can't really, like, now you got this accusation on Twitter, right? That you're part of this fucking harassment forum and you got no way to disprove it. However, she made the mistake of showing the logs of when this account had posted. And Sarah and I stayed up all night and we cross-referenced those logs with my streaming times. And we found that yes, indeed, one of these posts was made while I was on stream playing, I think, Persona 2. So yeah, this is just, this is, and Keffels has done this a bunch too, right? We call it, I mean, there's kind of it's a weird terminally online name, but fruit jacketing, right? When somebody just like makes that accusation. And because Keffels was legitimately getting harassment from the fruit farms, people tended to believe, well, yeah, you're against her because you're with them, right? And that was the whole thing with Keffels, right? She was abusive. She was bad. She was messed up. She was a harm to her own community for a long time. And no one would believe it because every time somebody came out and said, hey, this is not cool, she'd be like, oh, you're clearly a Kiwi farmer. Clearly a Kiwi farmer, right? Gunter's doing the same fucking thing. This is right out of White Nervosa's playbook.
Not true at all. I don't browse it, I don't post there, and Gunter saying that
you picked MAGA. I got you. I got you, Omega.
And I also won't miss an opportunity to point out that as Alec Gunter is telling this lie about me, karma bites him squarely in the ass, and we get this glorious Freudian slip on his live stream.
Not a super progressive place. I literally got linked to a Kiwi Farms thing as a result of like all of this stuff going on. So I logged in, not logged in, I don't have an account or nothing, but I opened the page for the first time today.
But Alec Gunter ends his video about me by making up one really big final claim. He spins a fairy tale, entirely transparently bogus, that he was supposedly contacted by an unnamed anonymous source right as he started getting his feelings hurt in this online exchange, who, just out of the blue, told him that me, the person he's got a problem with, is actually not a progressive, but I do YouTube because I secretly want to start a transgender sex cult.
As one does. As one does. And it's weird for a member of the Vosh team to like levy the accusation of sex cult around, considering that Xander Hall's been, you know, had a similar accusation levied at him. Yeah, and they were like, how dare you? How dare you, Thought Slime? How dare you? Thought Slime was kind of like I think it was a figure of speech for Thought Slime. I don't think Thought Slime literally meant, and I mean, look at Xander Hall, right? Does anybody gonna think that this guy's got a sex cult? It was a bad way to word that, right? But yeah, they went after Thought Slime for that. They still go every time that Thought Slime pops up. Like the whole Vosh network is like, remember that time you accused Xander Hall of having a sex cult? Remember that time? Are you going to apologize to Xander Hall? Are you going to apologize to Xander Hall?
That's his final claim in this video, that I want to groom people into a trans sex cult, which he makes sure to end his stream emphasizing and telling his audience that I should be pogromed off the internet, driven offline entirely.
Okay, I wouldn't use that phrase. I wouldn't use that word, but
being visibly mad about the fact he got some banter back in our first exchange. And take a look.
So what does this all boil down to, folks? Well, I have a theory, and I think it's a very good one. I think that John David Card is a groomer. I think that he is attempting to start his own cult of supporters, largely trans supporters, right? I think that he wants to build up an audience of trans people that he can then manipulate, take advantage of, and perhaps even in a sexual way. And so that's why
I don't know what to say. Wow. Again, this escalated quickly. This escalated very quickly.
I feel this is not personal. It is a little personal, but the main point of this is not personal. I do not want shitheads like this infiltrating our good leftist space. No. Cast you out into the cold.
Our good leftist space, that being Whiteleaf, that being Vosh, right? The Vosh community, the good leftist space that we got going. We got a good thing going here. We got the fucking horse lolly guy. We got the demon Shota lady. We got a good thing going here. We got a former therapist, you know, running an actual, you know, high control group kind of community, right? There's a lot going on right under your nose that you're not talking about, but you're worried about card posting, starting a trans sex cult?
Friend, none of that here. You're a piece of shit. I hate you, and you shouldn't have called me a fucking slackjaw, dumbass.
There we go. That's what it is. You called Gunter a slackjaw, so you must die, I guess, on the internet.
And that's that.
Hopefully, suffice to say, I do not in fact want to start any trans sex cults. Furthermore, no random anonymous people you find in the comments section of an Alec Gunter video is anyone who knows me, because I keep my real-world organizing private because it doesn't need to be public. And as an aside, political organizing and making videos online are two entirely separate things, and anyone making content out of the organizing they supposedly do is actually just someone angling for an online media career. But back to the topic, Alec Gunter made up a story to support his claim I want to groom people. He lied very brazenly and claimed he had a bunch of...
Honestly, I feel like Alec Gunter is kind of mama maxing. Is this mama max territory? Is card posting like Gunter's Camden Gerard Davis? This feels very mama max, right? And I feel like it's kind of a shame that Gunter did not get the mama max treatment.
Damning evidence dumped into his lap supporting that story. He just can't actually let you see it, but trust him guys, he totally has it. This random Australian hobbyist video maker he's never met, filming on their phone to maybe a few hundred people a video, is actually super bad, and Gunter's not just saying that because he got his ego very badly bruised. That's his claim of me, the fantasy he's come up with. Now, my counterclaim of him, so to speak, the problem I've got with him that I want to get to today, is just what you see in his videos and how Alec Gunter acts towards people. He does things that, frankly, should not be encouraged or even welcomed in progressive spaces. Beyond the juvenile stuff, like all the pleading emails he kept sending me, or the fact he tried to get his fans to send me a bunch of spam messages, or even how he tried to do a real low-rent doxing by showing people where I live through what paper I write for. I mean, like the simple fact, Alec Gunter started, then lost, YouTube beef with a progressive creator just a fraction of his size, then he made up a fake rape cult story to save face. And all around, just a pretty terrible person, as you see once you start to keep track of what he's done. He tried to attack me by calling my gender identity fake and rolling out the conservative classic bathroom libel. Again, the same week the big headline news was that a non-binary person had just been murdered over this shit. Did he not say that non-binary people, or at the very least I, are faking it to peek into public restrooms? That's just transphobia. And by the way...
Bree Breezy says Alec was a former conservative until he had a personal experience that changed his mind so quickly. Kind of like Sanderhall. Grand Theft Autobot says, sounds conservative brain to me. Yeah, I would say.
Just in case you think he was merely just trying to articulate an argument that's still pro-trans identities, just anti-too-cute and more binary.
Uncle Slayer, you're too funny. He even tries to steal my precious CRT, the critical race theory monitors. Yeah, I see those.
And medicalist, but he's just clumsy about it. Well, no.
Oh, wait, sorry. This is an important point.
Another trans person who takes a very medicalist binary identities, just anti-too-cute and more binary, and that's just transphobia. And by the way, just in case you think he was merely just trying to articulate an argument that's still pro-trans identities, just anti-too-cute and more binary and medicalist, but he's just clumsy about it.
Yeah, it's just, like, it does come across as trans medicalist at the very least.
Well, no, in fact. Here's him attacking another trans person who takes a very medicalist binary true scum line on trans issues. Take a look.
Girl, you gotta be kidding me. I speak from personal...
What do you mean you gotta be... Don't be a cuck. Don't be a cuck. Shut up.
Because
as a cuck. No, you're not a man. Shut the fuck up. You don't get to put yourself in the same category as me. Get out.
Cannot change the
cast
truth.
You out. All right? I don't accept men who are cucks. If you're like a literal cuck and that's your fetish, that's fine. I'm not getting on...
Looks to me like Gunter's just a bellowing cis guy who likes to talk over actual trans people and will just be transphobic for the sake of making...
Look, for all of my cis allies out there, okay, let us handle the trans meds. You don't need to get yourself into that situation, and especially the way that he handles it. You're not a man. Like, look, you're saying that to a trans guy. Like, use your brain, Alec. Use your brain. That's not right. And yeah, this is... I mean, from what card posting said, this is a trans medicalist and maybe a bully, and you know, fuck them, right? But yeah, just like, oh my god, there's so much wrong, and this is Gunter's move, right? Like this thing right here, attacking a marginalized person in a fucked up, bigoted way as supposedly a trans ally. Well, no, you got to understand, this was a trans medicalist. This was a bad person. They were saying, you know, no, you don't fucking say you're not a man. What the fuck?
content. Hey, reminder, his whole shtick is being a former Trump supporter who got all...
Wait, does this kind of remind you of Sunday's talk with Tyler, though? I mean, look, I can find a common thread between Sunday and Gunter in terms of gender essentialism, in terms of attacking someone on like not being a man. Look, there was a lot that I didn't like about what Sunday said in the conversation with Tyler, and granted, like there's a lot of problems I had with Tyler. I just felt like gaslit by both of them by the end of it. Right? Gaslit by Sunday because Sunday was pretending to be nice to me. And then he fucking goes on stream and attacks me. And gaslit by Tyler, well, because he was basically trying to cover up his lies instead of just admitting to them, apologizing, and moving on, which is not really that hard.
Up and became a Democrat fanboy instead. And he's not a stick in the mud like those wokies who think voting blue isn't enough. Why do we need to hear what he thinks about anything, let alone trans issues? Oh hey, remember the part where he called me a pedophile because the book I wrote had a teen girl in it? And he said he wants to make sure I'm nowhere near the online left because I'm bad optics? Well, hilariously, he actually recorded that stream the morning of the same day. Vaush later leaked the fact he had a bunch of, you know...
Oh shit, I remember this. This was the same day. I forgot that this was the same day. Damn.
The cartoon child porn of little girls being sodomized by horses.
No!
Which he had on his because he consumes that sort of content, because he likes it, because he's a pedophile. Anyway, it's just really interesting.
Okay, again, I don't go that far. I don't call Vaush that. I don't, like, I feel like it implies that he's doing something in real world. I don't know what Vaush does in the real world. I do know that he is into some fucked up shit. And I do know that I would not, you know, obviously, like, trust him alone around a young person, right? But I don't think we need to go that far. I mean, I understand why people do. They're talking about the inclination, the attraction being there, and it is disturbing, and I want to have anything to do with a person like that. I just, like, I don't know. I'm real careful about using that particular... President Sunday attacked you on his stream afterwards. Yeah. No, he said all this shit. I actually haven't even seen it all. I've heard this secondhand, so I almost don't want to get into it because, you know, until I see him say it, you know, but supposedly he said something about me being on Valium. Yeah, he said all this shit about me. He basically tried to poison the well against me, and I can only conclude it's because he's afraid of me. I have criticized him in the past for his takes, for his views, for his defense of Vosh, okay? But I actually always had a nuanced view of President Sunday and saw him as not quite as bad, not quite as egregious as the Xander Halls and the Voshes, etc. So I feel kind of silly. That I have this nuanced view of him. And look, I've defended him before. When people come to me with a clip saying, this is President Sunday saying that conversion therapy works, I watched that clip and I determined that that was not what Sunday was saying. He said what he said in a bad way, in a confusing way, in a way that could have been, you know, like he was like, well, he did say the words conversion therapy works, but he didn't mean conversion therapy is good and you should use it and shit like that. He meant that if you torture somebody and tell them you don't get out of this conversion camp until you say that you're not gay, then they will say that they're not gay. And they might even convince themselves that they've rid themselves of the desire. But obviously that doesn't, and I don't think Sunday was saying that it does, right? So I've defended Sunday against like a bunch of my friends who thought that this was Sunday coming mask off, you know, being pro conversion therapy. When I looked at the clip, that's not what I saw him saying. And I feel silly. I feel really silly for having a nuanced, you know, view of somebody like Sunday when he literally tried to fuck me over in front of 600 people because he had kind of a big stream that day. And instead of just being like, we're going to watch this video, my, you know, debate with Westside Tyler and talking about Tyler and him, instead of just like leaving out my channel and not linking that, you know, or giving me any kind of shout out or allowing me to post the video first or anything a normal person would have done in terms of consideration, right? Fine, Sunday. But no, he had to fucking poison the well too. And it's because he's afraid of me. And Sunday, all I got to say about that is, don't be scared, homie.
Thinks it's really important we do our utmost to point that out and remove all the pedophiles from the online left. And we know for a fact that Alec Gunter heard about the fact Vaush got exposed for leaking all his cartoon bestiality child porn because he was actually in Vaush's subsequent live stream advising Vaush that actually this...
Yeah, FG, you're catching on. NCC was on Valium. Tyler, now Tyler really did have like a back issue, and I think he did get, you know, prescribed like a, you know, a pretty strong painkiller. But from what he said, he wasn't under the influence of that. But Sunday starts it off, poisons the well of like, this guy's brain doesn't work right now. This guy's got CTE. This guy's on like a massive amount of morphine. Like, just basically, like, instead of just like he's wrong, instead of just he's like lying, instead of just like he's paranoid and he's attacking me even though I'm trying to help him out, right? Which is all true. He takes the low road every single time. Every single time. He punches down every single time. Chat, if President Sunday was a fighting game character, punching down would be his move. This would be his fucking move, punching down. That's all he does. And I gotta wonder, what is he gonna do when his target is no longer below him? How's he gonna react? How's he gonna react when the boot is on the other foot? I don't think he's gonna like that. But I'm not going to feel sorry at all.
Parlayed into an opportunity for him to get exposed to new viewers by accepting Ethan Klein's invitation to talk about what happened.
You think you can call in and talk it over with them? Maybe this is your ticket in? Nah.
Then guess what? After it came to light that Vaush had...
Okay, so he's showing Gunter going into Vaush's chat and saying, hey, Vaush, you should try to get on Ethan Klein. Ethan would have had Vaush on. But he wasn't going to have Vaush on to be like, all right, dude, let me just like give you space, say your piece, right? Make your excuse. Tell me about the short stack goblins, how you thought that that's what was in your folder. You didn't realize what it was. You didn't realize it was Lolicon. You know, like Ethan was probably going to destroy Vaush, and that's why Vaush didn't go on. But here's Alec Gunter like, hey, buddy, this could be your big chance, right? You want to get a big platform? You want to turn this crisis into an opportunity? Get on Ethan Klein.
Cartoon bestiality child porn on his computer. In the interests of pointing out and ousting the pedophiles from the online left, Gunter actually didn't just ignore what Vaush did, he explicitly banned mention of it in his community.
Oh shit, did you, wait, no, sorry, I want to see that.
In the interests of pointing out and ousting the pedophiles from the online left, Gunter actually didn't just ignore what Vaush did, he explicitly banned mention of it.
The Vaush porn it's not a discourse. Is banned from here. Anyone seen engaging in it is as of this announcement will be subject to. You're gonna ban people for just saying the obvious thing that your parasocial daddy, your clout daddy, is into freaking Lolicon, right? They ban in
his community. As another aside, I don't think any YouTuber should run a Discord for their fans like that. It's a space controlled solely by a figure everyone there will look up to. There's zero means to properly verify that people coming in are actually of age. It's not visible to outsiders at all, so there's no oversight or accountability. I just denounce the idea of YouTubers having Discords like that, period. I just don't like them. It doesn't sit right with me. And more specifically, looking again at this screenshot of Alec Gunter telling everyone to ignore the fact that Vaush likes cartoon bestiality child porn, is he shirtless in his pic there? That means either topless pics are normal fodder in the Gunter Discord community, and everyone does that, which isn't a crime, of course, but it's definitely also something that doesn't sit right with me. Or, topless pics like that aren't normal in the Gunter Discord community, and he's the only one who does that. In which case, I'd say maybe his accusation I want to head an online trans sex cult was more just projection than anything else.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I'm not sure. Chat, what? I don't really have a problem with him doing thirst traps. If that's what that is.
Like a pedophile, then all of a sudden, someone he does like, someone who he can continue to suck.
Wait, what is it that he had, like, did he have underage people in his Discord? What's the issue? I'm not sure what.
Someone he's got an incentive to stay on the good side of is exposed as being a pedophile. I think the double standards is bad myself. But speaking of double standards and trans Discord cults, y'all remember Keffals? Again, hilariously, the thing Alec Gunter made up to accuse me of happens to someone he likes, and he's shockingly silent about things. See, right...
Wait, what happened to Keffals? What happened to Keffals?
Exchange between me and Gunter where he accuses me of wanting to groom people into an online trans cult, the Keffals thing comes back into focus and becomes the drama flavor of the month. Now personally, I'm already on record as saying I don't really think any amount of online criticism is even going to affect her, and I stand by that. But let's be clear here.
Okay, no, that's actually wrong. That's actually wrong. But I only know this because I'm fucking terminally online and brain rotted, right? Keffals is over. Keffals is Jover. Keffals has never been more Jover.
It's definitely still really bad. I'm obviously not anti-HRT, but having a private Discord filled with people you can't verify the ages of, where you covertly...
Wait, Vaush isn't in his own Discord much for that matter. Oh, so I think that he was showing a picture of Alec with his shirt off, like as a Discord. Like his Discord avatar was a picture of that he took, like a selfie he took with his shirt off.
Hormones of dubious origin and purity, and then essentially play a confidence trick, banking on people's sympathy to pocket $100,000 you lie about your need for, then squander, and in doing so tarnish the standing of every reputable HRT distributor and every trans person looking for necessary financial assistance, is bad. That's a bad thing to do, and Keffals did it. And guess what? Not a peep of condemnation out of Gunter. Really weird how his outrage is very selective, and only seems to come out against much smaller channels he doesn't like. And every once in a while, I still get stuff floated into my recommended tab, where Gunter will have done something like incorrectly assume another content creator has a smaller subscribership than him, then he'll muse about how he thinks the smaller creator looks 14 or something, before going off on a mumbling monologue about how some random minor looks like he's into gay sex and having Alec dress him up as a woman.
He's smaller than I am even, and that's saying something. How old is honestly, I'm a little scared. How old is this guy? He looks underage. There's his Twitter. He looks like he's like 14. I'm honestly scared to insult him any further. But he's in an adult space, so I'm gonna treat him like an adult. Like, what are you like? You dudes in private when nobody and you don't tell anybody about it. Okay, that hairstyle already says everything I need to know.
What?
Okay, you take it up the ass like when nobody's looking, and you deny it at every point when nobody even brought it up. You're like, what do you mean in the ass? And they're like, I asked you what you wanted for dinner. Okay, well, just so it's clear, I did not get in the ass. Like that's the look that you're giving off. If this guy who already looks like he would fit makeup very well, makeup and a dress, I'm serious. Like he would look good with makeup and a dress. Not kidding. Maybe you should try it. You know?
Yeah, that's definitely the sort of react.
So chat, I don't know if you noticed this, right? But the context of this was that Gunter was defending Tipster. Gunter was literally making that video because Lyrics had done like a, Tipster video, this.
Cheers, my dude.
This guy.
No homo.
That guy. Lyrics had done a video taking down Tipster, and here comes Alec Gunter riding to the rescue.
Stream dunking content, a progressive who's really concerned about optics should do, isn't it?
Some 16-year-olds look like adults. Okay.
Oh no, oh no.
Because I feel like
people
understand this. The problem with pedophilia is not finding somebody who is underage attractive. Okay?
This is going bad.
If you find somebody who happens to be underage, who's like 16 or 17, attractive, that's not a big deal. I admit to fighting for clout, by the way. I fully admit to that. Of course I fight for clout. I do debates. I tick some buttons, I spark some outrage sometimes. It happens. I do that.
It's almost as bad as that.
Okay, can I say something?
Show to play the comic relief. Then did a psychotic follow-up stream seething about the fact he's been outdebated by a bunch of inner-city high school kids and grandmothers.
All judging.
I know that I pause entirely too much, but I want to say something, okay? And this is a admission. This is me being vulnerable here, which is, I probably shouldn't do it. I don't fight for clout. I don't aim for clout. I don't try for clout. I don't start shit with people for clout. I don't have that on the brain. I'm a little too neurodivergent to even know how all that works, okay? Being 100 with you. So when I am fighting and somebody's calling me a clout chaser, that is somebody bullying me. I don't have it in me to make those kind of calculations like we saw Sunday doing in his Discord messages with Tyler, right? Of like, let's slurp up some of this community, right? You know, we're gonna cause this and we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna get their community, we're gonna get their viewers, right? I don't know how that works. I'm not smart enough. I'm not conniving enough. I'm a little too spicy for that. Like, honestly, it's scary. And I don't want that. And whenever I end up in a conflict like that, it's because somebody pushes that on me. And I've had that happen a few times, and it really hurt me. Because all I was ever doing was trying to speak my truth. And to be pulled into the mud with these fucking pigs and taken advantage of like that, it's a violation. And unfortunately, Sunday's stream, that is not the first time I've been violated like that. And I'm sick of it. I don't want to play their game. And I don't think I should have to. That's not what I'm here for. Either here as a content creator or here on this planet. That's not what I'm about. And I wish, for fuck's sake, that we could get past it. If you want to have a real conversation with me as a human being instead of a motherfucking clout beast, then fine. But that was not what Sunday had in mind. Sunday came into my Discord to hurt me and to hurt my community because for whatever reason, he's scared of me. He's scared of my words. He's scared of my opinions. And he's scared of my truth. But Sunday, I'm not scared anymore. I know who I am. Can you say the same? Can you even find yourself? Is there even a real person there? Or just some weird fucking clown? I don't know. I don't know, chat.
Them fucking staring me down, dude. They fucking hate me.
Oh my god. Okay. Let me put that into Let me put that into context. God damn, that makes him look so bad, chat. Did you hear that? That makes him look so bad. And I don't know if card posting actually explains this.
Grandmothers.
Oh, judging me.
Gunter went on Jubilee's Middle Ground show to play the comic relief, then did a psychotic follow-up stream seething about the fact he's been out-debated by a bunch of inner-city high school kids and grandmothers.
Oh, judging me. Look at them fucking staring me down, dude. They fucking hate me.
I'm trying to remember what he was actually saying. He wasn't saying the N-word, right? That clip made it sound like he was calling people the N-word with the hard R. I'm trying to remember what he was actually saying, but it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It does sound like that. The person that edited that video, the person that made this clip that Cardpost is watching, is actually a conservative, right? And so they're, yeah, but I mean, look, he did post cringe. He did say some, I mean, you're going to see it. He did say some fucked up shit on this panel. It was a panel called White Liberals versus Black Conservatives, right, on Jubilee. And listen, if you are, as a content creator or as a normal person, as a non-content creator, right, if you were ever offered a spot on a panel to be the white leftist or white liberal to argue with black conservatives, turn it down, for God's sakes. I don't think there's anything good that can come out of that. Yeah, it's very daggers. Thank you, biceps and bikinis. Okay, so to do, you know, Alec, we're not trying to fucking spread lies about Alec. Like, his own words are bad enough, right? He wasn't saying the N-word. He was saying that they are staring daggers. But yeah, the person editing the clip made it look like it was the N-word.
Your complex as an older brother, and I will save you whether you like it or not. So that's just me.
You want to be a savior and you're using me to make yourself feel good. That's what I'm
How am I
hearing.
hurting you?
You're not letting me.
Oh my God, Destiny was there too. Destiny took the bait as well. Why would you do this? Somebody like Destiny, you would think, would recognize what this is. And yeah, Jubilee loves this kind of shit. Jubilee loves this kind of shit.
Have my own voice. You're not letting me speak.
How? You're speaking now?
No,
you're cutting her off.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like I have to.
This isn't about love. This is just about making the world a f***ing better place. This isn't about me personally loving this bitch or this okay?
This, by the way, is the same now deleted stream of Gunter's, where he tells his audience that when he's losing an argument, he finds that the best thing to do is just to make shit up and lie.
I hate feeling uncomfortable. Obviously, you don't want to
See,
feel
when
like
they give anecdotes, just fucking make shit up. That's exactly the opposite. Lie back. Just lie back. So now what? Now what? Now you have nothing. I thought that I came off looking pretty damn good. I think.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like this is always where my thumbnails show up. Not this. Yeah, no NCC thumbnails here, but people always end up when they're streaming at the end screen. Like, my thumbnails tend to pop up. Oh, thank you, Good for Gabby.
I think I did a pretty damn good job. And I think that those little snide remarks that I make were perfect for this format. If you're going to, like get a point across in a format like this, what I've learned from this experience is those little quips are perfect.
And it should be noted that when I called Gunter's stream psychotic just then, that wasn't merely a glib remark about mental health for the sake of rhetorical emphasis either. Gunter himself would like you to think his streams are psychotic too. He must reckon it gives him a bit more wiggle room to make up insane accusations about trans grooming cults and the like. After he did his big video on me, the one where he accused me of wanting to groom people into a trans sex cult, he stopped streaming for a little while. And then, in his first stream back, I reckon that in order to get ahead of any criticism that might come back his way because of all the crazy accusations he'd been making, he claims that actually, he was in a bipolar manic state the last few months or more, and I think he basically just tries his best to lay the groundwork for a mental health pity defense. Take a look.
I've had really bad executive dysfunction like these past couple months, honestly. Shortly before I took the break, I was already feeling it. I was like super burned out. There was also some stuff going on like with the drama community that I really don't want to get into because I don't want to get clipped or whatever. But like there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes on top of like just burnout and feeling like I'm not good enough for this job. You know, like it's not really a job, I guess, yet at least. I should say it's not my primary job. You know, on top of all that was like it was complicating the executive dysfunction that I already have as a result of ADHD. So my guess, not to self-diagnose, but my guess is that I'm bipolar, and I was in a manic phase for like a few months, at least a few months, if not longer.
I'll also point out that since he made his big wild accusation of me, Gunter has even gotten into arguments with random callers in from his audience who point out how absurd his claims of me are. And in those, he still defends making the claim and maintains it's true, while also distancing himself from the responsibility of making the claim by saying he's just putting his thoughts out there, and then he just usually deflects from answering at all by saying he forgets. Take a look.
So then why did you go and accuse him of being a rapist, a cultist,
I didn't accuse him of that. Somebody from an official
Yes,
org
you did. In your video,
somebody
you
from an
said
official
that he's
org
trying
did.
to start
and
his
I just
own
was
cult.
I was putting out, yes, that's my thoughts. I did not
Did
make
you
an
put out
official.
your thoughts that somebody's starting a cult?
Are you actually
fucking
interested
crazy?
in what I have to say or not? Are you just here to bash me?
I am interested in hearing how you answer these
Okay, then
questions
explain.
because
Look, I am interested in telling you that in 32. Oh my God, it's already on. The ad break is already going. Never mind. I was gonna do a debate. I was gonna do a top of the hour.
Explain.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sorry, let me explain.
Go. You go ahead.
Okay. I already forgot what I was saying. What's your question?
So here's my problem. I'm just a progressive person who started doing YouTube videos as a fun little hobby. I don't have any aspirations of an online media career, nor would I ever needlessly attack another person on the platform or want.
So, yeah, I mean, you guys see the difference between a sweaty clout hog like Alec Gunter and somebody that's just real like card posting. Finding Self-Love says best response is to just keep doing good work and help her grow her the channel. I totally get the emotional response. Being online, yeah, I shouldn't do that because, like, I mean, this is what these people feed off of, right? They find you in a moment of weakness, and they like respond to that clip, and they make it out to be something that it's not. But, look, this is why I'm glad to have the community that I have. I'm glad to have the community that notices when somebody's being ableist, and even if we're not gonna, you know, and I don't encourage, you know, nitpicking every little thing because there's a lot of normie ableism out there. There's a lot of just like normalized things that people do all the time that are kind of ableist, right? But the shit that Sunday was saying was crossing the line in so many ways, and people in my chat, you know, they saw that. And I'm glad to have this kind of an audience because it actually protects me from predators like President Sunday, because what he was doing in here that night was predatory. And I don't mean in the sense of like, you know, the accusations that Tyler's making. I'm talking about predatory in terms of as a content creator, right? What he was doing was trying to destroy my ability to support myself. What he was trying to do was to silence my voice. And it's because of the people that support me that he was unable to do so. And I can see from the analytics that my voice is louder than ever, and they're going to have to deal with that. You're going to have to accept that. You're not going to shut me up. You're not going to shut me down. I'm here to stay. And that is a weird freeze frame for card posting. I'm sorry, Card.
But within like a few months of me just being here, doing my own thing, making some videos, talking about stuff that interests me, along came this big bellowing ape who wants to become the next big streamer based off of a conversion story of becoming a liberal like a couple years ago, and he starts attacking me and calling my identity fake and harassing me and making wild, outlandish claims about me, which seems like a part of a pattern of behavior for him, and I don't like that. Frankly, I shouldn't have to tolerate it. When I made my last video mentioning all this and explaining in detail why Gunter's claims about me were demonstrably false, I said I wouldn't be interacting with him anymore, and I stand by that too, because this isn't a video responding to him. Because you can't debate something like these accusations he's made of me. You can debate whether or not, say, a reactionary meme is real, and whether or not people should be aware of it. You can debate with someone and banter about optics or different types of presentation. But you simply can't discuss something with someone just intent on lying about you. So
yeah, somebody that's legitimately bad faith.
Theoretical stuff I started with about asking people to divest from bad things and bad people comes back into it. This video is made principally for other people who are themselves established figures in the sphere of online left-of-center streaming and debating and video making. I've shown you that Alec Gunter has lied a lot about me. He's done a lot of things that shouldn't be welcome in progressive spaces, and this is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Once again, I'll even suggest you possibly go and watch all of the videos we've both done about this that are linked at the top of this video's description. But if you're someone who interacts with Alec Gunter...
I will warn you, that's a deep dive, all right? That's a long back and forth. I think I've got a stream where I try to go through conclusively all of the Alec Gunter card posting lore. And that was like, I don't know, it was like 8 hours or something. It was a ridiculously... Oh my god, chat, we're already on hour 6. What am I saying? 8 hours, not a long stream for me, apparently. Not a long stream at all. But yeah, I went over it because I did feel like there was, you know, this was an attack. This was a predatory attack on card posting, and I didn't want to see an asshole like Gunter get away with it.
Or you're in the same spaces as him, You should pick a side here. And I think the correct choice to make would be to say that he should not be welcomed into your online social circle or your sphere of collaborating and content making. And I'm asking, very openly, for the big network and groups he's associated with to formally cut ties with him, at least until he makes some significant changes and takes responsibility for what he's done. That would mean, first and foremost, Alec Gunter is the newest name in the Vaush-centric stable of creators that all share a website provider and a posting service. Is he not?
Ooh, wait, a posting service?
Subscribership is solely because of Vaush's...
Wait, I'm sorry, I don't... does anybody know what card means by a posting service? What does that mean?
And I feel like I've got a very legitimate grievance here of Vaush and his network that they've enabled someone to accuse me of running a sex cult.
Like a chat room? Wait, like a Discord or something?
To tens of thousands of people.
Oh, is Sunday a libertarian? Not to my knowledge.
Vaush, I know I called you a pedophile earlier, but that's just a statement of facts. I need you to rein in your large adult son here. But don't just say you don't support this sort of behavior. Meaningfully separate him from your network. He's done.
See, this will never happen.
Don't just denounce him, Vosh.
The sad thing, Card. The sad thing is the only thing that they would ever possibly listen to is like if Ethan Klein, and even Ethan Klein couldn't get Vosh to just fucking apologize and admit what he did wrong. Like, yeah, they don't listen to people like you and me. They listen to power. And you got to exert power on them. You got to exert leverage on them to get them to do anything.
Divest from him. See, the title of this video could be read in two ways. It's clever. And that call for divestment from Gunter should also...
Furry One says he might mean editors to help posting on YouTube. That's... yeah, that makes sense.
Also be aimed at a lot of the big real-world activism packs he's in, like a Progressive Victory. Alec Gunter works for them. He appears in videos for them. He does canvassing for them. All of which I think he sees as simply another way to embiggen his public media profile. My question to whoever's got their hands on the levers of power over at Progressive Victory is, can you not platform people like that? He's not good. Moving another rung down the ladder, I don't actually expect Vaush will acknowledge the actual harm his newest protege is doing. So I'll ask the other people associated with that network. If you're another creator on Vaush's site, on his network, using that same streaming infrastructure, you're currently lumped in with Alec Gunter. Would you be willing to say to your peers over there and to Vaush and to your network admins, hey, either remove Alec Gunter from the group or you'll walk? I personally don't know the super deep political streamer law.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. He's trying to get a strike. I mean, this is never going to work, right? This is sadly, I don't think this is going to work, right? But he's suggesting like a strike on like the White Leaf creator strike, right? That they see this video, they say, hey, that's not right. I don't stand for, I don't want to be associated with that. And they say, White Nervoso, you gotta can Gunter's website. You gotta can Gunter's White Leaf site, or else I'm out of here. I'm not doing this anymore.
So I'm not 100% sure who's exactly partnered up with who over there, but someone who I believe is the political streamer Demon Mama. So I just want to briefly address her here specifically. I don't often watch your stuff, but you're in the same milieu, right? And I believe you, very correctly and honestly, acknowledged not too long ago that what Keffels did was very bad. And more recently, you've also correctly articulated why the streamer Xanderhall is not someone who should be uncritically trusted in progressive circles. Well, can I respectfully ask you, Demon Mama, to take the moral stance here on Alec Gunter? Because, as I hope I've brought across in this video, he's someone willing to attack real lefties for clout and clicks. He seriously calls people pedophiles and cult leaders, and I think is nowhere near the actual ally to trans people he likes to present himself as. And now I've been dragged into having a problem with him, and by extension your network, because he tried to do all that to me.
So he saw Demon Mama disavow Keffels, and again, that took a lot. That took a lot, right, for Demon Mama to actually come out and, you know, disambiguate her community from Keffels, to let people know that she thought that that the people that donated were lied to. It took a lot to get Demon Mama to do that. And so because he saw that, he's like, oh, cool. One of you has a conscience. Oh my gosh, from the outside, that's what this looks like. And I've seen this so often where people are like, actually, you know what? Demon Mama's not that bad. Well, you have Vosh and, you know, there's always like one white leaf creator that people will point to and be like, but so-and-so's never done anything wrong. And sometimes they have, they just don't know it. They just don't know it. They operate like a pack. They attack in numbers, right? So the only white leaf member that's going to be maybe innocent of any of this shit and naive is going to be somebody that's like new to the network and, you know, small streamer without the power or the expectation that they jump in on all the attacks.
I'd like to mention by name, or by their handle, is another streamer, not in the Vaush network, but arguably adjacent to it and the drama it creates, who has interacted directly with Alec Gunter before. President Sunday, you seem like a smart person.
Oh no! Oh no! I mean, he's... You seem like a smart person. Sunday. Can you help me out with this? I got this problem with this Alec Gunter guy. But it's funny. It's funny that he still associates Sunday with the white leaf. And look, for good reason. Sunday was very tight with a lot of those people. And didn't really come out and say anything until... until the folders thing. Until it became convenient to distance himself. And until the positive for being... or the negative for being associated with white leaf outweighed the positive. That's when he...
Collaborative discussion with Gunter after his really bad Jubilee appearance too. And you're a streamer around this same 5-digit figure of subscribers level who also correctly denounces a lot of the bad things that have been being done by lefty content creators recently. Would you please also consider everything I'm putting in front of everyone today and call this what it is? Really bad? And if you're someone who's subscribed to Gunter after he got raised up by Vaush, could you consider reflecting earnestly and critically on whether or not Alec is someone you want to continue to follow and support? Because you're not doing yourself, or the online left, any favours by tacitly supporting someone like that. Apart from all that, if you're just some random viewer of mine, would you consider recommending this video to any of the internet drama news pages you might also watch?
This is why I love card posting. Card posting is adorable. Would you mind recommending this video to any of the internet drama YouTubers that you know? Aww.
Asking for views is gauche, but frankly, I want this criticism to be seen by as many people as possible, even if it means hoping that it lands into the lap of the content mill drama channels. It's a bit unfortunate to want that to happen, but hey, I'm telling the truth, and I don't fear inquiry. And Alec Gunter has been able to get away with smearing me and doing a lot of other stuff, it looks like, by virtue of the fact he isn't under the scrutiny of much of an audience beyond his own diehard fans he scooped off of Vaush, and the Discord people he dictates to what they are and aren't allowed to discuss and think about. As someone who's been in far-left anarchist organising circles for about 10 years now, I think corrective measures should come from someone's community. And I'm asking that the people in this online YouTube video space take note of what Alec Gunter has done, what he is still doing, and they apply the social pressure needed to make this guy fix his behaviour. That's just about all I've got to say today.
God damn. God damn. Card posting. Stay gold. You know what I mean, chat? Stay gold. Chat's asking me about individual, like, white leaf creators. Some of whom I was friends with at some time, and there's a reason that I'm not still friends with them. But I don't exactly relish the idea of, like, you know, rehashing their list of sins. Just understand that, you know, this is what happens to people who take the poison apple from white nervosa and grow to a certain size, right? It's like being like, but what about this army unit? Well, what about that? Did that army unit do anything? Maybe that army unit was just filing paperwork, right? They was just doing paperwork. It's just like, oh my God. It's a team. I don't want to get into it. I hate saying bad things, especially about people that I used to be friends with. People that I cared about. And people that really let me down. There's a lot of, kind of heartache that comes with this job, especially when you care about people. And I have a hard time not. Like, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I'm sorry. You're making me, it's making me relive stuff, right? But yeah, there's the card posting video. So yeah, this is, it's pretty amazing because you've got somebody that is pretty fucking innocent. And like, that's what's so, I like to see a good outcome for somebody like Card. And look, he's not going to get the outcome that he wants to, right? Wyatt Leaf's not going to disavow Alec Gunter. Alec Gunter's not going to change his ways. And they're not going to, dump him off Wyatt Leaf. But I mean, look, these kind of like ways of holding each other accountable, that is how shit should be. In a leftist space, especially. How dare you be a human being? I know, that's like not allowed. I'm supposed to be an entertainer. I'm supposed to be a social media personality, an influencer. Are you influence, chat? Woo, influencer. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm embarrassing myself. I need to stop. We need to center. Wait. And then we've got more content, don't we? We do indeed. We do indeed. If I can find it. We got some unfinished business with Mr. Sunday. And this is kind of going to be the spiciest content, so I'm glad you stuck around. Where did I put this? I don't exactly relish hearing more of this guy's voice, but he does end up talking about some pretty... Oh no, chat. You know what I'm looking at right now? Chat. No. Check this out. Look at this. He strikes again. Sunday strikes again. There it is 1 hour ago. We are not watching this, by the way. We got a mission, and I have a limit to the amount of this guy's content that I could actually watch, right? I'm pretty close to that limit, but there's something important here, and I want to make sure that we get it. We started watching this the last time. We started watching this yesterday. And I'm going to roll it back to the beginning, I guess, because look, chat, he's only got like, I don't know, 3.5 times my likes. I feel like likes are most important. When I'm talking about the metrics that I care about, right, more than anything, I think I care about the likes. And not just like the number, right? Not just the like, somebody hit the like button because I said hit the like button, so you hit the like button, right? I'm talking about people who actually liked it. people who not just like watched it and they were like, huh, okay. But people were like, yeah, like, right? Like I live for that. I live for the quality, unregretted view that is represented by that like button. Anyway, let's see what he's, this is going to be Sunday talking to 2 mods. Now, this was the screenshot that was up on my channel when one of Sunday's mods got upset. Right? So I would ask everybody in here, do not harass anybody involved in this. I probably don't have to tell you this. You're my audience. I feel like you all know this all intuitively, but I'm just going to say it just in case there's anybody out there. You know, obviously, what we've seen in the last few days shows Tyler in a bad light and Sunday in an even worse light. And I don't want anybody to ever think that the solution is like harassment or something. That's going to be some kind of justice, right? That's not what I want. And I hope that's not what you want. But yeah, Sunday has made a, what is this? A group chat. This is a group chat with at least two of Tyler's mods. Tyler's also added to the group chat so Tyler can ostensibly see what's going on, what's being posted, but he doesn't answer the call. And so I think never heard what was being said. But this was Sunday requesting an audience with 2 of Tyler's mods and trying to explain what he's thinking and where he wants this situation to go and how he wants it to resolve and why. And this will be either the last content for the night. Let's see. Oh shit, I gotta check. Oh shit, every time I say oh shit, it's like, it's like I hear tipster. We are at 26% of the dodo goal. That means that we are 74% from hitting that goal. Again, that goal unlocks that extra content that I should probably press this button to. I'm not doing it right. There we go. It's like that. All right. So that's the dono goal right there. We're 26% complete. We get to 100% complete. We unlock one of these topics. Let me get an idea of what the chat is feeling right now, where we're at. It looks like Vosh Road Rages on bikers is the #1 choice for the voters. Mr. Beast hires a PDF at second position with 22%. Black Maga tied for second with 22%. J.K. Rowling's Mold Symbiote at 20%. So how this works is that I would add 12% to Black Maga, 5% to Vosh Road Rages on bikers. So Vosh Road Rages on bikers would win if we were at the dono goal. Right now, unfortunately, we were a bit a ways from it, but let's look at it this way. We're over 1/4 of the way towards the dono goal. So it could happen, and I'll give it a chance to happen. And we're going to watch this content. What is this? 5:53 to, oh, is that an hour? God damn, it's an hour, isn't it? This content is an hour long. We're going to at least speed it up, right? But we got maybe an hour left to possibly hit that sub goal. Just know that when you do, make sure to let me know which of these topics that you want to see as bonus content, and I will put your money where your mouth is, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and that'll, you know, increase the score of the thing that you want to see. You could also say Vox Populi if you want, and that just kind of turns it back to the chat to choose. It basically takes away points from these, so that's how you can also say Fallout New Vegas if you want it to be like when this gets filled up to 75, I do a new Fallout New Vegas stream. So if you're looking for that kind of content, you can say Fallout New Vegas. That's how it works. And yeah, like I said, we're 74% of the way towards unlocking some of this bonus content. Any kind of donation, including super chat, super sticker, membership, gift membership, throne donation, Patreon donation, or anything on Twitch, including bits, including subs, anything that's a donation, any kind of there's too many to count, but you know what they are. And if you do it, then you get the right to tell me where you want me to add your dono to, and you'll push the dono goal forward and possibly bring us some new content from the content pinata. At least that's what I'm hoping tonight. But either way, let's get started with President Sunday here.
Any more time on this than I already have. It's exhausting. It's miserable. It's not really what I feel like doing. This has not been fun for me. However, However, I'm wondering if you guys have cottoned on to sort of what is happening behind the scenes here, because there isn't going to be a Demon Mama response. I think we've figured that out by now. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there is one. And this is what I perceive to be happening. Every single person who's been going into Xanderhall Sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine when they haven't before. These are people who are directly paid by Vosh.
What?
So what is...
Wait, whoa.
What I suspect is going to go down.
What?
There is going to be an attempt.
I'm sorry.
Or there is an attempt on
I'm
that
sorry.
to try and...
I don't understand what he's saying.
So what I suspect is going to go down is there is going to be an attempt attention to mine when they haven't before. And this is what I perceive to be happening.
Okay.
Every single person who's been going into Xanderhall Sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine when they haven't before.
Every single person that's going into Xanderhall's Sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine when they weren't before. Anybody want to translate this from Clout Bastard for me? What is Sunday saying? I don't understand this. Anybody get this? People have been coming, everyone who's been coming into Xanderhall's Sphere, so like what, Xanderhall's community, has been noticing my sphere when they never were before. What are we talking about? What do we mean?
And this is what I perceive to be happening. Every single person who's been going into Xanderhall Sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine when they haven't before.
Everyone who's been going into Xanderhall's Sphere has been suddenly paying attention to mine, my sphere, my community, when they haven't been before. Anybody get this? I'm not sure what Sunday's saying. Sunday is saying that more people are watching, but everybody that goes into Xanderhall Sphere? So what? Wait, Xanderhall viewers are watching his channel? Is that what it is? Or just more people watching his channel overall? Hey, Benny.
These are people who are directly paid by Vosh. So what is...
Okay, now I really don't understand. These are people who are directly paid by Vosh. So who is directly paid by Vosh? White Nervosa? Maybe? I don't know, chat. Who? Maybe editors? Would be paid by Vosh? Thumbnail artist? Paid by Vosh? What do you think? So we're talking about what? Like mods, editors. And these wouldn't just be any mods. I would assume these would be like the top mods, right? I don't think that I don't think Vosh pays all of his mods, but so people on the Vosh payroll are coming into Xanderhall. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand. What does Sunday mean?
What I suspect is going to go down is there is going to be an attempt, or there is an attempt on that end to try and make sure there is an escalation between us by pinning Vosh and Demon Mama.
Okay, so when you involve yourself in a big takedown video, yeah, a lot of people are gonna, from the outside, are gonna come in. So wait, they've been going into Xanderhall's community. So is he saying that there's sussy bakas like spying on him, and he knows that they're sussy baka white leaf spies because they did this to Xanderhall previously? He pays his mods? I don't know. Maybe somebody that big does. Maybe. Vosh makes a lot of money. Vosh makes easily a 6-figure salary, if not more. In fact, I think it's a sizable 6-figure salary. What is Blood yapping about? I don't understand, Kenshin.
To me, or putting me behind them, while refusing to offer Tyler anything to latch onto to carry this forward. Because I can tell you right now, I've been watching with interest like what the reception is of the expose, and it's not great. I think the most positive one was Chud Logic. I was expecting actually more opportunism. I was expecting people to carry it a bit further. I was expecting Destiny to show more of an interest. I was expecting Lonerbox to show more of an interest. These people hate Demon Mama.
We gotta slow him down. I'm having trouble understanding. Let's do 1.25. Is that okay?
But they also all have, I don't know if you're aware of this, but they also have some quiet business entanglements in the background with these people too.
Yeah. Lonerbox was talking during Tyler's stream about getting white leaf site, so.
More so than that, most of the people that Lonerbox associates with also themselves have white leaf sites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
so,
what I figured was going to happen.
Yeah. So
I'm going to put something in chat.
Let me put it this way, all right? Vosh's average stream is not 10 times the size of my chat right now. Is not... Yeah, it's like 100 times. So, it's a lot of concurrence. And then, you know, when he puts out a video, he's getting like, you know, each video is getting like 100,000 or more views, right? So with that much volume of, and that much watch time and that much, and that large of a community, yeah, he's making easily 6 figures.
This is White Leaf put out a new thing under their website. It's just a new statement stating,
I mean, Keffels was making 6 figures for a while.
they no longer are, no clients are necessarily affiliated or endorsed by White Nervoso or other members of White Force. Again, that's bullshit. We saw Miss Faldu go into Xanderhall's fucking server. And
this is exactly what it looks like. But this is the reason why I'm talking to you guys about it. It's not because I think this is new to you. I think you guys have like a head on your shoulders. White Nervoso has been reaching out to me in private. I'm going to attempt to get a voice conversation. But what White Nervosa is trying to do here, and I'll show you exactly what she messaged me with.
Before you do that, is it okay if we archive that for any reason?
I'm actually gonna be real with you. Just because you said I'm actually not gonna show it to you, but I'm gonna read it to you. And the reason why is because as a consequence of the I mean bluntly, I take when somebody like makes things up about what I have said very seriously. And there's a pretty severe breach of trust here. Like, I don't want to harp on this, but Tyler flat out said that I had defended these people and said things that I did not.
And that's on Tyler.
That is on Tyler. I don't hold any of you to that, but you guys are more affiliated with Tyler than obviously with me.
Yep.
So
that's why I asked, so you wouldn't share anything.
I appreciate that. Just to be clear, you made me think about that. But essentially it's this, and if this echoes what was said in my side chat during my last stream.
In my side chat,
penultimate stream.
Oh, side chat is in Discord. When you go into a voice chat, there's a little bubble that you can click on, and there's a chat that you get to through that bubble. So it's this chat that's associated with that voice channel. So while you're in voice channel talking to other people, if you want to show them something or send them a link or just like show everybody something, right? You can put it in the little. That's what he means by side chat for anybody who doesn't speak Discord. The NCC sphere? Is there a sphere? Do we have a sphere? I like spheres. I'm a fan of spheres. It's like an orb, kind of. Wait, is it an NCC orb?
Quote, I can answer any question you'd like. I never had Tyler blocked on Discord, but did block them at times on Twitter because I hate that dog shit site. That's a weird statement by itself, but moving on. I can share our SOP, terms of service, contract, and answer any questions you have. None have been asked of me after Willie Mack regarding Keffels prior to her retirement. Nothing above I consider privileged or private information. So what's happening here is White Nervous is seeing that Tyler wants to make additional hit pieces / investigations / whatever you like on the broader community, and that's been sort of apparent from the framing of the initial video. So what she's trying to do is she's trying to give me the scoop, so to speak, to simultaneously deflate Tyler.
Wait, you find you're more of a rhomboid? Isn't a rhomboid isn't that a muscle?
And also make
it's like on your upper back.
It appear as if they've been open the entire time. Like, see, all you have to do is ask, kind of thing.
It's the muscle that makes you pull back your.
The problem here is that I am perceiving a lack of interest in de-escalating things with me. Perhaps even escalating things with me. And if that happens, if we sort of continue down the path we're on, we will both lose, because this is the bind I'm in. Insofar as Tyler's doing things that I don't agree with on basic ethical grounds. That's one point. But moreover, is being dishonest about like what I have said to him in our history. And insofar as he's attacking larger communities in a way that I can't endorse, not because I think that every single critique or every single suspicion is wrong, but because they're being done in a way that is just not tenable. I can't simply defer, which would be a dishonest action, but I can't even, just for strategic reasons, I can't just defer to Tyler and just jump on side with him. Yeah. Because that will be essentially suicide for me down the line, leaving aside the basically dishonest switch from my previously avowed principles and stances. For obvious reasons, I also can't do the reverse, and I can't just leverage, okay, well, if we escalate with Tyler, that's fine, because everybody on Vosh side has a vested interest in me winning, so it's totally fine.
Yeah, we're talking about the muscle that sits between your spine and each of your shoulder blades, like in between, and kind of pulls them back and together, and yeah, it's like a rhombus shape.
Because that's suicide in the short term as well, because this is the lolly horse guy with the woman who allows her increasingly less dubiously pedophilic partner talk to minors in her server person, and the crazy, hey, we'll take down your website and cut your income if you piss off the people we like person. I cannot side with them. I will lose all credibility, and I will not be lifted back up by them afterwards. So even if I were of a mind to do that, I do not have I just die from that angle. And then third, if I fight both of them, I don't know what happens. Bluntly, that one, that's actually kind of the path that I'm on right now, if that's the path that Tyler is committed to, and that one's ugly and time consuming, and I win that one, but it's miserable.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to you guys because I was talking with Brooks late last night about how the fuck can we defuse this, and
I mean, the scapula is the bone, though, and then there's like a muscle underneath the bone. Oh my god, what is that thing called again?
I've been thinking about it myself. The big thing I see right now is, I see where you're coming from.
Wait, I'm trying to understand what are we doing? What is going on here? Did I miss the important part?
And I win that one, if that's the path that Tyler is committed to. And I don't know what happens. Bluntly, that one, that's actually kind of the path that I'm on right now. If I fight both of them, I don't know what happens. Bluntly,
You fight Tyler and Whiteley if you don't know what happens.
That one, that's actually kind of the path that I'm on right now, if that's the path that Tyler is committed to. And that one's ugly and time consuming. And I win that one, but it's miserable.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to you guys because I was talking with Brooks late last night about how the fuck can we diffuse this? And
I've been thinking about it myself. The big thing I see right now is I see where you're coming from. You've basically completely de-escalated at this point, in my opinion. Especially, it's just been server talk, posters talk for the most part. But I don't know what Tyler's on because he's usually gone most of the weekend. He's working on other stuff. From what he's saying, it sounds like he's calm at this point. I mean, it's just outreach at this point to patch things up. But I think if you make the same case to him, he'll come around because when he left off last time, it was sounding like a bit paranoid, like that you're working with not Demon Mama and not Fawn. Doe, you're working with Doe and feeding her.
I'm gonna show you something, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, just so you understand where I'm at with Doe here.
Yeah.
And
I'm pretty sure it's not positive either way.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
Doe's attitude in this whole thing, and this is presuming I believe Doe, and I don't, but Doe's attitude in this whole thing has been, I'm not involved. I don't know what these people do. Why are you talking about this as if I know anything about this? Stop insinuating that like I'm in any way culpable with this kind of thing. And like, to be fair,
Sunday is talking to 2 of Tyler's mods about the situation with Tyler. And let's see, you know what? I kind of want to like look at something else because like it's not important who these mods are. That's not the issue here. Here, why don't we just do this?
there is no information actually tying Doe to any of these, with the exception of the fact that she lives with them and appears occasionally on the same channel, which is a pretty big caveat, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But my relationship with Doe, I'll give you guys a rough timeline, okay? So you guys understand exactly like what's happened with Demon Mama and that crew over the course of the past year, because we have not been on good terms for many moons.
Can I say one thing first?
Please.
Before you go into that, just to put myself on to explain my understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Basically, we've stumbled into what could possibly be a little bit of just weird palm greasing and light racketeering is a good term for it. And none of us are really equipped to deal with what's going on, and we are mostly just we're mods. Tyler's doing Tyler shit, and you're just trying to be like, what the fuck? What is my way forward here? That is my understanding of what's going on. Right now.
Here's the thing. There are a lot of eyes on Tyler right now
Mm-hmm.
for him to do something stupid.
Yes.
And by way of that, every single person, certainly front-facing people, and because he's added like chatters and donors as people he can target, now it's open season.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure this out. Right? Is this a low-key threat from Sunday saying that, look, I don't like Whiteleaf. I'm against them. I want to expose this. This is dangerous. Right? But what Tyler's doing is leading to a conflict with Whiteleaf. And if Tyler is insistent on attacking me Sunday, then I'm going to be fighting Tyler and Sunday at the same time. And I just can't do that. And then maybe is the implication then that he's saying, do you see what position I'm in? The motivation here, the obvious solution that gets this out of my hair is if I flip and I say, let me help you with your Tyler problem. Is that what he's... Like, I'm trying to read the subtext because I feel like that's what's going on here. Am I grokking this correctly? Am I getting this? Ready to hold down the fort? Yeah. Look, I really didn't think this was going to be, I didn't think this was, well, look, okay. Oh my God, chat, what, are you thinking that I'm involved in this now? Is that what's going through people's mind? I mean, apparently I am, Sundays, you know, involved me, but as far as, look, maybe I don't have eyes in the right places, but since their attempt to take my channel down and their attempt to poison my reputation, I don't think I've gotten any sort of pushback from Vosh or Whiteleaf, and I think that this is for the specific reason that they know that I appeal to an audience that doesn't like them, and that were I to be attacked by them, that I would stand to gain viewers and not lose viewers, right? I don't have people in my audience that are like, oh, Vosh doesn't like you, White Nervosa doesn't like you, oh, fuck you, I'm out of here, right? I don't have those kind of people. I don't have that kind of overlap, right? I don't stand to lose from a conflict with them as far as I know. That is what I have assumed because I have not been hit with any other attacks. They went for my channel when I reacted to a Xander Hall video. They went for my reputation when I was talking about Keffel, strangely. Huh. Interesting. But since then, like, the most I've gotten is like a mention on the subreddit, I think. And so I've just assumed that what this means is that they don't want to possibly contribute to me gaining a larger audience. And they have made the estimation that any sort of intervention, unless there's some fucking serious like cloak and dagger shit that's going on that I'm not aware of. I'm not trying to make you paranoid, and I'm definitely not trying to make myself paranoid, right? But is that what chat's getting out of this? Is it like, you know, Sunday's talking about his situation. Sunday's talking to Tyler's mods. This is before the debate, right? This is before the debate. Sunday's talking to Tyler's mods and trying to, he says, de-escalate. He does not want to fight Tyler and is trying to ask the mods, tell the mods like where he's at, and then maybe the mods will go to Tyler and be like, hey, Tyler, actually Sunday doesn't really want to fight you. He's in this really bad place. Can you please just, you know, de-escalate and chill the fuck out? Like, he's not trying to fuck you over. I think that's what's going on. I'm checking with you though, because I'm like, this is complex cloak and dagger type shit. I think he doesn't believe Whiteleaf is in on it. Is in on what? The Demon Mama abuse stuff? Or at least in some nuanced part, his helping, he might get something that would help, and he thinks Tyler, he would get something. His helping Tyler, right, might get something that would help. And he thinks Tyler ruined the case. Yeah, because they got weeks to hide that. I caught that from him in the debate. But I'm just like wondering what exactly, and like, okay, so important things to understand about this, right? This took place between Sunday and Tyler's mods. Sunday, I think, wanted Tyler to be in on the conversation. I see President Sunday added Westside Tyler. Tyler, for whatever reason, whether he was busy or annoyed or just didn't want to have anything to do with Sunday and didn't trust him, Tyler did not join. This is being shared to us on President Sunday's stream, the same stream where he does his hit piece on me, and this is not live. This has been recorded, and Sunday is now releasing this recording to the world. So that's the context in which we need to understand this, right? Sunday wants to show this to his audience now. As I don't know, proof that he tried everything he could to de-escalate, but I am picking up some very strange subtext, and I'm not sure if I am understanding it correctly. The idea that Sunday anticipates an attack from Whiteleaf, a la DJ Mule, right? That Tyler has done a hit piece against one of their members, and things are eerily quiet on the Western Front, and he thinks that this is the quiet before the storm, and that very likely they're going to go after Tyler. And then, as far as his position in this, if Tyler's going to go after him at the same time as Whiteleaf is going after both of them, he's saying, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I can't handle it. That's too much. I can't handle those numbers, right? I will get swamped. I will be, I don't know. Like, ended. Unless I'm mistaking something. President Sunday was pissed because Irene wasn't muting Tyler, so Sunday, I don't know how pissed he was. I think he hated me before that. I don't think that the debate is what made Sunday mad about me. I think he was already had already made up his mind and was probably actually a little bit scared. The fact that he needed to poison the well to his audience shows that he's scared of the potential of that audience finding its way into my stream, listening to what I have to say, and maybe adopting a perspective on him that he does not want, right? That's what I picked up. And things like attacking me by saying that I must be on Valium sound like an anticipation of me attacking him for his drinking habit, which I wouldn't. That's a low blow. But it's the kind of Trumpian maneuver that if you attack somebody for what you're afraid of being attacked for, then it nullifies the effect of that attack. So he's thinking, I don't know, that I could call him a fucking excessive drinker. I don't know. President Sunday is always scared of effective responses. Well, look, I'm not focused on him. Like, right? The way that he's focused on me. But yeah, he's strangely defensive. And I'm not sure I understand.
Season on his. Every single person who is affiliated can now be attacked by way of Tyler. So every single thing that's dug into now creates a impetus to bring up something else, right?
Yep.
Is that a particular danger to me? No, but I, for example, have gone on similar critiques and attacks on people like Not So Erudite, on Destiny, etc., etc. And if there's a way to discredit me by way of the association by showing that Tyler is crazy, that will be brought up. And my name was on, for example, Lonerbox's mouth to a good couple thousand people.
Look, I don't want to comment on any kind of, what exactly is going on. I just know that he brings up accusations of substance abuse with people on what seems like reflex, right? That the first thing out the gate is like, and whether it's real or not, because I didn't get the feeling that Tyler was actually on anything, unless he's just lying. Which I guess it's possible. I mean, he was definitely acting weird. I don't know if, I don't know what the reason for, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, right? Tyler's, kind of seems paranoid of Sunday, right? Or I'm just completely missing it and he's not paranoid and Sunday is actually just up to no good at all. Everyone needs therapy? Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to speak to whether there's an issue with him and substances. I just know that he seems to perceive it so. Because I know that because of the sort of perfunctory attack. Like the first thing, out the gate is like, she's on Valium. She's on Valium. This is, I'm on You know, depending on the night you come by, I might be on Blinker. I might be on a little say and Sebe day, but that's about it, Sunday. It's nothing that exotic. It's nothing that exciting. Anyway.
While he was covering Tyler's thing. And it wasn't, it was not a, it did not get accolades. It was like, why do we need to know this information? Why is there a docs? Why is this not edited at all? Why is Vosh being brought into this? Why are we talking about cults? Gloopy didn't say anything about cults until Tyler mentioned cults. Why are we talking about wage theft? Like it's like, and the problem we're in is that there is a big monetary incentive for this to blow up, but not for us. We are the butt of the joke here, and we need to collectively figure out how we're going to approach this in a way where we are not squashed, because we can be. You guys probably can't, but me and Tyler can. And the problem is, whenever I've tried to talk to Tyler, he just can't handle disagreement. Like he can't handle it. And if he's in a situation where he feels like the other person is either, let's say, using technical language to try to get one over him, or if he feels like for whatever reason like he's having difficulty parsing what's going on, or if he feels like he's been made vulnerable, which I think is what's happened here, his defense mechanism is to essentially try and bully the other person. And the problem is that it is not being lost on people looking in from the outside that under pressure he can't keep cool, which means red meat for drama content. Like this is gonna go bad really fast at scale. The only reason why people are even watching this and talking about
Sebe Day jellyfish, nice. Crutchy says, yeah, I think that's true that President Sunday is worried about losing clout, but holy shit, any people are lost if they think they look good with this insult-laden tirade against Westside Tyler. True. Didn't Tyler say he has CTE and PTSD? Maybe? He said something. But he said it doesn't really affect him that much. Definitely that would impact how he handles hard emotions and stuff. How popular is Sunday compared to Tyler? Maybe as much as twice as many concurrents. He's got, I don't know. He's got like 2/3 as many subs, maybe? Yeah, 2/3 as many subs. Sorry, Tyler's got 2/3 as many subs as Sunday.
Me is precisely for that reason. I have negative history with all these bigger streamers. Tyler is
okay. Do you hear that? For somebody that went off about how he's been warned by so many other streamers about me, that is quite the admission. So ostensibly, these negative interactions with bigger streamers, these people would have something to say about you. So maybe you could understand how this space works a little bit. That people have bad things to say about other people when they have negative experiences with them. And even if that's just like somebody criticized me. I don't know. I think most of this is just fear of Irene, the magical folder queen.
Now taking pot shots at all of these little sensitive spaces, but in such a way as he is very easily open to attack, which is cha-ching. That's good business. If I wasn't already like friendly with Tyler historically for the last little bit, I'd be on this too.
Yeah, YS, that actually went across my mind a lot. The fact that Sunday was the one to approach Tyler rather than Tyler approaching Sunday, right? You'd assume it would be the other way around. You'd assume the smaller content creator would approach the larger content creator, say, hey, I really like your stuff. It's inspiring to me. I've learned so much about, you know, I don't know, theory from you or content, or I've learned, you know what I mean? That's the norm. That's normally what happens, right? And the larger streamer, if they're, you know, they're not busy, that maybe helps them out a little bit, gives them a shout out. But yeah, the thing that we got with Sunday is Sunday like inducting Tyler into this whole fucking, it feels like some kind of Jedi shit, you know what I mean? I feel like, Tyler, you've got the midichlorians. Do you know that? Do you know what midichlorians are? Well, your tests are off the freaking, off the scale, right? And I can train you in the way of the debate bozo Jedi.
My position vis-a-vis Demon Mama would be the same, but I'd be on this too. So we need to figure this out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely the problem.
And we have a whole document tracking anything that comes up about Whiteleaf. Generally, we are aware of the fact that Mythaldo is basically the bag holder for everything. They own the server in Germany. Everything's run through them, which is why.
Okay. So somebody was mentioning this to me, right? In Germany, I think somebody said like they made a joke about Black Forest, like the Black Forest in Germany, but Mythaldo, I know, is like an oiler, of what they call an oiler, somebody with a lot of money that donates to a lot of the streamers in the Whiteleaf network. Not a pleasant person, and not a, oh my gosh, how should I say this delicately? Not a person with whom I think it's possible to have a normal social interaction. It's the best way I can say that. I don't believe President Sunday has some personal investigation against the Whiteleaf Network to expose them. President Sunday seems like the type to just gather info to blackmail them.
I'm going to tell you right now, conspiratorializing about Whiteleaf
Bad idea.
is a bad idea, because this
I understand. What I'm trying to understand is the structure, because it's not.
It's more simple than you think. It is really simple.
It's feudalism, basically.
Dumber even than that. Okay.
Yeah, that's a Will and his channel take, right? Will's innovation on the concept of orbiters, which is to say, it's actually not like orbiters. It's more like feudal lords and stuff. You got like the lords, you got like the kings, and then you got the nobles, and they like nobles are able to. The nobles have the knights. It was just silly video. I doubt he has Palpatine. He would just be like Tal Vizsla, maybe, got marked by Maul in season 5 or 6 of Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Okay. So Vosch, early on, built up a orbit, sort of like Destiny does, of streamers who got a lot of money by appearing on a show and by being mentioned by it. And a lot of these people, because Vosch is a very cowardly individual, and a very selfish individual, were not very good streamers. So unlike Tyler, they were not in a position where, oh, well, Vosch sucks? Oh, that's okay. I'll take my audience and go elsewhere. Because Tyler's got a solid audience. Tyler can do that. Demon Mama doesn't. If Demon Mama has numbers, but Demon Mama has numbers largely because Demon Mama is friends with Vosch, gets referenced by Vosch, and is one of the only trans creators up to.
I don't even know if this is true. I don't know if what Sunday is saying is true. Like he's been close to Demon Mama, so I guess, he would be somebody who would know. But he's saying that Demon Mama's not got an audience independent of Vosch's audience. That her audience is there by virtue of her association with Vosch. And that may have been true at one point, but I kind of figured that people within like that orbit, they like self-selected. And there were debates that Demon Mama did with Vosch, and if you agreed with Demon Mama, well, you're closer to that community. If you agreed with Vosch, you're closer to that community. Some of them, watch, Demon Mama religiously, and some of them watch Vosch all the time. I would think it would be like that. I mean, there's probably, obviously there's an overlap. Obviously, we're Demon Mama to, make an ultimatum and force people to choose between her and Vosch. There'd be probably some who would choose Vosch, but I don't perceive her as having nothing outside of Vaush chatters that are just there because she's associated with him. There are Demon Mama fans. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Lauren. There are Demon Mama fans that aren't into Vaush. I've definitely seen that. I feel like people, maybe at one time it was the same audience, but they sort of self-select. And there's some people that have been with Demon Mama for before she was associated with Vaush, right? She's been like, let's see, friendly with like Chud Logic. She's been friendly with Dylan Burns. She probably cross-pollinated with those audiences. Both of those streamers burned her.
Till recently, who's not publicly a train wreck.
Crutchy says President Sunday passes through other Discord communities and people provably agree he's a toxic shithead. At least they do on the Discord server I was on. Yeah, I've heard a lot of bad talk about Sunday, and I never know how much of that is like from, people that communities that he's like disagreed with the content creator from. Obviously, like Destiny's community doesn't like him. I started watching Demon Mama, and then she started defending Zan and Vaush, and I was like, oh no, I gotta go. Yeah, God, that sucks.
If someone like
yeah, again, I never really had a problem with Demon Mama. It was the people that she chose to associate with, right? And the fact that in the end of the day, she would in a dicey situation, she would go with the person that gave her clout over the person that was even in a situation where you'd think that, there's an issue at stake, like trans rights, and that she would care more about that. I've always seen her care more about her connections with larger creators, and that's, I think, where the problem that I have with her starts and ends, right? I didn't really have an issue with her outside of that.
Demon Mama leaves communication between Vaush or anyone downstream from.
Was Dylan super pro Biden? I haven't watched his stuff in a long time. I can't tell you.
Outside of casual friendships that have no business relevance whatsoever. One of the things that came out with the Xanderhall and Keffels thing, when they all sort of started to deconstruct, is that Vaush wasn't communicating with either of them at all, even while they were self-destructing in relation to him. Like, he just doesn't care. They have no relationship. Xanderhall even lives, I think, in the same state now. They just have no relationship. The only person Vaush actually engages with IRL is Demon Mama because they know each other personally. I don't know what those conversations look like. I think, obviously, the fact that both of them have now been found out in connection to inappropriate drawings of children is probably binding them a little bit closer. But that's it. So what this means and why I'm sort of going at length about this is, if you go after Whiteley for being a cult, or Tyler goes after Whiteley for being a cult, every single person who has any business connection with Vaush or business connection with people who have business connections with Vaush and therefore have a Whiteley site, they're not gonna bother. And this includes people who have friendships with people like Dylan Burns, for instance, who also has a Whiteley page, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there's too much intellectual diversity for people generally to take the accusation seriously, and there's too much collusion in the background. Not even like ideological or cultish collusion, just like they're just basically like relying on each other's services. There is too much entanglement for them to want to care, and so the numbers are going to be flatly against you. And Tyler is very prone to making statements that make him very easily the subject of parody. Mm-hmm. More so recently than before. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if like the stress of like trying to chase like Lore Lodge type beefs or whatever has like worn him down or something. Like I lost my hair from stress like a couple of years ago from dealing with this. I get it. But you're talking about like the oil and water thing. You're going to get a lot of oil soon, and it's not going to be fun. And it's not going to.
What the oil? I mean, oil and water is like, I never really distinguished the oil and the water in the metaphor. The metaphor is like, this doesn't mix with this, right? That's what oil and water means. You cannot mix. And so you're going to get more oil than water. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't understand where he's going with that. The oil floats on top of the water? What? What does Sunday mean? Maltese Falcon Punch says, Demon always seem manipulative and disingenuous to me. Izzy Sanchez says, why is Sunday talking about Tyler being a clown, but he doesn't look in the mirror? I mean, yeah. He's a bit of a clown himself, isn't he?
It'd be good. Like, the number one takeaway I'm getting from watching Tyler fight with people in the server after all this is... It's not that he's not built for this, it's that he is not ready for this kind of thing. And this is going to take off fast.
I think it's part of, I really understand where you're coming from, because I've also been in this space since 2019. Came up on the Vosh train, of course, into the streamer space.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've seen these types of things play out 100 times before. And I no offense to Tyler at all, but this is turning...
None from me either. Like, I'm going to be real with you guys. Like, this fucking hurt. But just to be clear, like I like this guy. Like legitimately. My goal in all of this, and people were saying I got the thing in advance to pre-watch before I covered any of this. I didn't. He actually apologized because he sent it to me after it was up. Doe, by the way, saw the expose before I did. Yeah. So
you know what that means? That means that Doe had somebody that was like a sub of Tyler, that Tyler's video, I think, went out to subs first. And I would do that too, chat. Do you like that kind of shit? Like that if you subs, members, right? I have in the past put out videos for members first. YouTube lets me do this. The problem is that YouTube is silly. It doesn't understand the tools that it's offering creators and how that they might use those tools, right? Because what it does is when it lets you watch it first as a member, but then it goes live for everybody else, and like the view count resets. It's all like member views don't count. It's like, really? Do members view, like that doesn't count? So you're saying that if I put this live to my members first, in other words, if I give members something that's like kind of cool, you get to see the video first, right? Then it's like, yeah, but your view doesn't count. And now I'm kind of like, oh, it's so frustrating. I just feel like they don't understand. They don't have enough people working. Yeah, he's talking to Westside Tyler's mods here.
I know, because I was angry about it.
Whoops, I'm trying to this one.
Yeah. Go on, sorry, please.
It was just going to be a very mean comparison, is that it's coming off like the aftermath so far is coming off like DJ Mule but muted, where it seems like a lot of people have Tyler in their sights now and they're waiting to see how he plays with this.
Yeah.
Because if he misplays, like you said, it's feeding frenzy. It's game on. We all make reaction streams making fun of him for blowing up.
The problem is he already has.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
at least it's less like you'd have to get into our Discord server to really get into it.
I mean, yeah, like
for now.
Yeah. So
that's been my biggest stress, is if this continues on to stream, the things he was saying on Friday and Saturday.
It's being watched by people's in Chud community. I'm getting tips from your server from people there. Just to be clear. So like this is already caught outside attention because people are already interested in me. And I have seen this happen before. In multiple arenas, and he's tapping several.
So, do I understand this right? This is super weird vibes. You are correct. You are correct. This is vibes are not immaculate here. But like he starts off saying, I've seen people come into my sphere that have come into Xanderhall's sphere, or that have come from Xanderhall's sphere. They're all Vosh. They're all being paid by Vosh, which sounds conspiratorial for somebody who's just said, there's no point in getting conspiratorial about Whiteleaf, right? But I've seen people under the employment of Vosh who were in Xanderhall's server come into my server. Is what he's saying about that is that they went after Xanderhall? He knows these people are like this sounds very conspiratorial to me. And so either there is some conspiratorial shit going on, or there is not. And I am confused as to which. Sunday seems to me to be in a superposition between paranoia and hiding his head in the sand. And I don't get it. I feel like I must be missing something. I feel like I'm not smart enough to understand this stuff. They're plotting Tyler's career without him. Is that what's happening? Well, he says that he wants to de-escalate. He says that I think the stated goal is for him to talk to Tyler's mods and get the mods to talk to Tyler, and that the outcome will be Tyler stops accusing Sunday of stuff. Tyler stops accusing Sunday of being on Demon Mama's side. And I don't know if this is actually there, because if it is, it's subtext, but like, I feel like I detect an implicit threat of like, you know, they're going to come after Tyler, and I can't fight them and Tyler. So if Tyler wants me to be there for him to you know, then he needs to de-escalate with me. I am so... This is starting to scare me. Because I don't know how much... Like, I have a lot of sympathy for Sunday's side here. From the DMs that Sunday showed, it really did look like Sunday was trying to help with any investigation that Tyler was doing. And so I was given, and you can hear this in my discussion with Sunday in the debate. I am curious, asking questions, but overall very friendly. And in the end, when I'm given the choice between allowing Sunday to take the kill shot and show, you know, the damning proof that he had, Tyler trying to prevent it from happening, asking me to mute Sunday, I made the decision to mute Tyler. And that is because I thought that he's either paranoid or he is trying to start shit with Sunday for no reason, or for clout reasons. I don't know how this shit works. I don't know how this WWE, SmackDown, Raw, I don't know how this works. I don't know how this heel and baby face shit works. I don't understand. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. I can't tell what's going on here. There are so many ways that this could work, and I really don't know which it is. Because if I'm wrong about Sunday, and, you know, his behavior kind of suggests that, like him taking this as an opportunity after me bringing him on to give his side of the story, him taking this as an opportunity to attack me, what does that say about him? Does that, like, I wasn't given to believe Tyler's side of the story, but god damn if that doesn't sort of, doesn't that sort of validate? I mean, it almost seems to validate it, right? And that's scary shit. Because if I couldn't tell from reading those DMs what was really going on there, then we got a smooth operator that we're dealing with. Chat, we got a stormtrooper Weasel in our midst, right? This is some fucking Sith Lord shit. Sith Lord Sunday.
This is going bad. This is going bad.
This is going bad. This is going bad. Who the fuck is this guy? Anyway, but I don't know. I'm not fucking wedded to that. All right, just for the record. It feels kind of conspiratorial to think that. Yeah, he's a smooth criminal. This is going bad. This is scary. I don't want to deal with a subliminal criminal like this. What is his deal? What is his deal? I think the main point is that you can't really trust either of them. Don't truly know. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right about that.
Both of them at once and in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
He's attacking some very big people in a way that's just not going to work, and in a way that is very easily, again, parodyable, which means it is very easy to make him to content, which means it is very, very easy to discredit him and anybody who's on side with him. On the flip side, because he's done that, that now opens up. See, even if I have misgivings about how he performed the interview itself is not the worst thing in the world if it's not couched in all that other thing. Because now people are interested in, okay, what is Glooby?
Yo, Kenshin, Darth Sunday arc. That's his whole deal. Motherfucker was Palpatine the whole time. Oh my god, chat. I got tricked. I got played. Grass touching has been severely lacking in these two. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do after stream. I'm going to touch some grass.
Actually,
oh god, but I got to see what we're going to touch first, okay? And it looks like the voting says Vaush Road Rage is on Bikers, right? Which is a Squid Tips video where Vaush talks about, I don't know, wanting to get out of his car and brandish firearms at motorcyclists or something. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. That's what I heard that video is about, right? And we are, what, 26% of the way to the dono goal. So that is 74% of the way from getting there. That's a bit of a distance. We've got a bit of a distance to go, though. We got, like, I don't know, 45 minutes of this Sunday content, this master session from the master manipulator himself. King Sussy Baka.
Said, okay, there's a thing to look at here. Okay, we're kind of iffy about, like, why was this published like this? Why is it included docs and serve a purpose? Why are we using...
It kind of like feels like some Monster of the Week shit, doesn't it?
This is to act Vaush. Leave all that aside. There's information here. Mm-hmm. But now because of those other things, now it's like, oh, and the interview was conducted poorly. And my worry is that Tyler has found himself in a place where he's kind of manically pursuing growth, not realizing that not all growth is equal. And I don't know if you've noticed this. I don't know if you recognize this, but I'm noticing a lot of familiar faces in Tyler's server very recently. Mm-hmm. And these are not faces that these are.
I heard crickets. Did you hear crickets?
Was it Tyler who was saying that Tipster was the albatross?
What's that?
These
Tipster.
Okay.
These are Sonsol in our server, and I tried my best to find the receipt I have just tucked away of him posting the N-word at black people on Twitter, one letter at a time with his community.
I'm talking about Cryptic. I'm talking about you got people from Demon Mama's server, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the problem. These are people who got along in Demon Mama's server. These are people who got along with these people enough to get embedded in Demon Mama's server and even to be given, like, control to a minimal degree over, like, certain parts of her platform. Demon Mama does not pick good people to run those things. And what's happening is people are seeing that there is a content storm brewing. And I saw FTM Mongoose in there. Whole bunch of people. These are what...
Not FTM Mongoose! You saw FTM... I saw FTM Mongoose in there. Malcolm, Sundays are afraid of you too, apparently. What is up with this? I don't know Malcolm that well. But I mean, this seems like to be like it's like I went in there and I saw oh my god, with a Deathclaw, right? From if it was Fallout, right? Yeah, I saw like Legatus Lanius in there. Like, I don't know. Like, it was Brother Malcolm. Yo, not Brother Malcolm. Holy shit, you saw Brother Malcolm in there? Who else was in there Sunday? Who else was in there?
You're seeing is a crowd of vultures starting to form.
Okay, Malcolm, he says you're a vulture. Malcolm, if you want to, I'm curious what's gone on between Malcolm and Sunday. Why does Sunday have this, like, I've watched a little bit of Malcolm, and I'm sure I wouldn't agree with everything that Malcolm says, but geez. It seems a little excessive, doesn't it? What did Malcolm do?
What you really need more than anything is a community that is there for Tyler, and this matters for the water part as well as the oil part. You need a community that is there for Tyler.
What is the oil? What is the water? God damn it, Sunday. Speak clearly. For fuck's sake, man. For fuck's sake, can you please describe, explain your freaking metaphor? This chat. Was there a Cobra in there too? Yeah, Cobra Tate. I'm the only one who thought of Ricky Tikki Tavi. Oh wait, isn't that cute, like, cartoon?
So that his audience does not become saturated.
Malcolm in the middle, I guess.
People who will make a...
I don't know. I just don't know Malcolm that well, honestly.
In his personality, etc., etc. When this turns the other way, because that's the trajectory we're on. It's going to. I was going to explain earlier, like with the Doe and Demon Mama thing. Me and Demon Mama had friction going actually way back, and the reason was Demon Mama was sending me screenshots and the like while Brianna Wu was attacking her and her partners, and other people. She was sending me screenshots from Cherry's group chats, which hosted Brianna Wu and whatnot, and they included messages from like Keffel's alts and stuff like that. So we had insider knowledge of, like, I just want to run off with the money kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. There was some account that was supposedly Keffel's, and it was saying shit about Brianna Wu. It was like somehow Keffel's had an alt or something. That's what people say. I don't know. I never verified that. It says, though President Sunday recently read some stuff about coup attempts and hostile takeovers and mutinies and said to himself, I can do that. I'd be really good at that. I'd be so good at that.
This is going bad.
That's right, Sunday. That's right.
Oh, here's all this nasty shit we're talking about in the background. And my distrust of Demon Mama began long before this. It began when her partner being attacked directly was not enough for her to say anything about it. In front of all their friend groups.
So he's talking about what? The Ginny Matrix video? There's like a video from the channel Cope and Seethe, and it, I don't know, was saying it was something about Doe. And so Sunday's like, what, he lost respect for Demon Mama when Demon Mama did not defend Doe? Is that what I'm getting? No, Malcolm's another streamer.
Because the Brianna Wu money was too good.
Yeah.
Because
Demon Mama getting money from Brianna Wu?
No, but Vosch was getting...
Not Malcolm, yeah.
That's what it was. Wu was embedding with Progressive Victory at the time the Wu stuff was happening between Demon Mama.
Through the Progressive Victory connection and through Brianna Wu, who had connections through Chink to like actual like Democratic politicians, they were able to get interviews with like actual mainstream figures. And so that's a serious like business investment there. So Brianna Wu in the background was like making fun of Demon Mama's partner.
Yeah, I watched Actual Jake since the Bible Reloaded.
For Doe's like weird deer gender stuff. By the way, just to be clear, Doe is not deer gender. That's a joke. Okay. Yeah, Doe is like in defiance of gender categories, so it goes by it. But it's not a deer thing, and Doe is also fine with she, her. But leaving that aside, going after Doe for that, going after Doe for sex work, etc., in a deeply mocking tone in front of all of their colleagues. Like these are people he worked with for years. These are people they're personal friends with. And while there was a stern call to stop doing that, nothing was said. Everything was just allowed to continue. Why? Because this is the ladder. This is how we get big guys. Yeah, it's the exact same temptation that Tyler's facing right now. And it doesn't lead somewhere good. But in any
chat, I just realized something.
Where I was basically yelling at her for this. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you are not going to benefit from this. You're being thrown under the bus. Like, remember this. Vosch was perfectly fine with you being publicly torched because of a business interest. This person you like to see IRL, et cetera, et cetera. And things chilled very quickly after that. I think that was either around or just after, maybe before. I can't remember exactly, but it was in the distant past, around the time when I got banned from Demon Mama's server. Probably why she was.
I remember that the
chat. Did you see that I just changed the stream title? I changed the stream title because we got the leaks. We got the leaks. We got the leaks. Yeah.
It was. I roughly remember that.
Yeah.
I remember Gayfesh coming in and making a huge fuss about you. That's what I remember.
Yeah. Doe has legitimately kept separate from this. Her interactions with me have generally not been colored by it. And in fact, if I had to guess, judging by the nature of my interactions with Doe and Demon Mama and how they've radically differed from each other, my general impression is that Demon Mama runs the show and her partners have very little say or knowledge of what goes on.
About employment. Yeah, and they're all on disability.
I think either business-wise or friendship-wise. I was actually really insulted when, after all the collaborative stuff we did together on the front-facing end of things, like charity streams and whatnot, our community was allowed to be like essentially cut off on the basis.
Yeah, the video is off the stream, and that's because there are mods of Tyler in the. It's just a screenshot that shows some mods of Tyler, and it doesn't really give us much except for their names. And I don't think that Sunday's trying to blow them up or something, but I know that one of the mods was in here when Sunday had me show this this screenshot on stream, and they didn't appreciate their name being shown, so I don't see a reason for their name to be shown.
Of this fucking loser in his 40s. Like,
wait, N is the N in sync stands for no comment check, yo.
Just wanting to feel powerful. So like, as far as I'm concerned here, I'm not being like backed by people who are in any way, shape, or form friends. I'm being used as a disposable membrane to protect them from Tyler. The problem is they don't need me to. I'm just an object of convenience right now, which I'm not going to do. I'm hoping to get a.
Okay, so he's saying, if I get this right, he could side with Whiteleaf. He could attack Tyler. And I mean, it feels like he has. And then they would leave him alone for now and to pretend to be cool with him. But he's just there to, I don't know, as a shock absorber. Right? Somebody that can be there and be like, I was Tyler's close friend and he's gotten unhinged and these attacks on Whiteleaf were, I mean, that's kind of what he's, look, it kind of looks like what he's doing. I don't know. Obviously, he would not have put these leaks up here in order to, well, I mean, he does tend to like, he likes to show himself off as a supervillain, doesn't he? Like, right, if you look at the DMs between Tyler and Sunday, right? Sunday is just a fucking clout demon. He is constantly just like coming up with some shit, and then we're gonna spirit these viewers away over here to our streams, and then we're gonna grow really big, and I'm gonna and then afterwards when he's talking shit to Tyler, he's like, Tyler, you're gonna be eaten alive. You'll never know what hits you. The whale from that demon whale. President Sunday breaches the water and just smashes the boat to smithereens. Yo, chat. Turns out the real Moby Dick were the pseudo-intellectuals we met along the way.
Call with White Nervosa because I want to just flat out ask, like, hey, so I've seen X, Y, and Z persons appearing here and there. Can you just be straight with me and like, is Vosch taking an interest in this, or like what is going on sort of behind the scenes here? Because this is the ideal situation for me. White Nervosa spills something, or one of these people spills something, and that allows me to redirect against Vosch. And I don't need to think about Tyler. And Tyler doesn't need to think about me. And that's simple.
Okay, so it does also seem strongly like that this was not, when it was recorded, intended to be released to the public.
White Nervosa spills something, or one of these people spills something.
Yeah, you can't say shit like that. And then the White Nervosa is going to accidentally tell me the secret. And I'll redirect against Vosch. Does he realize how this makes him look? And look, I can't imagine what the fuck he might have against me, given that this is how he operates. Nah, bruh. Nah. Nar. He was giving Tyler shit for trying to involve attacks on Vosch.
Something, and that allows me to redirect against Vosch.
Does Sunday have the death note? Yeah, I hope not. It's giving Kira, is it? Why is he doing this shit? Is this like a social media strategy that I'm just too dense to fucking perceive? You act like a complete embodiment of the Dark Triad and you make big bucks. People are like, yeah. I mean, this is like, what is this, Destiny?
Vosch. And I don't need to think.
Nar.
And Tyler doesn't need to think about me. And that simplifies
Nar.
greatly. But if Tyler like starts to escalate things and makes like, if he decides to go to a next step where, okay, here's the stream where we take down that fucking snake President Sunday who's been carrying water for pedophiles, that gets complicated because now I can't direct my attention to Vosch and Demon Mama. Now I have to direct my attention to that. And I will win, but it will be to Vosch's and Demon Mama's benefit. And I can't afford to lose if he makes that kind of attack on me. So that's the puzzle. How do we get out of this?
I mean, I'll try to reach out. I've been thinking about making a post because he talks often, I'm pretty sure you've heard it before, of someone becoming a lolcow, and that's literally what he's on the precipice of doing, is being free content.
Yeah. And to be clear, I don't want him to be free content. That's a headache for me. I don't benefit from this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
that's it's
even this, like, look, I'm seeing your conversations in the background. And you're like, oh, he's glazing our community or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Just up front. My strategy here is to keep the community solid so I don't have to deal with this. I genuinely like Tyler's community. I genuinely like how it's run. I like how it's laid out. I like how it's vibrant. I need to shake things up in mine because it's been frequently overtaken by people who are just so like in their own heads and so like in their own like personal like hyper esoteric stuff that there's no breathing air for other people to like.
Okay, that's just I don't understand. It feels like he's calling out like people in his community in a way where they would know once he publishes these leaks, right? This is the wild thing, that Sunday is the one that's giving us this. This is not coming from Tyler. This is not coming from Tyler's mods. This is Sunday. This is Sunday's stream. He wants us to know this. He wants us to see this. This is how he wishes to be seen. He thinks this makes him look clean. That's not how it's coming across. And I don't understand his motivation. Why? There's got to be a reason that he released this, right? It's not just kayfabe and he's trying to make himself go turn from babyface to heel, right?
To come in, who yeah, and especially pretentious ones who think they're better. Like that's not the kind of community I wanted to cultivate. It's just a consequence of like where I came from.
Sunday, I just gotta ask.
Please.
Wait. Did he just say what I said?
Your executive chat to cultivate. It's just a consequence of like there's no breathing air for other people to like to come in. So like in their own heads and so like in their own like personal like hyper esoteric stuff that there's no breathing air for other people to like to come in.
Who
yeah, and especially pretentious ones who think they're better. Like I
Kenshin says, "Sweet Dionysius Sunday, I subbed to your shit for fucking political science and theory. This high school clout BS is so fucking boring and inconsequential. It really is. It's dressed up mean girls shit. Is President Sunday the one that tried to talk in the same voice as Vosh? Did he? Sunday did something or knows something that includes him, so he's trying to get ahead of it. It's making him look guilty as fuck. His content is always half drama. Well, yeah, and I guess that successful part of his content, like numerically,
that's not the kind of community I wanted to cultivate. It's just a consequence of like where I came from.
Sunday, I just gotta ask.
Please.
So you've got a mole in our executive chat?
You got a mole?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Is that just in our general chat? I don't know.
I have no idea. I don't have a mole.
So he said something that they thought indicated he had inside knowledge in one of their Discord areas that he doesn't have like some sort of mod area.
I'm getting things in other places.
Someone are just sending you things. So
Yeah.
we got a mole.
I mean, general rule of thumb, we've all got moles.
Always assume you have a leak.
Yeah, but you don't cut off your moles because they might be skin cancer. So make sure. So keep them around. Don't ban people. Just watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That just caught me because I know Ash said that yesterday, but it was in our mod chat. Interesting.
I kind of hate that this is how people operate in this space. They're acting like, no, that's totally normal. Totally, yeah, mole. Yeah, people like to have moles. I know some streamers that like to have moles in people's fucking Discords, and they are not nice people. They are not people that I want to have anything to do with, right? That's some scary fucking shit. That's some scary fucking terminally online. Like, look, I say I have brain rot. Holy shit, this is like brain rot on top of brain rot. Like, what is this? Who are these people? Who has time to be like, oh yeah, what do you do in your spare time? Well, I spy on other streamers in Discord for my favorite streamer. That's wow.
Ash said, what? If you don't want me to say.
She said that you were glazing our community. Because I said it was what did I say? I think I said it was an hour and 20 minutes.
I don't like playing Carmen Sandiego with them. This is not
Sunday sucking off her community or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, that's basically glazing. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was too online. Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking
glazing.
That's probably going to be a thing soon. So I added more mini. I agreed with adding more minis. Just to be like,
which to be clear, just to be clear between the three of us, and unfortunately Tyler couldn't make it, but I don't have any bad blood with any of you guys.
Yeah.
I don't have it. I don't care to have it. It's not worth anything to me. On a cynical or emotional level, like there's literally no incentive for me to fight with you guys or to have any ongoing problem with you guys at all. So like as far as I'm concerned, like I'm saying all this, I don't care. I legitimately don't care. I don't care if you're friendly with Tyler. I don't care if you agree with Tyler. I do not care. These are my priorities here. Making it so that my community is not turned into a cesspit as a result of all this, and making sure that I don't have to deal with the headache of being wrapped up in some crazy lolcow drama involving Destiny, Loner Box, Demon Mama, and Vosh for the foreseeable future. Like that. That's it.
Side. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I also like how you guys organize things, so I'd like to actually incorporate that. But just to be clear,
we're gonna do our best to kind of bring what we have to you. And
every single person Tyler fights with, who he bans, is someone who goes not just to me; they go to somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay. Them coming to me quiets things down. Them going to Chud, Loner Box, Ico, and then to all the aforementioned.
Yeah, they pump them for information.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like I don't always agree with Tyler. Sometimes he just gets ban happy, and I have to explain to people that the first rule of our server is Tyler has the authority to ban, mute, or remove whoever he wants from anything in the server because he's the community manager.
Yeah, can I tell you? Let me tell you a secret of how I ran things for the last couple of years. Because my greatest fear is generating a cult of personality because it will make me very, very stupid. I had somebody else run my server. I was in my server, but I was not the server owner. I didn't have the final say. I had somebody else who annoyed the fuck out of me in charge of my server, which meant that I was in a situation where if my interests or my behavior was hostile to the server, I could literally be muted or banned.
This motherfucker went to college to study politics, and this is the inane crap he was wasting his finite time on this cosmic rock with. I swear to God, can we just make content? Like, is that so? Am I super naive for saying that? Is it like stay gold, status? Can we just make content? There's me, there's the viewers, there's the content, right? And I make it, and they like it, and they're happy enough that I am allowed to live another day and make more content. That is what I care about. These are my priorities, right? Not this shit. How do you deal? How do you make content? How do you think straight when you've got motherfucking Cloak and Dagger going on in the background? This is what I hate about Whiteleaf. This is why Whiteleaf's gotta go, all right? Let's kick these assholes the fuck out of our internet, and let's get down to making some real content. That's what I'm here for. That's what I want, chat. That's what I need. I don't want to think about this shit anymore. This shit is gross. I dealt with enough of this shit when the Dylan thing happened, okay? To be totally honest with you. I don't like that. I don't want that. I want to have real relationships with people, not transactional bullshit. And that includes my audience. I mean, it is, transactional on some level, right? If you do want the content, I can't just like fuck off to, I'm not going to pull a Caffles and fuck off for 6 months at a time. But, but it's not some kind of game of like trying to get one over on each other, right? Because it seems taxing to your system's resources in a way that would actually get in the way of the content. I'm just sick of it. And unfortunately, it's not just Whiteleaf. Unfortunately, this is like kind of how a lot of shit works. But it doesn't mean that it's how it has to always work. And this is why I try to be pretty transparent with my audience, because I want to involve you in making this place better. I want to involve you in showing other people in other communities that this is not how it has to be. I want to involve you in making better content, right? And there's got to be more to life than this. I don't even want to have to be thinking about this. And I especially don't like some fucking creepazoid social media predator like bringing this shit onto me and my community. That's where I draw the line. That's what I gotta say. Autonomy, my good sir. Autonomy. Get the fuck out of my personal space. Fuck off with that shit. You lying weasel. This is making me mad. Don't they want to engage in something deeper, right? The Whiteleaf sphere is destroying itself. I hope so. God. A lot of streamers claim to be chill, but NCC is one of the few chill streamers. Well, and that requires honesty, right? Chilling means lowering your fucking guard. And I want to be able to do that. I need to be able to do that. That's my process. And so people bringing all this cloak and dagger shit into it, it just doesn't. Like, I hate the fact that they would fucking take my time and attention and brain energy away to have to deal with this shit. I hate that. I hate that about this space. Yeah, yo, there's a lot of shit out there, Metal. There's a lot of shit that needs cleaning.
Which I was once. That was a funny time. But I digress.
But yeah, as far as like trying to get Tyler on board, that was part of the reason why I shared the Mafaldu stuff. I want this shit out of the movement. I don't want a bunch of leftists doing a bunch of backroom, palm greasing. That's
your issue is not leftist, by the way. Just to be clear, leftists.
I understand that. But like presenting.
No, you misunderstand me. The reason why I'm saying that is not to defend leftists. The reason why I'm saying that is because the kinds of people who are taking an interest in this right now are not people who are motivated by politics or love of Demon Mama. They are people who are now going to go out of their way to prod Tyler to do more.
No, I know, I understand, and that's why I'm like, oh, let's refocus and kind of get to the heart of what is going on here, because I understand that the broader issue is they're closing ranks and doing troop movements. It's a sign that they're planning to do dumb shit back at us. Not through Demon Mama, through other channels, because that's the channels they have access to. Trust me, I peek into people like Luxander and I see Gayfesh just parked in their chat being nice.
Yeah.
I pay attention to who has a GG site. I pay attention to who has people in chat. I remembered a Demon Mama regular from 2 years ago who hasn't been in the community for 2 years who suddenly showed up in our chat. I got a weird Rolodex in my brain that only accesses information sometimes. It's there. I don't have permission to access it. It just happens. But that's where I'm at right now. Is I'm
so here's
keeping a file on everything.
Yeah. So here's the deal. This is how I want things to go forward. This is like my wish for the foreseeable future. Because I'm also seeing battle lines being drawn and walls being put up. You ever
battle lines being drawn.
No offense, it's just like it's weird esoteric.
Nobody's right when everybody's wrong. Sorry.
Peloponnesian War by
Paranoia strikes deep.
Okay. Whenever there's a siege taking place, what's the first thing the invading army does? Take a guess.
I have no idea.
Nope.
I'm not a fucking nerd that thinks about like, yo, if you're gonna be the Peloponnesian War, what are you gonna do with how are you gonna do a siege? What is the first thing you do? What is the first thing you do?
No.
They build walls. Right?
Oh man, yeah.
They approach the walls, they build their own walls.
Yep.
Yeah. So when I see no message to me saying, hey, there's a path to forgiveness thread going on, we're trying to mend things, and I see no message, no response from Tyler to my attempt to de-escalate things, and I see in this forgiveness thread, quote unquote, like, oh, Sunday disavowed Vosh, but did he disavow Vosh the first time? Yeah. So when I see that,
actually, no, sorry, I'm not letting you off here. I'm not letting you off. You disavowed Vosh when the folders happened. And not just when the folders happened, when Ethan Klein happened. You disavowed Vosh when he was cooked. Not when he was doing all kinds of fucked up shit. And I don't know what your explanation for that is. Were you trying to get close to the guy? This is like a Trump-Epstein situation where Trump's just trying to get close to Epstein so he can bust the guy. So he can find the real dirt on it. Yeah, that's it. That's why Trump was friends with Epstein. Oh my gosh, I'm realizing I'm comparing Vosh to Epstein and Sunday to Trump. That's President. Well, there we go. President Trump Day, I guess.
This is not an attempt to de-escalate. This is preparation for the escalation.
Yeah, and
yeah.
To be fair, we've been trying to get that shit.
I don't blame any of you for any of that. Frankly, even if you were on board with that, or
he's enacting his master plan.
Even if you were, like, I don't. We have no issue. I get it. But just so you know, like this is what we are mutually up against. Me and Tyler, and you guys by a little bit of proxy, but less so. If I get forced against Tyler because Tyler goes against me, I am going to get thrown out by, like, use tissue paper by these other people at the end of it. It will exhaust me, and Tyler will be demolished by it. For the simple reason that I will not be made angry. Tyler will, and at this present moment, I have the advantage. Because all I have to do is sit back and point out flaws. Yeah. But I don't want that. That's fucking miserable. On the flip side of this, I hate everything that Vosh and the people in that circle stand for. I have never been more resentful of anyone than of Demon Mama for allowing me to integrate my community closely with these people while this stuff is going on. Mm-hmm. I told Doe this much, actually. I'll show you, actually, my last message to Doe. Because Doe is basically trying to... Oh, right, I closed the call.
I want to play guitar chat.
See this? Just reminding you.
Yeah.
This is boring.
I would prefer if this was not, but...
I need to get a 9-volt battery. My guitar pickups...
That's
like it's a acoustic pickup that
Tyler has a policy of if it's shared with him, it is free game. So
okay, well then this is what I'm going to show you. I'm not going to show you with the name.
Okay, then
gotcha.
Okay, do you? We know Tyler's policy. We are being transparent about it. If it's put in here, it will be used. It should be assumed to be used.
This is my final. Well, this is my message. So this is my final message to Doe. One of my final messages. This is the tenor of our interaction right now. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because Doe was very outraged when I showed the screenshots. And the screenshots included mentions of Doe's age, or what I thought was Doe's age, Demon Mama's age, etc. What I thought was Demon Mama's name, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Because I was not leaking this to them. If I was on their side, I'd be leaking this to them. I'd give them the warning. I did not do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what we assumed, is that, like, this was, I don't know what's up with Tyler. Tyler is Tyler. We assumed that this is just, I'm assuming Tyler hadn't slept in like 4 fucking days, and that's why he snapped.
That kind of checks out, right? There was something going on with Tyler. He said it wasn't like the, painkiller, but 4 or 5 days without sleep, sure, that makes sense. That could do that to a person. Play as a song. Oh my god. The problem is I don't have a 9-volt battery, and it makes it so much easier when I do. Wait, do I have a 9-volt? Maybe I have like a 9-volt battery in something.
Do you know why was he rushing this out so fast? Do you have any notion? Or?
I think it's because he went down the Vaughn rabbit hole that I saw, and
he thought it was new and fresh, and he's like, oh, we got to get on this.
No, I think it's more he saw this and wanted to get it to the police. I don't know.
Good night, Mr. Nice Guy. Have a good sleep.
This has been done before, just to be clear. Like, the Fawn tweets from 2015 have been known for a bit by a lot of people.
Yeah, we shared the Beckett thing with him, and
yeah,
he knew about that. I think he talked to Beckett before.
Okay.
We have a policy, if anything not safe for life ends up in our chat, it goes straight to Tyler, because we don't want to archive that shit, because it's awful. We hate looking at it. So we just send it to Tyler so he can keep track of that shit.
The part about this, honestly, that frustrates me the most is that because this went out, while we've all been talking, I guarantee you all of this has been scrubbed. If anywhere on the internet, like maybe Demon Mama had an Odyssey account where stuff was backed up, it's all gone now.
Yeah, I did a brief check of all the things that we looked up. People have done a bunch of archivals of Demon Mama's stuff. Like they did the Wayback Machine shit.
There's not going to be much there.
No, I know, and it's Wayback Machine. If it's behind a wall of some kind, like a Cloudflare, it doesn't work. So it's a hit or miss thing. People have done that. And then I don't know about Fawn. Fawn's tweets are still up, astoundingly. All of those, I
didn't know that. That was fucking weird to learn.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like on top of all of this. It's like, hang on, just let's pretend for a second that I have no soul and I'm just fine with this. Let's pretend. Mm-hmm. How can I still search this person's name and find this stuff? Yeah, like, are you guys fucking?
I mean, yeah, it is kind of paranoid to be like, to think that like there's this like and not just paranoid, right? It's like certain kind of brain rot, right? There's conservatives, there's commentary people that think like this. Lefties are way too quick to protect Albinos, right? And it's just not true. Or like trans people, like, right? And that's even more like blatantly bigoted where that idea comes from. But like what he's asking about, like, you know, if I was just had no soul, right? Like, I don't know. Like for Tyler to be like, you are, I don't know. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that just for no reason Sunday is like sweeping for this stuff. It's not like Sunday, you know. It would have to be so just, you know, having your interest tied up with somebody else, getting into a situation over time where you lose, you know, your autonomy because of your business relationships with other streamers, and, you know, kind of turning a blind eye. It wouldn't be, it's not, you have no soul. It's still bad, but Sunday's pretending he has no soul. Dude has no soul.
I think it's less a stupid thing and more of a they don't think they're doing anything wrong thing. I think that they have.
But that's stupid though, because everybody else thinks they're doing something wrong.
I think Fawn has a paraphilia, and they're not. They just don't think it's wrong, and they think it's wrong that everyone thinks it's wrong.
Fawn could legitimately possibly be charged with something.
Chat, are we talking about the spiritual bankruptcy of President Sunday? Is that what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? The spiritual bankrupt of one. Did President Sunday say that leftists are too quick? No, I just mean like the idea that somebody, you know, is just gonna like give this a pass, right? Thinking that like, are you giving them a pass? Are you okay with this? Are you part of this? Like, are you part of this thing too? You know, kind of Tyler's reaction, like, right? There is an element of. So he's trying to, in answering that, he's like, imagine I had no soul and I was just like willing to let this go on without doing anything.
Because we've confirmed that the person Fawn was talking to was underage.
Yes, and I trust that Glooby's information is correct. It's been turned over to the people who can literally.
But everybody else is not getting touched by this.
Yeah. And that's fine.
I would honestly, I would be surprised if Fawn is touched by this actually, but nobody else is being touched by this. Yeah.
And as the closest it's going to get to Demon Mama is she might be culpable for facilitating, as in like being on call, having the internet connection, that kind of stuff.
I don't think you even can, because here's the underlying problem with all of this.
Yeah.
This is why I was like, when I was going through, it was like, okay, do we have documentation? Well, we don't, but this is out now. Okay, so if there is documentation, this is going to be gone. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, and again, this is why it's turned over to the authorities. They have.
No, I understand, but like, hear me out here for a second. The problem is that the stuff that we have recordings of are DMs.
Yeah.
Because they're DMs, they're not in server. Because they're not in server, they aren't connected to Demon Mama.
Well, Discord can pull those, can't they?
Well, they can pull those if you have a specific reference. But if these were in, for example, a deleted server from before 2014, maybe, and we don't know what they're pulling, that's difficult. Like, how would you do that? How would you even request that?
My assumption is they contact Discord. Discord probably keeps track of.
No. If the police subpoena,
he stared in the void so long that the void is staring back.
In Discord, they can get recordings of old DMs between people. So, for example, if someone's wanted for like murder or whatever, they can find conversations with them and somebody else. Yeah, but they need to know where. So in DMs, we can find that.
YouTube ads are selling people guns or gun belts.
But if we don't know the server and we don't know the channel and we don't know who was involved, like, they wouldn't know where to start.
That's fair. And
assuming they even have a record of it.
Yeah, and that's again fair. My assumption is
no, it's fine. I didn't want to argue about this with you guys. Just like
no. And my assumption right now is just trust the police are going to be able to access things that we can't access. I'm not a cop. I can't dig into things beyond what I.
No. The Discord thing they can. Like certainly, there's a precedent for this. YouTube, Twitch,
Yeah, that's iffy.
Yeah.
I know that YouTube and Twitch are like, I don't want to, and then cops just fuck off because they don't want to have to sue YouTube for access to their shit.
Well, it's not just that YouTube doesn't save it. Like YouTube literally cannot reinstate. Like sometimes it happens where like videos that are taken down, quote unquote, they can be reinstated, but deleted videos, no, they're gone.
Yeah.
I feel like YouTube always tries to sell me a lot of like right-wing coded shit. Like they're like, 4 Patriots meals. When the power goes out and the government goes down, you're going to need a hot meal. That's why you should get 4 Patriot meals. You just add hot water and you can cook up a whole mess of mashed potatoes for your whole family. And since you're a tradcon, you probably have a really big family. So here's a really big bucket of mashed. Have you seen the buckets, chat? It's one of my favorite kinds of right-wing content is the people, the preppers, and the buckets. You know what I'm talking about? They get the buckets and they make the emergency food, and it's not just like a little bit of food. It's like a giant bucket of fucking macaroni and cheese. And they just go ahead and make the whole thing right there. And they got a giant spoon that looks like a canoe paddle. And they're like stirring it. They're like, yep, we're stirring the macaroni here. And then the host comes over and is like, oh, I can't wait to eat this macaroni. And they use the big spoon and they eat it. Oh my God, chat, it's like the wildest. Add some buckets. We need buckets, chat. We need buckets for when the shit hits the fan. You're going to need a giant bucket of fucking cheesy mac. Literally just get canned food. That shit is such a bogus scam. The buckets. The buckets. I'm all about those buckets, chat.
And it's for YouTube too, because they're like, oh, free server space.
Yeah. Anyways, just
being in oh my gosh. Sorry. That scared me. Oh no, it's our RAM cards. Wait, I can't read it because of the placement of it. To thank the person, but that was a good scare. That was a very good scare. Temporal Insanity. Thank you for contributing towards the RAM cards. We're like, we're getting there. We're getting there on those RAM cards. 51% funded. To maybe have a slightly, hopefully, stronger computer, more system resources, less streams dying, because that always fucks with me. So I shouldn't care. I should just be like, you know what, that is whatever, but hopefully this will make that happen less and less, because believe it or not, it's hard to wrangle people back into the stream after the stream dies. You know, some people are just like, well, I guess that's it. I guess she was done streaming. And it's like, no, I just got destroyed by the internet. I just add irradiated water. That's right. Yes, Temporal Insanity sent that. Thank you, Temporal Insanity. Thank you for the... I will add that to the dono goal. We're at 46%, chat. That is like some progress right there. That is some progress. And Temporal Insanity, if you want to let me know which of these topics, I always say this exact same thing, the exact same way. I feel like a goddamn NPC. But I'll say it anyway. If you want to know, if you want to let me know which of these topics are most interesting to you, I will put your dono where your mouth is and add it to the subject of your choice. But it was scary. I was like, I am always scared by that sound. I don't know. It's a weird reaction, right? It's a little bit of a strange reaction.
What was the point of all this? I guess just so you guys are aware, my attitude and my animus right now.
Oh my God, Parmesan cheese for... I haven't had SpaghettiOs in so long. Yo, SpaghettiOs. I forgot to put that in the comment. Vox Populi. Vox Populi is kind of popular tonight. It's kind of poppin'. It's a populent... Wait, I thought somebody already said Vox. Did I not add it? No, it looks like everything's accounted for. But still, it's still popping off with the 20% in there. I'll steal all my uncle's guns and live off the land. The bucket sound. I mean, it would be cool if I put the bucket on there, then it would be the bucket sound. But no, it was the ram sound. It was the sound of the ram sticks that are hopefully going to make my computer stronger, getting closer to being sent to me, so that hopefully I'll have less downtime, and at the very least, I won't have system resources problems. The sodium in SpaghettiOs should be illegal. Yes, you're right. It's got so much sodium. I used to eat SpaghettiOs like nearly every day. Oh, don't be sorry. That is my fault for setting the sound so loud. If I didn't think it was so funny for me to get scared by the sound, I would turn it down. But every time I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, that's... You have to keep at least enough water on hand for a week? Oh my god, I got nothing close to that. How do you keep the water from getting all algified? But yeah, we're at 46% of the dono goal. That means we're 54% of the way away from it. And if we hit that dono goal, what is it looking like right now? Actually, so the Vox Populi thing, it takes everything off the map and it just reverts it completely to the poll. And the poll says Vosh road rage on bikers. Vosh road rages on bikers. So that's what's winning right now. We're still a ways away from it, but that's like I said, that's popping off. It's starting to pop off. I sound like Hassan says it's popping off.
I mean, obviously there's something against Tyler because he lied about me, so I have to defend myself. But leaving that aside, my nemesis in all this is not Tyler. It is Vosh. I want nothing to do with Demon Mama. Demon Mama is small fry. I don't benefit from that connection. None of my I have not lost friends over losing the Demon Mama connection. Because I never built friends with the Demon Mama connection. These are not nice.
I don't know if he thinks this is making him sound better.
People, okay?
Yeah, I'm surprised I have not lost any friends.
Okay, well he's saying so according to Snake Sunday, the Demon Mama community may be even worse than him.
Over the Demon Mama.
Yeah, the nemesis. The nemesis. Your real nemesis is right here, Sunday, in case you're wondering, your real nemesis is right here.
And me being tied to both a Tyler video and in the leaked DMs, everyone's just like, what the fuck? And I'm like, I'm a mod. I am expected to bring things to Tyler. And they're like, oh. And it's true. That's what I do is I just bring shit to Tyler that is not safe for life. It happened to be about fun.
So here's here's what I need to go on my merry way and not cause trouble with you guys. And ideally to keep our communities kind of like interactive in a positive way. I don't make money from that end of things. That's just nice to have. I like that. Yeah. If Tyler doesn't escalate, I don't need a concession from him. I don't need an apology. I need absolutely nothing.
And also, if you're trying to de-escalate a conflict with Whiteleaf, why would you say something like, my real nemesis is Vosh? It's so wild.
All I need is for him not to make me have to do something further.
Okay.
And
it's a low-key threat. It's a low-key threat.
That's not a threat. I'm just stating.
It's a low-key threat. It's not any kind of threat. It's a specific type. It's a low-key one. It's like one of those plausible deniabilities. Let's hear what he said again. That's not a threat. Oh my god, it sounds like one. It sounds exactly like one, Sunday.
All I need is for him not to make me have to do something further.
Don't make me have to do something further.
Okay.
That's it. And that's not a threat. I'm just stating, if he
does he have some Raoul Duke in him? Does Sunday have some Raoul Duke? It kind of feels like dealing. Look, chat, all I have to say is these are not the hoof prints of your normal God-fearing lush. There was something far more savage.
Attacks me further, or if he escalates things, maybe I can ignore it, depending on what it is, but it's possible that I can't. In which case, guess what? Now I'm the proxy for Vosh and Demon Mama, because I have to protect myself. Mm-hmm. Unless I decide not to, and just take the hit.
Yeah.
But if I don't, I will win.
And I get that, and
it will not be pleasant for me or fun, and I will still lose by it, but I will win that.
I will destroy Tyler. I will devour him. I will eat his community into the cathedral. I will be yummy. I will be all yummy in my tummy. Come on in, Tyler's community. It all floats down here. I don't know. What is he saying?
And my assumption is just you're saying don't fight a war on multiple fronts if you don't have, especially with someone who is sympathetic to what you're doing.
Wait, Duke and Dr. Gonzo are one and the same? Wait, is that some kind of Tyler Durden situation?
Well, because there's a flip side to this, which is you don't do this.
I'm the proxy. Well, yeah, he's saying that he would be. So if Tyler goes against him, he's the proxy, but oh my God, 8 hours. God damn. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh shit is right, Tipster. Oh shit is right. It's getting late.
I can go after this.
We're close to being done with this though.
Too. And right now, I've got a nice little advantage. They like me, asterisk, 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 because I'm.
So he's saying it's going to be really bad for Tyler. You will be destroyed. I will help destroy you, but after they're done destroying you, they're probably going to destroy me. So I don't like this. I don't want this to happen. Please, Tyler, stand the fuck down.
Against Tyler. So they may be willing to give me a little more insight than Tyler could get. Which, by the way, if Tyler can make it so he's not going to say...
I've come to a conclusion. These guys are nerds. And I don't like it. And I don't like the way that his Sunday's brain works. I don't like his brain. Not a fan.
Sabotage the credibility of that information going forward. I can give him. Right?
Yeah.
But if he's...
Yeah, Sunday's like a fucking slime or something. And not the good kind, right? I'm not calling him my slime. I'm just saying he is a slime. He is like one of those gelatinous cubes that goes around the dungeon and just like tries to slurp people up. You see like a suit of armor like hanging in suspension because it ate a knight or something, right? That's Sunday. That's fucking Sunday. Joker mode. What the hell is President Sunday doing? I thought he cared about Glooby, but he wants Tyler to stand down, yeah.
He's not going to, then I'm going to hold that, and I'm going to use that on my own time. And if he's going to attack me, then...
Well, stand down to him, right? And it did sound like from his messages that he leaked, it did sound like Sunday was not the one bent on conflict, but Tyler's explanation was that he had heard something in, I don't know, a voice call with Sunday that implied that Sunday was not really on board and was actually getting in the way of his investigation. Both of these fuckers are acting so weird. He's more like a kobold. Wait, does a kobold eat people?
And
whatever he is, he's like some kind of...
I don't know. It depends on what it is. Like if it's stupid, okay, whatever. I'll let it slide. Like if it's something that like actually impugns me though, or implicates me in something very serious, like we've been talking in private, and you've been covering for these people. It's like, well, I don't know how I can not respond to that. So yeah.
It's like the message that he sent publicly for some reason. You got called out publicly. You have to respond publicly.
Nerdy and think they're so... Yeah, there's cool nerds too. Don't get me wrong. There's cool nerds too, but these are not cool nerds. These are bad nerds.
Take that as public, and it's a little bit worse than that because like at this point our
communities are evil nerds.
Are heavily integrated, so it's like this is being sent to mine as well.
Your
this isn't
cat's
just
gonna annoy the fuck out of you over it.
Well, if I don't respond,
depending on the lore, kobolds can eat people.
That's going to be taken as tacit admission that yeah, I dare not touch this because there's something about it that's true. Mm-hmm. So this is my policy when people make accusations against me, because my other policy is...
So he's saying that if he didn't reply to Tyler, you know, saying this shit, like you're in with them, you're covering for them, then it would be a tacit admission that was true. So he has to, his hand is forced.
Never do things that I can be accused of. If
someone... They're dweebs.
Sexually assaulted someone. Okay. I'm on...
They're definitely dweebs.
No, bring up the photographs. That's my...
They're dweebs, and I'm going to be mogging them. I'm going to be mogging the dweebs, or fogging the dweebs. I believe it's fogging.
My policy. If someone says, we've had conversations which you said X, I will show those conversations.
I always want mogging to be like non-gender specific, but I think it is, and you got to say fogging to be, it's an acronym.
If you don't do that, then we engage like normal civil.
Do we just have audio for this? There is a picture on his stream, but it is a screenshot of 2 mods that work for Tyler, one of whom, when Sunday asked me to put this screenshot up, and I don't even know what this was supposed to show. It's a screenshot of the Whiteleaf like terms of service saying that White Nervosa nor any member of Whiteleaf like endorse any of the people, you know, this is just software is what it's trying to say basically. It's not an endorsement if somebody's on this network. And then Sunday quotes a little bit from Tyler's like sort of ultimatum that he posted on Twitter. And the rest of it is, yeah, you see the call start. You see the call start. But yeah, I'm not putting it up because that one of the mods didn't like having their name up there, so I don't know. If anything, they feel like they seem like the victims of this. It seems like they were maybe manipulated. There are good nerds and there are bad nerds, like 2 sides to every Schwartz.
People, and I don't show our private messages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I take the reference to those things as a reference to something that would be worthwhile to impress upon Tyler.
Like, look, Raoul Duke is great to read about, okay? But can you imagine having to deal with that weird fucker? Seriously. Can you imagine the liability that is having Hunter S. Thompson in your life, right? Knowing that anytime this absolute cannonball of chaos could shoot itself into your life, disrupt everything you're fucking doing, put you in mortal danger, and subject you to some of the weirdest experiences known to humankind at any point, right? Not actually cool. Not actually a good thing. You don't want Raoul Duke in real life. You want Raoul Duke to stay in the book, always in the book, always in the book. Great to read about, fun to read about. Dealing with that in real life, hell fucking no. Hell no.
Just to be clear, is I understand
it's a Spaceballs?
the kind of like nonchalant
reference?
gung-ho, like, hey, look, dude, this is the internet, it's the Wild West. If you send me something in DMs, I can use that. Obviously anybody can do anything. However, if you have a history of there being like principled rules for what you do with things, then people can invest a minimal degree of trust that they can communicate with you privately.
No, the worst is he like becomes your plug, right? He's a really good plug, and you're like, you're going through this guy, and now you're reliant on him. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And coordinate with you when things get more complicated. And what he's telegraphing right now is, do not dare ally with this person.
The Kentucky Derby is delicate and depraved. I have no doubt.
He will not treat with good faith. He's worked around like a kind of narrativized rationale for doing so in a way that he can feel good about. So as far as I'm concerned, like in terms of like friendship or positive collaboration, like me and Tyler personally is a done deal forever, for the simple reason that I can't trust somebody who will flat out lie about things that we've said in confidence. Because now I literally can't talk to him without endangering myself.
Yeah. President Sunday is now our plug? I thought Sam Cedar was our plug.
That doesn't extend to any of you guys, but like that's something for Tyler to consider, because that also means that other people who see this are going to be like, okay, whose side am I going to take in this really hairy, convoluted thing? Not the side of the person who's going to stab me in the back and is gleefully telling me about this months in advance. I'm going to stay the fuck out of this, or I'm going to jump on the other side.
Yeah. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So before the Hells Angels,
streamer politics and all.
Sorry, Sisyphean. I mean, before the Hells Angels.
Well, just any politics, like just anything, like this is in business.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of baffled he's in the Marines and he doesn't know this. Like, don't be antisocial with people you have to bunk.
Oh, I should probably say this. A plug is somebody who hooks you up with something that you are needing to get? Is that a good way to say it?
With.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's the biggest disappointing thing to me, honestly, is
keeping us from leaking. I mean, I guess
because of the Demon Mama thing. I had a bunch of annoying people reach out. One of them was Beckett, and I just
Beckett.
kind of waved them off, and I was saying that
hey, Beckett.
It feels like,
I'm going to give you some warnings, okay? Just because I know these people a little bit.
Yeah, I hear drama. I think snake, and I'm not getting anywhere near that person.
Beckett's not a snake.
He's not.
No, Beckett's
a crab.
Beckett is not a snake. Beckett is worse.
He's worse than a snake? What? What is Sunday talking about? Beckett is like, he took me on a roller coaster, right? Like, is Beckett a snake? And Sunday's like, no, Beckett is not a snake. So I'm going from like snake to like no snake, and then to Beckett is worse than a snake. It's like a fucking roller coaster here.
Beckett is weak. So
his voice sounds like a nerdier version of Vosh. Thumb Gang. Wait, what is Thumb Gang at? Was it 113 or 116? 113. That's pretty impressive, Thumb Gang. That's pretty freaking cool. Worse than a snake, he's a worm. I don't know. What is he? What is he then? What is he?
So
he's a
Beckett is going to
gargoyle. He's a vampire. What?
And literally no.
What is the worse than the snake?
Or any kind of faith.
Is he a human centipede? What is he doing?
Or whatever is going to prevent him from doing so. That being said,
he's a brainworm.
He's doing something very similar to Tyler in this respect. He's okay with living with that and living with being seen that way because this is just the internet. That's how the internet works.
Wait. Sorry.
That being said, safest. And literally no relationship or any kind of faith or whatever is going to prevent him from doing so. Going to take a side based on what he thinks is safest.
Okay, so he's worse than a snake. He's going to take a side based on what he thinks is safest.
And literally no relationship or any kind of faith or whatever is going to prevent him from doing so. That being said, he's doing something very similar to Tyler in this respect. He's okay with living with that and living with being seen that way because this is just the internet. That's how the internet works.
Mm-hmm.
So Beckett is somebody you can probably actually deal with fairly safely because...
Crushy says, I wonder if these mods feel trapped by President Sunday in this call right now. Yeah, blink twice if you need help, Tyler's mods.
He's careful that way.
Yeah. The only interaction I've had with Beckett is we saw his fawn video. I was like, do you have anything else? He said no. I showed him, hey, here's... That's not
even Beckett's video. That's Jenny Makesure's video.
Oh, yeah. That's fair. I just only had Beckett as a contact.
Yeah. And there's a reason for that, because Jenny Matrix is one of the most acidic, hateful people you've ever met, like just dripping.
I got that impression with her video and her, how she characterizes herself in the video, where she's just the fucking Wojak, the psycho Wojak or whatever. It's weird.
Very deeply angry person.
Yeah.
In a lizard-like way. Queeman is someone you need to be careful of because he's no bullshit. And he does not give a shit about literally anything. I would say politically is kind of like centrist, liberal, conservative, socially in a lot of things.
What? Okay, centrist. Wait, centrist, liberal, but conservative, socially. Is that okay? That I guess checks out.
He does not give a shit about literally anything. I would say politically is kind of like centrist, liberal, conservative, socially in a lot of things.
Is he smart enough to have politics? He is like the rump of, what would you call it? Like he's like a version of Chud logic that formed without any consciousness, if that makes sense, right? He's like some kind of outgrowth. But there's nobody home with Queef. There's nobody there. It's fucking.
But my experience with him.
Yeah, he's not a political streamer, is he?
He's fair. He is real and sincere, and you can deal with him not as a friend.
I don't know. It sounds like you're kind of beholden.
As a known quantity. Queeman is someone it would probably be smart to not have hate you, because that will affect how some larger people upstream from him will view you. Like Chud Logic is a big one. That's a whole.
And we can't be viewed badly by Chud Logic. The guy whose content strategy is like 70% transphobia now, we can't be viewed badly by that guy. That's the game that Sunday's playing. He is still a Chud Logic orbiter. He's just lower on the freaking totem pole because he stabbed Chud in the back by actually doing something kind of brave, something kind of good, standing up to the transphobia going over on there when it kind of started to take hold, when this personality insinuated itself on his community. That is scum day. Scum day. Lower than the worm in the fucking ground. Filth day. Oh my God. You are still Chud Logic's bitch, aren't you? How pathetic. You fucking worm. You excrement of a... Chat, let's stop being mean.
It's a whole sphere that's almost equivalent in size to...
That is so fucking low, though. Under Chud Logic. That's where you're... Yeah, fucking our god, patron saint Chud Logic. Patron saint of commentary. What a... Oh my God. No, that's so sad for Sunday. That's a bad ending. That's the bad ending. Like, I feel like every other ending, Sunday at least gets his independence. A little bit of dignity. But nope, not this Sunday. We lucked out, chat. The Sunday from this universe. Damn.
Like Loner Box and sometimes Destiny on a slow day. Stardust, Snake, do not touch under any circumstances. FTM Mongoose, Snake. This is a person who will be on your side and like come and say, hey, I also know all this bad stuff, and then as soon as the table turns, they will apologize to the other side and switch to them. All those little like drama hacks, like just run for the hills. Yeah. Destiny, Loner Box, etc. If they suddenly show signs of friendliness and they are suddenly agreeing with everything you do and say, take it with caution. But my general impression right now is that that's not the way it's going to go.
Yeah, they seem to give next to no fucks about the video. They were like, "This is weird."
Here's the secret about all this. Okay.
Yeah.
Destiny is exactly like Vosh, like to a T, like identical. Very fragile, very enclosed, but less cowardly, but still all those other things. So you are never actually dealing with the person. You are dealing with.
Yeah, that's a good question. Finding self-love. What is his fascination with Sunday? Maybe he's a Sonic Youth fan. Do you think?
Entanglements. There's no passion for justice here. That's not how that works.
They care about the bag first, and then whatever they can get out of it after that. As soon as they have the bag in hand, it's.
I want to play that song for you.
Well, they already have the bag in hand. What they're looking for primarily is entertaining.
But I have to retune my guitar.
To feed on, and boring ass pseudo journalism.
Has he had a single nice thing to say this whole call?
Is not it. They're gonna kill this person. Why? Because you come off pretentious at all. You come off taking yourself too seriously at all.
Destiny Vaush Xander Hall. It's a human centipede. It is. It's a clout centipede. President Sunday is a Chud Logic arbiter. Well, look, he started off his career like that, right? And this was back when Chud was, I don't know, a human being. Before that parasite that is DK insinuated itself on the community. And yeah, Sunday was somebody who actually tried to stand up to that fucker. Sunday is somebody who actually tried to call that shit out and burnt the bridge with Chud Logic because of that. And you would think that somebody that was willing to go through that would value the independence that they fought for. And yet you find him crawling back underneath Chud Logic to say, hey, look, I know I was like a B tier orbiter before, right? And I'm never going to be B again, but can I be a D tier orbiter? Can I be somebody that you at least take consideration and don't try to burn for content? Right? And that's where he lives. trying to please Chud Logic, trying to kiss Queemon's ass so that Chud Logic does not get a bad impression of him. That's where he's at. He just lost his place in line. That's all. That's all. This guy is pathetic. This guy is sad. God damn.
And especially if you come off a little bit kookish in a connection with that, it's a buffet. So it's yeah. Like I've seen this has happened. You've all seen this happen a million times.
That's the impression that I've been getting, especially today in reflection, is that Tyler's definitely way too new on this shit.
I don't think he's new on this shit. I think the problem with Tyler is that he's intoxicated by sudden growth.
Isn't Gendo evil?
And he thinks he needs to continue to chase to keep that up.
The next big thing, yeah.
And what Tyler needs to understand is that the community side, that's where the money and the security is. There's a whole lot of people who chase that, and sometimes they get 7,000 concurrent viewers for a day, and then they go. And then that few $1,000s you got for that week, that doesn't replenish. And nobody likes you, nobody wants to play with you, and now now you have to build a community again from scratch, but everybody already knows about you. That's difficult. That doesn't replenish. And to keep that up.
The next big thing. Shit.
I don't think he's new on this shit. I think the problem with Tyler is that he's intoxicated by sudden growth, and he thinks he needs to continue to chase to keep that up.
The next big thing, yeah.
And what Tyler needs to understand is that the community side, that's where the money.
Did Sunday release this audio? Yeah, this is Sunday's release.
And security is. There's a whole lot of people who chase that, and sometimes they get 7,000 concurrent viewers for a day, and then they go. And then that few $1,000s you got for that week, that doesn't replenish. And nobody likes you, nobody wants to play with you, and now now you have to build a community again from scratch, but everybody already knows about you. That's difficult. What Tyler needs to be reminded of is, like, what he's got right now is really valuable and really hard to get, and much harder to get back. It would be really smart to, like, just stop, take a breath, plan.
It feels like a threat.
To do, and
feels like a threat.
Think about, like, the cost benefit analysis of having 70,000 people laughing at you at the same time.
Yeah.
Because we're getting dangerously close, and people are getting ready for that. Like the fact that people are not jumping on, oh, look what Demon Mama did. Like, Demon Mama's attacked every single one of these people, and Demon Mama's been beaten by every single one of these people, and every single one of these people hates Demon Mama. Why are they not jumping on this, or at the very least using this as an impetus for further content digging into them, or demanding they come on and explain themselves, or anything? That should alarm you.
Explain yourself. That's the other. I wish I had that that audio clip of Sunday. Explain yourself. So Tyler has lost 100 subs as of Monday.
Because that means okay. Gone.
It's not that big of a hit.
Is not coming. It's not sending aid. This is being left. Yeah, this is being left between Tyler and Vosh, and not even Tyler and Vosh. It's left between Tyler and Demon Mama, and Vosh is making sure that everybody in his vicinity, not just me, I guarantee you, is knows who's scratching their back at the end of this.
Yeah, that's the impression I've been seeing, mostly hearing how the commentaries have been handling it, and if all of them are just getting bored with it and not wanting to run with it, that means it's just a weak story. There's really nothing to it.
It's not a weak story. It's actually not. It's actually a really strong story. It's a really strong story.
Presented weekly. I'll clarify.
Tyler is the weakness in this.
Yeah.
He needed to be the journalist, and he needed to.
Ooh, low key to the mods. This is the weakness. This is the liability. Tyler's the Achilles heel. Get rid of the Achilles heel, and you got a good story.
Take himself out of it. Needed to be. I've had a very disturbing conversation with this person. Here it is in the important clips. I've archived the full conversation down here so you can see it. This is very disturbing, very serious. It may indeed be the case that minors are being endangered in these spaces. We need to start looking into this further. That was the angle, and it's just
or just to sit for a bit. Honestly, I've been coming to your side the past few days, mostly just the high's gone and reality setting in. You know what I mean?
We all just gotta wind the fuck down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to chase a debate with Peter Boghossian. That's what I want to do. Okay, that's my short-term goal. I don't want to do this. If Tyler doesn't start any shit, this is my position any more from here on. I know I got the last word, but if Tyler doesn't start any shit, I'm not going to continue any shit. I'm not going to badmouth. I'm not going to mention it. That's my policy.
That's a fair policy.
If he does, then I'm going to do two things. Okay, I'm just going to
Yo, he owns these Tyler mods. I don't know what's...
tell you straight up. The first is I'm going to make a video.
Either that or they're just like not providing any resistance because they want him to like move on and they're going to figure out what they're going to do with Tyler. I don't know.
Where I very clinically break down the problems with Tyler's approach and handling of this sensitive information. I'm going to use that to lead into a general discussion of how you responsibly handle victims' testimony, etc., etc. We'll have no vitriol against Tyler, but it'll go up like that. The second thing is I will respond to him, and I will have a ton of support on my side, and it will cost me dearly because the support of people I then need to disavow because they're poison. Mm-hmm. So that's how that will go. And he's not going to unhinge my jaw. I'm just going to tell him that in advance. So I don't want to go that route. What he can do is he can start bad-mouthing me in a lot of ways. He can probably start accusing me of like victim blaming or of de facto carrying water in a weasel beer for these people, whatever he wants. And I'll probably, I don't think I'll lose anybody, but I could conceivably lose maybe as much as 100 subscribers. Mm-hmm. And that will be it. And I will not care because such people do not pay. And I was 1,000 fewer subscribers last month. So it doesn't end well for either of us. It just sucks all around, and at the end of it, we're both miserable and tired and less able to do other stuff well. So my preferred outcome in all of this is we just calm down, we take what we've got, and we refocus it productively.
Oh shit, Sunday's down 100 subscribers. What is going on, chat? What is going on? I mean, look, it's kind of small, right? We're talking about like, we're talking about 17.4 subs is what President Sunday has. They are both down 100 subs for whatever that means.
And
but I mean, like, that's kind of what I saw in the comments, right? Most people did not like either of these guys, did not like how either of them handled this shit. There were some people that were, stayed with Tyler. There were some people that went with Sunday, but I think that this is actually, I feel like, even though I got the squeeze put on me between these two, I'm just glad that nothing bad, has happened to me, right? This is, they're hurting each other's channels though. They're hurting each other's channels. It's not irreversible. It's not super grievous, but they are hurting each other's channels. That's how it turned out, chat. That's how it turned out. Okay, well, I will take those results. I will take those results. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the outcome.
Set for
they got what they deserved.
Additional shot taken at Vaush and Demon Mama, etc., later on when we're more prepared. That's what I want.
Yeah.
If that's important to us.
That's fair. And I personally think the internet would be just a safer place with Gayfeck not having access to 1,000,001 communities.
I mean, you want him around real children? Frankly, I think he's safer on the internet.
Yo.
That's fair. You know what? You're right. Yeah, you got me there. But yeah, I want effectiveness. I guess I don't know what I really want. I'm tired.
I'll tell you what I want.
Exactly.
Look.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Remember what Dwight said, okay? Whenever I'm about to make a decision, I ask myself, would an idiot do this? If the answer is yes, I do not do that thing. Let's just be that, okay? Let us all be Dwight.
Got it. Be Dwight. Dwight, no, not for doing anything idiotic.
Exactly.
All right. I gotta go. I gotta help.
I gotta go too. Sorry. Thank you guys for being willing to hear me out. This has been a very long day for you guys too because I've dragged you into it. I apologize.
No, you're good. This is a talk I wanted to happen. I just didn't know how to make it happen, and you made it happen. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Well, obviously, like don't go over Tyler's head or whatever, but let me know how things go, and hopefully we're not talking about this next week.
Yeah, no, full server coup is what I'm planning. Joke.
I'm already ahead of you there. So, but just remember, okay, if all this comes crashing down, I pay.
Yeah, that's fair. You do pay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. Cheerio.
Bye.
Oh my God, we're done. We're done. We're done. We got out of it, chat. Oh my God, we survived. We survived. There it is. That's all there is. They can't hurt us anymore. They can't hurt us anymore, chat. We survived. Thank God no comment check community sees through this BS. Yeah, right? Like, he wanted to fucking hurt me. Like, he had bad intentions for coming in my Discord. I feel icky. My Bird Brains VC was violated by a goddamn social media predator, by an absolute fucking clout demon. I was talking to a freaking demon. God damn. I am lucky that I got out of this, like, and like, look, chat, I mean, I don't know what to say. It feels like we up. Wouldn't you say? I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that W. It's about time. It's about time. But seriously, I don't want to have to deal with this shit. I don't want to have to fuck with this shit. I don't want to have to look over my shoulder. I don't have to want to worry about, creeps like this making plans, trying to do cloak and dagger shit, pull fucking ops on me. I don't want to have to do, I want to do content. I want to make cool stuff. I want to make interesting content. I do not want to be part of this world. I am not Ariel, the Little Mermaid. I do not want to be part of your world. I do not want to go where the people go. That is bad. That is bad. No, NCCW. Feel bad that Sunday brought you into this. I know. What the fuck? I had no idea what was going on. But now I know everything I need to know about that guy. But yeah, is the consensus, chat, that even though, like, there's some decisions, some definite decisions that Tyler's made that I do not understand, I do not think he had a good explanation for, right? That as far as the intentions, like, Tyler's were not as twisted as Sunday's. Tyler was just, it was survival. He was trying to save his skin. And look, he was wrong and he should have apologized, I think. Or at least some of the things. But he's not this, like, twisted guy. He's not this Joker-fied monster. I mean, he went along with what Sunday was saying in the DMs, but he's a creep. Yeah, look, that's the thing, is I came here to make content. I don't know what the rest of these fuckers are here for. Sunday really looked at Tyler and said, I can be worse. Yeah, I mean, not to minimize, spreading somebody's personal information. I want no part of that. And I hate that we have to worry about that. It's just not. Like, I could understand if there was some situation where it was referred to the authorities and it went to trial and somebody was convicted. And then the name comes out because it's in the newspaper, right? That's how that shit should happen. If somebody's really a danger, then yeah, their name will be outed. But you don't need fucking amateur journalists to come along and play Chaya Rychek. And look, Chaya Rychek thinks she's doing the right thing too. Chaya Rychek believes that, like, you know, trans people are fucking evil or whatever, right? She's you know, she's justified in her own twisted mind. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to compare Tyler to Chaya, but I think I'm okay with this, chat. I do know now, and it kind of hurts to know that Sunday's community like thinks like very little of me. Like that as scary as their own dude is, showing everything, right? Not hiding anything. As fucking Joker-fied as Sunday is, they somehow think I'm like the one that's the danger. I'm the scary one. I'm the one you got to watch out for. That's wild to me, chat. That is wild. And look, I don't want to put that evil on everybody. I'm sure there's some people over there that are fine. I'm sure there's people over there that are just fine. But holy shit, the fact that he can sell this line of crap to people, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, she's on Valium. That's what she's on Valium. That's it. She's on Valium, and she's really, really bad. Bad lady." Like, I don't want to get into feeling like I have to justify myself, because I don't. All right. Either people will come around or they won't. And if they don't, that is on them. And that's their loss. I'm a nasty woman. I'm Miss Geller if you're nasty. Actually, Miss Geller if you're nasty. Oh my God. Well, look, I'm happy with my numbers. I'm happy with my community. I'm happy with my growth. I'm still worried about the money front. But I mean, I'm sure that'll come along. In general, you know, getting more view hours means getting more revenue, and that's going to be, you know, stuff's coming along. But I definitely have found out that I feel like people like politics better. I feel like people, is that what you're feeling, chat? Like more politics? We've been doing mostly politics. Have you noticed that? I think that at some point, maybe when the Vosh folders thing was going down the stream, it felt like it was like all drama, all that. In fact, if you look in the majority report, Mitty always plugs us, and Mitty says, "Is drama discourse your thing? Then check out nocommentchick. You're gonna be glad you did. You're gonna be glad that you did." But lately it feels more and more like we're doing drama as it's like moonlighting, right? Like when we hit the sub goals, we do it during politics time, or we do most of it during politics time. And so every metric I'm getting is that people want like more of that, more good content, more real stuff, concentrate less on, you know, just shadowy actors and cursory figures like this. Crotchy, you like Irene covering politics? I mean, I still feel like there's a value to doing both, and there's even like, I don't know if this is like self-preservation or something. But as long as there's snakes like this out there, I feel like we do have to keep an eye on them. But yeah, there's bigger fish to fry when it comes to content, right? And those are national figures. I respect you, Irene, as someone who consistently has good takes, someone who understands what is going on a bit better than me, at least in the online politics between streamers. I don't know if I could extract myself from the online politics amongst streamers, I would. Mehdi Hassan plugs you now? No, sorry, that is MIDI Doctors. MIDI, that's a mod from the Majority Report, who's in this channel quite often. But yeah, MIDI always gives me a plug, and MR, but as like a drama discourse. But I mean, right now, I think my like. I think my channel bio says conscious commentary. I'm just feeling more and more like conscious political commentary. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm trying to find my way here. Okay, well, wait, sorry. We got to, no, stop it, Sunday. Your evil music. Your evil music. We got to 46% of the dono goal today. And we're not quite there yet. So it looks like we're going to have to hold off on the bonus content for now. It's like there was a lot of interest this time actually in the Vosh road rage, at least when I put it that way, because like, I guess I wasn't descriptive. I was just like, Vosh versus squid tips? Anyone squid tips? And people are like, I don't know what squid tips are, but I don't much like Vosh. Did it sound... So Pete, but when I say Vosh road rage as a bike at bikers, people are like, yes, I want to see that, but we're not going to be able to see it today. We got 184 votes. 35% were for Vosh road rages at bikers, 23% for Black MAGA, 22% for Mr. Beast hires a PDF, and 19% for J.K. Rowling's mold symbiote. But again, we kind of petered out at 46% of the dono goal. So I'll be back again tomorrow and we'll try it again. We'll see if we can hit it. I'll try to put some better stuff up there too. But you finally got caught up. Jim Williams, did you put it in like 1.5 times speed, or is that what you're talking about, catching up? Do you ever do that? You go to a stream and it's like you missed the first part of it, so you go back to the beginning, but you put it to like 2 times speed, and you're just like just cruising right through there. I am actually one step ahead of you, Moe Nope. I am one step ahead of you, as you'll see. Sunday uses music from Neon Genesis of Evangelion soundtracks on his stream. Wait, can you? I thought you would get that claimed. That seems like you would get copyright claimed. The one time I've played that part from where they're all like, congratulations, right? I got in trouble. And I think I also got in trouble for playing, it was some, oh yes, look at that. More subs. I think I also got in trouble for playing like a version of, they were playing like the OP to Evangelion on the saxophone. And I got claimed for the melody, not for the song. The song was fine, but it was like they detected that it was like a bad version. It wasn't even like a good version. It wasn't even like a well, it was like a silly parody version of the Cruel Angel's thesis. And I still got in trouble. Jim Williams, I hope you'll notice that I was purposefully less interrupty this time. So hopefully that made things easier. Hopefully that made things easier. I know, like, especially when I just like think of things, I'm like, I start to play it and then I'm like, oh, just kidding. I'm going to talk for 5 minutes. Actually, I'm going to talk for 10 minutes. Actually, I'm going to talk for an hour. You're going to forget what we were watching by the time that I get back to it. Anyway, so yeah, I think we're good. I feel good about that. I feel confident, chat. And like I said, we're, you know, we tried to hit the sub goal. We got almost halfway there, but we'll try again tomorrow. And I'll try to give you better content too to choose from. I know this was kind of last minute. Yes, mods, you have done a lot today, especially anybody who was in Shorts chat. That Shorts chat was wild. Is it getting less wild though? That's what I want to know, mods. Is the Shorts chat getting less wild? Because I feel like maybe we're banning more of the bad problem chatters. And so just like, it feels like there was more good people in there today that just wanted to like talk. Is it getting better or is it not? I can't tell. What do you think, chat? Can we tame the Wild West that is Shorts? Is it getting tamed? I need to know. Is it any tamer? Is it any tamer than it was? It did not seem less wild? Oh, damn. I keep on thinking if we ban enough people in there, then like there'll be nobody left to like, it'll just be cool people. That's what we want, right? Just cool people. It's more trolls and more decent people. Well, how many signups did we have? Wait, does it say I have 2 million views now? It does. It does indeed. I actually can't tell. I think we gained like 300 subs. Does that seem right? Yeah, nothing is telling me. No, it doesn't tell me for today. Wait. Just tells me views. Anyway, chat. I'm going to send you over to a friend. I hope you're ready for some vibes, and I hope you're ready for some news, because we are sending you over to Galactic News Network. How does this work? That's how that works. We're going to say hi to Galactic Streamlord tonight. Are you ready? Are you ready to raid? I was almost tempted to say Imps raid with love. Of course you do. Of course you do, Demon Mama. Imps raid with love. No, but we really do raid with love, so. Bid you to space. Yeah, I will see you again tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Anyway, good night, everybody. Have a good sleep.